If you're looking to sell on Amazon, this is the most important video you'll watch because I compiled 100 real Amazon FBA success and failure stories into this one video. And by watching this video, you're gonna learn from the successes and failure of over 100 people. And we're gonna share everything with you in this video, including how much it cost each of them to start their business, how they started their business step by step. Most of these sellers are gonna even tell you what they sell. And at the end of each of their story, we talk about the 3 biggest mistakes that they made. They're taking their entire experience of selling on Amazon, condensing it down into one video, and I've compiled all those videos into this massive YouTube video. And so if you're thinking about selling on Amazon, you need to watch this video first so that you can learn from so many other people that have done it before. And make sure to smash the like button because if you don't know, my name is Travis. I've been selling online for over 10 years, been selling on Amazon for around 9 years. I've done over $10 million in sales, and I've helped a ton of other people to start their own Amazon business. And one of the most important things to know if you're looking to make money online is you should learn from other people. And here on this YouTube video, I constantly interview real Amazon sellers and not just successful Amazon sellers. Some of these people fail. And of the people that fail, we're going to learn why they fail. And that sometimes that's the more important thing, is to figure out why people are failing on Amazon. But there's also been a ton of success stories. And I'll talk about my story as well as share some of my favorite student stories and just some random people that I've found that sell on Amazon. So by watching this video, it's going to allow you to get lots of different perspectives on how you can properly make money by selling products on Amazon. First, I'm going to start with my story and tell you about the first product that I ever sold on Amazon. Then I'm going to go down the list and show you a lot of the people that I've taught to sell on Amazon and show you their real honest results. So let's start with a story about the first passion product that I ever sold on Amazon. And this story was a little bit of a failure, but also not. And I'll explain in depth in the video what I'm talking about. And in this video, I'm gonna reveal everything, what my product is, my startup costs, how I started the business, how much money I made in revenue, as well as how much money I actually ended up making in profit. So let's get started with my honest first year selling on Amazon. And remember, there are timestamps down below in the description. You can skip around and watch whatever stories you wanna watch. And I recommend bookmarking this video because you're gonna wanna come back again and again because this is a longer video, but it's worth watching the entire video. So let's get started with my story about my first year ever selling a passion product on Amazon FBA. I've sold over 37,000 of these boxes on Amazon, which is over $1 million in revenue. But again, revenue is not profit. The first cost I had when it came to selling on Amazon was the cost to actually manufacture my product. And I spent over $280,000 manufacturing my product. And that includes the cost of the materials to make my product, like the nuts, the film, the boxes that it goes in. That also includes things like the master cases, shipping my ingredients to my manufacturer, the manufacturing fee, and shipping my final products into the Amazon warehouse. The next fee I had to pay for was the Amazon selling fee. And this is a flat 15% that Amazon charges for any products that you sell on their website. And in total, over these last 3 years, I've spent over $150,000 in Amazon selling fees. I also spent over $130,000 in Amazon FBA fees. Now, this is the fee for you to be able to send your products into Amazon's warehouse. And when you get a sale, Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product out to the customer. And this fee covers all the labor and postage to get your products sent out to customers. And when it comes to selling on Amazon, there's always other fees. These are things like receiving fees, storage fees, just little random fees. And I spent over $21,000 in these other Amazon fees. Another thing that a lot of people don't talk about is PPC. And PPC means pay per click. And spending money advertising your product on Amazon makes a lot of sense because for every dollar you spend in advertising, you could get $2, $3, $4, $5 in sales. And so to make that $1 million in revenue, I spent over $56,000 in Amazon PPC. And despite all these costs and fees associated with selling on Amazon, there's always other expenses when it comes to running a business. For instance, for me, I spent a lot of money on virtual assistants, I spent money on LLC fees, and just other random fees. And I'm gonna say I spent around $29,000 in other fees associated with running my business. And in total, over the last 3 years of selling this product on Amazon, I've done over $300,000 in profit, which is over $100,000 of profit per year. And this has allowed me to travel, live in my dream location right by the beach, and spend my time doing the things I love. And I'm gonna show you step by step how I did this in just a minute. But what's so amazing about Amazon FBA is once you set it up, it is passive income, which means you can spend your time doing the things you love to do, and Amazon will take care of running the boring parts of your business. But let me get back to how I did it, because even though I spent the next several years struggling, trying to make money online, I eventually did create a business that made me that $100,000 per year passive income. Now, again, keep in mind, there was a lot of low points during this journey. For instance, at one point, I even had to move back in with my parents, which was a big blow considering I went from a really good paying corporate job to moving back in with my parents. But it was because of that low point that I realized I don't want to sell dance clothing anymore. I didn't know anything about dance clothing. I didn't want to pretend to be an 18-year-old girl so I could write articles to market this dance clothing company. And I realized part of the reason I was struggling with this company is I didn't really understand the product. I didn't really understand the customer. And that if I was going to be selling something online, I wanted to sell something that I was passionate about. And for me, I've always been interested in eating healthy and athletic performance. And I'd started to notice a trend. People were eating more and more healthy fats. And when I first started eating healthy, I started with regular peanut butter. Then I upgraded eventually to organic peanut butter. Then I upgraded again to almond butter. But I noticed there was a hole in the market. Nobody was selling an ultra high-end premium product, and none of the nut butter products out there were marketed towards athletic people. They were all marketed towards moms and kids. There was no product out there that was really targeted at me. So I started creating different formulas, testing things out. Macadamia nuts, coconut, cashew. I saw that these three nuts tasted really good together. I started giving samples out to friends. They liked it, so I got them all into a Facebook group. Then I started marketing this product on Instagram just to see if there was any interest out there, and there was. So I started collecting emails from people because even though I didn't have a product to sell yet, I knew that one day I was gonna want to sell this product. And this product in particular, because I was trying to make an on-the-go healthy nut butter product, it was very expensive to do a production run. So I didn't have that kind of money. So what I ended up deciding to do was launching a Kickstarter. And I raised over $15,000 on this Kickstarter. And for people that don't know, the way Kickstarter works is people pay you for a product before you ever manufacture it. So that $15,000, I didn't have any product to give them. I took that $15,000 and I was able to use that towards my production run. And after I raised that $15,000 on Kickstarter, I cashed out my 401k, I put every last drop of savings, every last drop of energy into this business, and then I ended up launching it on Amazon. In the first month of launching this product on Amazon, I did $15,000 in revenue, around $5,000 in profit. Then in the second month, I did over $30,000 in revenue, over $10,000 of profit. Within 2 months of launching this product on Amazon, I was doing over $10,000 a month profit. I'd hit my goal. And in total, in that first year, I ended up doing over $360,000 in revenue. But of course, I ended up spending over $100,000 on the cost of the product and paying over $50,000 in Amazon fees and over $40,000 in Amazon FBA pick and pack fees. I also spent over $12,000 on other fees, but I only spent in my first year around $2,000 in Amazon PPC. And of course, there was just other random fees, spent around $11,000 in random fees. But in total, for my first year selling on Amazon, I did over $120,000 profit. I'd hit my goal. I had created a passive income business that was making over $100,000 a year. But to be fair, at this point, I had a lot of fear that maybe that business was a fluke. Maybe it was gonna go away. And the truth is, around 1 to 2 years in, a lot of competitors started creeping into my niche. You see, I was the first product like mine on Amazon. There was nothing else out there. But as people started seeing my success, more and more competitors started coming in the market. And I was super nervous that this was gonna lower my sales. But what happened is because I was the first person in this space, even as competitors started coming in, the entire market grew. More and more customers started knowing about this product and wanted to buy it. So what happened was in my second year, I ended up doing over $400,000 in revenue, which is more than I did in my first year. And keep in mind, to be completely honest and transparent, after I launched this product on Amazon and I was making that kind of money, I kind of took a step back and I kind of started enjoying life. I moved to my dream location. I started doing a lot more traveling. And honestly, I wasn't working that hard on my business. But despite the fact that I wasn't working that hard on my business, my sales from year 1 to year 2 actually increased. And in my second year, after you subtract all my costs and all the fees, I did over $150,000 profit, which is absolutely amazing. But here's where things kind of took a turn. In year 3, I did over $200,000 in revenue, which was a big difference from year 2. And I'll talk about later in this video the mistake I made that ended up leading to my revenue getting cut in half. But again, after subtracting all the costs and fees associated with selling on Amazon, in year 3, I did over $60,000 profit, which is still really amazing. It's about as much as I was making at my corporate job, except for I was making this money passively. And because my sales were dropping, and honestly, at that point, I'd kind of lost passion for the business, I ended up selling 75% of my business for what I think is $1 million deal. Now I wanna share with you all the mistakes I've made with this business, including the one mistake that cost me over $100,000 in just a minute. But I wanna point out, these last 3 years have been amazing. They've been some of the best years of my life, and Amazon has made all this possible. The first mistake I made, and probably one of the mistakes that people are the most afraid of, is being scammed by my manufacturer. And I have had so many bad situations with my manufacturer. For instance, at one point, my manufacturer sent me pouches that were leaking, basically defective product. They've also sent me pouches that didn't have any tear notch, which meant that I had to hire people to cut the tear notch on each one individually. I've also sent to my manufacturer the film, which is what the pouches are made out of, and they basically said, sorry, this won't work, which cost me $5,000. But the worst thing that happened to me when it comes with manufacturing is my original manufacturer told me that they were gonna be 5xing their manufacturing cost. So I switched over to a new manufacturer who ended up just scamming me out of tens of thousands of dollars. I did a complete video breaking this down. So the reason I bring this all up is make sure if you're gonna be selling on Amazon to find a good manufacturer. And I've done videos before on how to find a manufacturer. Really, this is rare, and my product is really unique, and there's not a lot of people out there that can manufacture my product. So I had more problems than most people do, but this is something you should be aware of. Make sure you get a good manufacturer. The second mistake I made, and this is the most common mistake, this is the number one thing I see all new sellers messing up on, is I ran out of inventory. Do not run out of inventory, because what happens is if you're selling on Amazon and you're selling a lot of product, Amazon is gonna put you at the top of the search results. But if you run out of inventory, they're not gonna keep you at the top of the search results. They're gonna blacklist you. And if it takes you too long to get inventory back in stock, other competitors will get to the top of the search results and they might bury you at the bottom of the search results. Now, luckily for me, I was only out of stock for a few days, which led to a loss of probably about $3,000, $4,000 in sales. But for a lot of people that run out of inventory, they're never able to recover. So make sure that you do not run out of inventory. And this leads me to the biggest mistake I've made in my life when it comes from business. And if you learn one thing from this video, please understand this principle. I wish I would have started sooner. I wish I would have launched my product a year earlier, because that would have given me a year head start on the competition. I also would have made at least an extra $100,000 in profit. Also, when I launched my original product and sales were starting to do really well, what I should have done was launched a second product even sooner. Now, I eventually did launch a second product, but it was 2 years after I had launched my original product. And if I would have really put the pedal to the metal and grown this business, this could have been a multi-million-dollar business. But to be fair, these last 3 years have been the best 3 years of my life. Even though I didn't make multiple millions of dollars, I made over $100,000 of passive income per year, and I was able to have free time to do whatever I wanted to do. So as you guys saw, I ended up having a ton of success with Amazon. Even though I felt like a little bit of a failure after my first year, I had made $100,000 in passive income profit. And while I was making that money, passive income, I was traveling around the world with my girlfriend at the time. I wanted to see, like, can anybody do this, or did I get lucky? And to prove that what I'm saying is true, that I really do think that you could make a lot more money with Amazon FBA, I taught AJ how to create a product called cocktail cards. AJ really took this seriously. He made it his full-time job. And AJ was a student, and I guess still is a student in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. And this is a program where I teach people like you step-by-step how to start their own Amazon FBA business. Now, I do have a free 8-hour Amazon FBA course, But if you're serious about getting started with Amazon and you really want to stack the odds in your favor, I do have a complete training program, as I mentioned, the Passion Product Formula. There's a link down below in the description of that. And AJ and most of the people in this video, basically all my students, join this program. So when you're seeing all my different students that are having success, they're all people that had joined this program. And there's a link to that program down below in the description. When you click on that link, you'll get on the wait list. I don't open this program up all the time. I open it up every couple months. So click on the wait list. Sometimes when you first join, I'll allow you to join like an earlier cohort of students. But either way, if you're serious about learning how to sell on Amazon, I recommend signing up for the waitlist. And also at the end of the video, I will link to that free 8-hour course. There'll be a link to that in the description as well. So let's get started with AJ's story. And he's got a crazy story. I absolutely love AJ's story.
I've done over $500,000 in sales, and I've only been selling on Amazon for 1 year. So I created a business called Cocktail Cards that teaches people how to make cocktails at home. And honestly, I made this because I was a bartender for 10 years and I lost my job because of the pandemic. And I was out of work for a year. It was so rough. And honestly, I just needed to figure out a way to make money, but I still wanted to do something I was passionate about. So I found Amazon FBA. I found your content online talking about creating a business, you're passionate about things that you really enjoy. And I thought, hey, let's try and teach people how to make cocktails at home.
How did you find this product? Because a lot of people at home struggle with how to find a product to sell online.
Yeah, really, we had this a little bit of an idea. It's something you kind of recommended.
And I found this product using a tool called Helium 10. And when people went to Amazon to search for this, there were no products. So I saw this and I said, AJ, you got to make this into a product. And the first cost you really had was the prototype.
Yeah, so doing a prototype was actually free. This is kind of a fun point of making a product because you're just really trying to create something, an idea. And I would take blank flashcards, took out some Sharpies, and literally started writing designs on flashcards until something looked like it might look cool. So after that, we had to come up with some sort of sample, right? We need some sort of physical product. And really the way I did that was I went to Google searching, went to Alibaba, and really just tried to find a manufacturer. Now, a really cool hack for you guys, if you want to get a sample of a product, search for manufacturers that already make products similar to what you want. So we reached out to paper manufacturers, flashcard makers, all types of stuff until we finally found one that can make the specs of what we wanted. And I asked them to give me a sample and they were willing to do it for free. So they gave me like a dummy sample. It's blank from older projects that they had. I just had to pay for the shipping and that was about 50 bucks.
And you can easily find manufacturers overseas by going to Alibaba.com. Type in, like AJ said, whatever you're looking for. So we typed in flashcards and they'll give you a list of dozens of different manufacturing companies over there. All you have to do is contact them, tell them the approximate dimensions, tell them what you're looking for in a product, and they'll say if they can make it or not. And like AJ said, they'll send you a sample if it's a product that they're going to make. So what was the next step in the process after we got the sample, we knew that the dimensions were right? What's the next step?
So the next step is I got to turn this blank box into something with information and design. And the
keyword
looks
good too.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Keyword is design.
Yeah.
So I had to seek out a designer, and that's one thing where I actually got lucky because being sort of in your network, you had a designer that you worked with in the past that I really liked their artwork, and so I reached out to him. The only problem I had was I didn't have any money to pay him. So we were able to get some samples from him first to make sure it was going to be a good fit. And of course, you know, a lot of these people you work with, you're not going to give them all the money up front. So I was able to do a small deposit if we were going to work with him. So he sent me a sample. He did a logo, a little box design, and like a couple cards as a sample. Well, that was enough for me to print out on a printer and glue it to the sample box. And that right there was my first real prototype of the product.
And that was enough for you to go to Indiegogo. And Indiegogo is a place where you can tell people, hey, I'm trying to make this product, but I don't have enough money. And people will pay you money to buy the product as a pre-order before you even have the product. You can then take that money and go pay for design, pay for manufacturing. Talk about that process and how much money you raised and how that whole thing works.
Yeah, so a lot of times when you do an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter, you have a goal in mind. My goal was $1,500 because that was the down payment for the designer. I utilized that sample that he gave me, did a bunch of videos, made some cocktail videos, and I was really building up a social media platform as well. I was doing a lot of cocktail videos on YouTube, I was doing videos on TikTok, Instagram, and really was hoping that would bring a little bit more people over to my Indiegogo, and we actually ended up raising over $1,500 initially.
And then it kept going from there, right? So after $1,500, I think you ended with over like close to $4,500 on your first Indiegogo. And that was enough money to pay for the design. How much did the design cost?
So the design was around $3,600. And that was awesome. The whole, like, I got a lot of YouTube traffic, I got some Instagram traffic, and I got a lot of friends and family that pitched in early. So that got us over 4,500, which was probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me because I was able to fully pay for that design.
On top of that, with that money, you were able to pay for a printed sample of the final product. And this is where the magic really happens. What did you do with that printed sample? And let's talk about how you raised the money, because next up was manufacturing. And manufacturing the product can get really expensive. In fact, I think it was gonna cost around $10,000 to manufacture 1,500 units. And you didn't have that money at the time.
No.
So how were you able to pay for that manufacturing even though you didn't have the money?
Yeah, you wanna talk about emotions. I went from the scariest point of my life to the most ecstatic point of my life. And this is where that real hack sort of plays in. I was posting on TikTok, had no followers. No one's watching my content. It just was not really popping off. But once I got that final sample, I did a TikTok talking about my journey of losing my job and really designing this product, and then showed them a finished sample. And it went viral. It got over 600,000 views. And I kid you not, everyone wanted to pre-order these things. And it shot it up to, gosh, I think it was over $37,000, $22,000 in a single day.
Wow. And that was enough money to pay for manufacturing, which cost, I think, around $9,000, and enough money to pay for shipping. Because that's another thing, when you make a product overseas, you have to pay for shipping from China into the United States. And you really have two options. You can do air shipping, which is gonna be way more expensive, but a lot faster. You'll get it in around 5 to 7 days. Or you can do sea shipping, which is gonna be slower, but it's gonna save you a lot of money. It's probably gonna be around $2 per kilogram, but it's gonna take 6 weeks minimum. And we chose to do air shipping, which I believe cost around $4,200. Do you remember why we did air shipping?
Well, we did half and half.
Oh, it's half, that's right.
Half and half. I think me being my first product, one, I was excited. I wanted it as fast as possible. Two, I felt like I had an obligation to get the Indiegogo backers the product as fast as possible. Air shipping, unless you really, really need it, you're kind of throwing money down the drain. And I also had a lot of damaged units at the same time.
But then something, again, very magical happened when you finally received your product. And I think it was when you first launched it on Amazon. Talk about that process.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So when I first got my shipment of cocktail cards, we had to send out over 700 orders. So I'm boxing up. I have friends, family over helping me. That's a lot of work, shipping out 700 orders. But I ended up having 200 left. I'm like, let's send it into Amazon and like actually make this happen. And so I sent it in. It took about a month for them to check everything in. So I created my Amazon listing, did all that stuff, but I was still going pretty heavy on the TikTok. And when I was sharing with people that I was shipping out a product, it was here. We got all of our inventory, and now it's live on Amazon. That video went ultra viral. I couldn't even imagine what happened next, but it ended up getting over 5.7 million views.
Wow. And you ended up selling out of all 200 units that you have sent into Amazon in like a couple hours, basically?
2 hours, and they were gone.
AJ, you sold out of all 200 units within a couple hours, but your video was still going viral. What did you do?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So those 200 units went in 2 hours. And then I'm like, what else can I do? I have to sell them this product while everything's going viral. And I thought, hey, I'll just send them back to Indiegogo. We'll just continue raising money on there since they're waiting for the product to be available. And that actually ended up doing $57,000 in one day. And I think it brought the Indiegogo campaign all the way to about $107,000.
And amazing as that is, you'll see that this is one mistake that was kind of repeatedly made, is running out of inventory. If we had infinite product on Amazon, you would have probably done $100,000 in sales just in that one day.
Oh,
easy. It would have been crazy because so many people were looking to buy this product. Now, AJ eventually did get back in stock on Amazon, and we're gonna talk about month by month his revenue, all his costs, and his profit when he finally did get back in stock on Amazon. But what did you do once you ran out of inventory? For months, you were out of inventory. What was that process like?
I did one really, really big thing during this time, and that started an email list. And if people wanted to buy it on Amazon, Well, I had them join the email list, so I let them know when it was available.
So finally, you ended up getting that inventory and you launched on Amazon using that email list. What happened in your first month? Let's break down all the numbers.
Yeah, email list was pretty big. We ended up doing 1,500 units the first full month on Amazon.
And how much in revenue is that?
So that was just shy of $55,000 in revenue.
Now, again, revenue is not profit. There's a lot of costs associated with running a business. How much did you have to pay for all those products that you sold during that month?
So the cost of the product that I sold was around $17,000.
On top of that, there is a fee to sell on the Amazon platform. It's a 15% fee. How much did you spend on that fee?
That was over $8,000.
Now, a lot of people complain about this 15% Amazon fee, but what are your thoughts about having to pay 15% to be able to sell on Amazon?
So that's a referral fee.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are not going to really find your product unless it's referred by Amazon. It's a search platform like we talked about before. However, since I was bringing a lot of my traffic there, I became an affiliate for Amazon. So I would have people go through my affiliate link and they gave me probably about 5% of that back also.
And Amazon spent billions of dollars getting people on the platform to be buying products. So even though it's annoying to have to pay 15% to Amazon, you're having to pay that instead of having to pay for marketing. So I think it's worth it. The next fee that you had was the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And that's the fee that every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships out one of the products to a customer, you have to pay them a fee. How much did you spend on that?
That was over $7,700 and worth every penny.
Why was it worth every penny?
Because I'm not shipping out product anymore, and honestly, they can actually ship the product to the customer and charge me way less than if I shipped it myself.
Not only are you saving money because you're not having to pay for shipping, but you're also not having to spend your time doing it. And it's allowed you to travel and your business keeps going even if you're traveling. You even came down and visited me in Mexico. I recently bought a house on the beach in Mexico. We had a great time hanging out.
A few times I went down there to visit you. And on top of that, there were around $1,000 in miscellaneous fees on Amazon as well.
But in your first month selling this product on Amazon, how much profit did you make?
Over $20,000 in profit.
In 1 month, in his first full month selling on Amazon. But let's talk about month number 2, because maybe your first month is really great, but you had this big launch. What did the second month look like? How many units did you sell and how much revenue did you do?
So we started the month pretty tough. We ran out of inventory. We're out of inventory for 2 weeks.
Again, another problem. Yeah.
But did manage to do about 650 orders for around $22,000 in sales.
So even though you were out of inventory for 2 weeks, you still did around $22,000 in revenue, but that wasn't nearly as much as your first month. Something that's really cool is you actually weren't just selling on Amazon. You were able to sell on your own website. How much money in revenue did you do on your own website?
Yeah, that's part of the thing that was kind of nice. While I was waiting for inventory, I decided to use my website as a pre-order. And we ended up doing just shy of $15,000 in sales.
And that's one of the big benefits about selling a passion product is when you're selling a product that's unique, that's different, you can also sell it on your own website. And there are a lot of different methods for selling on Amazon. But let's finish up the second month numbers for you. So you did about $22,000 in revenue. What was your cost of the products that you sold on Amazon?
It was over $7,000 that month.
What about your Amazon selling fee for that?
That was over $3,000.
And what about the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee?
Also around $3,000.
And I think there was another $1,000 of other random business expenses. What was your total profit in that second month just from Amazon?
Just from Amazon, it was around $7,500.
And then of course you were also selling on your own website and you probably did a couple extra $1,000 of profit there. Let's go into month number 3. And what was the revenue you did in month number 3?
So month number 3 was actually really exciting for me. Wasn't my biggest sales month, but we're definitely seeing it go back up a little bit after month number 2. And we did a little over $31,000.
And from that month, after you subtract all your different product costs and FBA fees and everything, what was the profit?
The profit was over $11,000.
And during that time, you were also selling on your own website as well. How much did you sell on your own website?
So on my own website, I did a little over $17,000 in sales.
What happened that month that increased your sales so much?
It was crazy. So my TikTok and social media really started kind of getting noticed by people. I got this random email of someone on Access Hollywood, producer of Access Hollywood, who wanted to bring me on for one of their shows. So I actually got to come down to LA and was able to be on Access Hollywood. And that really brought in a lot of sales for like a whole week.
Being on TV is a pretty big deal, a pretty big way to get marketing. How were you able to do that?
It's pretty wild. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, super exciting. But honestly, if I didn't create a brand from the beginning, get on social media, take chances, learn platforms, try it. None of that would have ever happened.
AJ was able to create such great content and so much content because he knew the product. He was passionate about being a bartender and making cocktails. Month number 4, and this is around November of last year, starting to get close to Christmas. What was the revenue numbers from your 4th month of selling on Amazon?
So November was really good. Of course, we're ramping up for the holidays. A lot of people were starting to buy them for gifts. We did run out of inventory for a few days that month, which I'm sure we're going to talk about here, but we ended up doing over $31,000.
And after you subtract your product costs, all the different Amazon FBA fees, what was the final profit for that month?
So my profit for that month was actually over $11,000.
And we had a big expense that month. You ran out of inventory, so we had to fly in a bunch more inventory. We had to do air shipping.
Yeah.
Want to talk about that?
Yeah, that was a pretty tough one. So we didn't want to run out of inventory for Christmas.
Right.
Like I wanted to make sure I had it for the holidays. And I just did a poor job of inventory planning and committing to the product. And I ended up having to pay a pretty big bill that month. It was well over $60,000 to ship that product. So, a lot of the profit that I made, I had to reinvest most of it that month.
And keep watching this video, because at the end of the video, we're going to talk about one mistake that AJ made that cost him over $100,000. It's kind of related to this, but it's a little bit different. But during that month, you also did over $20,000 of sales on your own website, which is a huge accomplishment. Let's go into the next month, month 5, and this is during the Christmas rush. How much in revenue did you sell during that month?
So almost that entire month I had inventory on Amazon, which was great. It was Christmas time, and we ended up doing over $46,000 in sales.
Again, after you subtract all your costs, what was the profit during that month?
I believe the obviously profit margins were a little lower that month, but it was around $17,000.
And that's why it's sometimes worth paying for air shipping, because you're gonna get your products into Amazon sooner, which means you're gonna get more profit, especially during key times like Christmas. And during that time on your own website, you did another $4,000 in sales. So that leads us into January, into your 6th month. And January is when a lot of people set New Year's resolutions saying that they're not gonna drink, that they're gonna be sober. How did that month look in revenue for you?
Yeah, right. So we have November, and then December, it's just like 30, 40. I'm thinking 50,000, $13,000 in sales.
Wow. And after all the costs, we subtract all that, what was the profit for that month?
So with the lower profit margins, I only made around $4,400 that month.
What were you thinking? Like, how'd you feel during that month?
I felt like spending 60 grand on shipping was the worst thing I've ever done.
Right.
I was really scared, actually. I knew it was going to be slow, but I wasn't going to let it bother me. The year was so awesome up until that point, and the product's done so well up until that point. I kind of just was like, you know what? I expected January not to do great. I'll live with whatever the outcome is.
What happened the next month after that, month number 7?
Sales went down even more.
Oof. How are you feeling at this time? Are you freaking out?
I'm like, wow, maybe I was a one-hit wonder. Maybe I reached all of my audience. I don't know. But we ended up only doing about $12,000 in sales.
And how much profit did that lead to?
That was around $3,700 in profit, I believe.
That's got to be scary, because at this point, I think we had just ordered 7,500 units or so. So you had all this inventory sitting there, but now sales have been slowing down.
Yeah, not to mention my bank account's getting very, very, very low after the shipping costs and then paying for the next round of inventory.
So what happened the month after that? Month 8, are things starting to get better?
Not even close. It even went lower. We ended up doing about $11,000 in sales.
And how much in profit does that equate to?
I think that's around $3,400.
So what are you thinking at this point? It's 3 months of sales kind of going down. Are you freaking out?
I'm definitely freaking out, because I've made a lot of investments in my business as well. Like, I'm doing content. So I'm buying cameras, I'm buying computers. Obviously, I made the largest inventory yet, 7,500 units, and I'm thinking, what did I just do?
But in the next couple months, something interesting starts to happen. So keep watching. Let's talk about month number 9. What did the sales numbers look like, and how are you feeling at this point?
So month number 9 was a little bit better. Started to get a little bit more momentum, and we did a little over $14,000 in sales.
After subtracting all the costs, what was the profit for that month?
It was almost $6,000 in profit. And what's nice is at this point, I got rid of all that inventory that was air shipped, and we had our new shipment arrive. That was actually seat shipment. So now my profit margins got a lot better.
It went from being around $11 per unit landed to around $7.50 per unit landed. So even though your revenue was down, your profit's actually been doing pretty good. So how did you feel at that point? Were you starting to feel a little bit better?
At that point, I was like, thank goodness the profit margins are a little bit bigger in case these sales never go back up. But it was a little bit of breathing room for sure.
And $5,700 in profit in a month is pretty good, especially considering it's your own business.
Yes.
Let's talk about that, because when you were a bartender, life was very different.
Yeah, as a bartender, that's actually more money than I would probably make as a bartender.
I also remember though you talking about how when you were a bartender, you'd have to work late night shifts and you have to do all this crazy stuff. And I remember you also saying that you woke up happy and excited to work on your business versus when you were a bartender, it was kind of a drag.
That's a good point. Never at any point during those months did I ever wake up like depressed or not wanting to work. You know, bartending, I really enjoyed that job. I did. Yeah. But I would say 80% of the time I woke up, I did not want to go to work. I didn't want to get out of bed, but really working on my own business, it was fun and I was motivated to figure it out. So.
And stick with us because we're gonna be talking about some of the biggest mistakes in just a minute, but some exciting news starts to happen. Yeah. So let's talk about month number 10. What was the revenue like and what started happening during that month?
So month number 10, we did over $13,000 in sales, still pretty consistent. But again, with those good profit margins, it was around $5,700 in profit.
And you started to get some good news during that month. You want to talk about the news?
Yeah, obviously I was a little stressed having all this inventory and not selling as much as I was used to. But I thought, wait, I can kind of expand this business if I'm sitting on all this inventory. Let's think about wholesale. Let's think about some other options to sell the product. And two things ironically happened that month. One, I actually did get a wholesale order. Someone found me on TikTok and wanted to put it in their store. So that was pretty cool, my first ever wholesale order. But two, I got an email from some people in Europe that actually wanted to expand the product into Europe.
Let's go into month number 11. Because I know you were still stressed because you still had a ton of inventory. We took a leap of faith and we were like bought 7,500 units worth of inventory. How did month 11 go?
So by month 11, we actually started getting a little bit higher in sales. I had a couple TikToks get some good views and we ended up doing about $18,000 in sales. A little over $8,000 in profit.
So things are starting to look better. Did you get any more wholesale orders during that time?
I did. I got like 2 or 3 different wholesale orders. I even got one person. Here's a cool story. Someone up in Canada ordered some. They sold them. She sold it so fast. She did a reorder and she was actually getting featured in a local magazine for carrying cocktail cards. So I mean, I'm actually starting to get a little bit more confidence, a little bit more momentum. Things are starting to look up.
So let's go into month number 12. In month 12, how much did you do in revenue?
So we did a little over $16,000 in revenue, so still doing pretty good, which was a little over $7,000 in profit.
What else happened during this last month? I know there's some other exciting news.
Yeah, so I fully committed to wholesale at that point. Joined a couple websites and also rearranged my website for people to do wholesale orders. And our first like real month pushing it, did a little over $17,000.
Wow. And you were also on Etsy during that month as well, right? Mm-hmm. How much in sales did you do on Etsy?
Yeah, we actually, so Etsy really wanted me to be on their platform. Decided, hey, why not?
Another platform, again.
Another platform. Product. And we ended up doing a little over $3,000 in sales.
So in total, in your first year selling on Amazon, how much money did you make?
So on Amazon, we did $287,000 in sales.
And after you subtract the product cost, all the different Amazon FBA fees, and all the other business expenses, how much in profit did you do in your first year ever selling on Amazon?
$106,000.
And if that doesn't sound like a lot of money, you also made money in a lot of other ways. Mm-hmm. In total, when you include wholesale, Etsy, your own website, Indiegogo, how much money have you made so far with this business?
So here's something that's pretty crazy. Last week, I just crossed a milestone. We did over $500,000 in sales.
Wow. And how much in profit is that for you?
That's around $180,000 in profit.
How does that compare to back when you were a bartender and you had to wake up and do the late nights?
Oh my gosh. It would take me 3 years to make that much money.
So before we get into the 3 big mistakes that you made with this business, including one mistake that cost over $100,000, let's talk about what's next for you in cocktail cards.
Yeah, honestly, wholesale gave me a lot of hope. Social media gave me a lot of hope. So I really want to focus on those 2 things. Get my Amazon sales back up, get ready for the holidays. And what's really cool is we are expanding into Europe, as we mentioned. and we just sent over 3,000 units there. But we also got into a major retailer over there called Harvey Nichols.
And that leads us into the biggest mistake that AJ made that cost him over $100,000. But there's actually 3 mistakes. And the first mistake was not starting his Amazon business sooner. And this is the most common mistake. I teach a lot of different people how to start Amazon businesses. And by far, this is the most common mistake that people make. They get stuck in analysis paralysis. Talk about why this was a mistake for you and how you would have fixed it.
Honestly, when I lost my job, money's just draining my bank account with nothing going in. I kind of went down that rabbit hole of get rich quick or easy money. And I knew it wasn't right and it didn't work for me. And that was a really big struggle. And then by the time I was like, look, I need to start a real legitimate business. Then I have well, how the heck am I going to afford it? I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm just a bartender. I don't know what I'm doing. That was a really, really hard step for me. And honestly, if I wasn't so backed up against a wall, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. And now looking at it, it's kind of silly, right? It's like I should have done it right away. Hell, I should have done it while I was bartending, honestly. It would have been a million times better.
And I know you joined my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. Did that help relieve some of the analysis paralysis?
It did. I actually joined a couple courses, but a lot of them were, private labeling, stuff like that. I didn't have any confidence in that stuff. I would say you kind of gave me the confidence of creating something unique, something my own, which is more in line with what I would want to do anyway. And you kind of gave me the idea of taking my bartending knowledge, put it on cards and teach people. And, I didn't have much confidence in the idea at first. But the more I thought about it I'm like, wow. And now all of a sudden, we were talking about this last night because we actually went out for dinner. I was the person who couldn't come up with ideas. Like, give me something, I'll run with it. And now I look around, I see ideas everywhere.
And that leads us into the second mistake that you made, and that's not outsourcing more work sooner. Want to talk about that?
Yeah, for me, again, money is a very common role with my business and kind of holding it back. I was terrified to lose money, and I was terrified to really hire anyone to do any work. Even though I know I can get a VA for cheap to do work, I just felt like I had to do it myself. And at the end of the day, what makes me money is my social media, my networking, all that type of stuff. And that's hard to do when I'm packaging up stuff, editing videos, doing all that. So eventually I'm kind of coming around to it. I now have a video editor. I have people in Europe, and I think right away I'm already feeling like this alleviation of stress. I also have a newborn daughter, and I don't have a lot of time to work on the business.
And that's why I say that Amazon can be a passive income source, is that once you get your business up and running, you can hire people to do a lot of the different work that you don't want to do. For instance, I hired people to handle all my customer service. I hired people to do everything to run my business. Now, obviously with AJ, he's going to continue to do social media, but that's something he loves to do. He can hire people to do all the boring parts of his business. And this leads us into the third mistake you made, and this is the mistake that cost you over $100,000, and that was not having faith in this business. Want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would say not having faith in the business / me, because again, what have I done before? I'm a bartender. Things were pretty bad for me when I started this business, and when things were really, really trendy, really, really big on TikTok, man, if I had more inventory, I would have made so much more. There'd be so much more breathing room.
And AJ and I met every single week for the last year or two as he was doing his business. And this was a common thing that we would talk about, is like, how much inventory should we order? And we always ordered too little inventory because we were nervous. We were scared. We didn't realize how big this business would have been. And if we would have always been in stock, if we always would have had inventory, I think you would have made an extra $300,000-$400,000 in sales easily, because there was months at a time where you were out of inventory. There was months at a time where we even had inventory, but we barely had enough. And so you weren't using the full force of your social media. I remember you're like, I'm going to stop filming videos because I'm too nervous. That's what happened partially in January. You're like, I'm scared. But now we finally have inventory, and I think you have more faith in yourself and in the business. Next up is Brent, who's one of the most successful students that I've had. He'll talk about his story. And Brent called me up after he joined the Passion Product Formula, my Amazon FBA training program. And he said, that I am a first responder helicopter pilot. I have 2 children. I don't have a lot of time, but I really want to start this business. And you're going to see his story. It's absolutely crazy. Last year, he did over $1 million in sales. He's going to share step by step how he started this business. He also started the business with like $25. One of the most inspiring stories that you will hear. And now I'm going to share with you Brent's story.
I've made over $1 million selling this product on Amazon, even though I have a full-time job and I'm a husband and a father of 2 children. I'm going to share with you what my product is, how I did it, all my startup costs, revenue, profits, and the 3 biggest mistakes, including one mistake that cost me over $1 million. I sell this product on Amazon called Sear Pro. To give you guys a baseline of who I am as a person, a troubled kid growing up, barely graduated high school. Fast forward 20 years later, I'm now a first responder helicopter pilot that flies for the hospitals. And the reason that I invented my product was there was nothing on the market like it. They had big torches and small torches for searing sous vide steaks, but no one had a big small. So I went to Home Depot, I spent $25 on parts, started selling them on eBay for $50 each, started making money immediately. And then as I was selling down the road, I was receiving emails from customers asking me, is there one with an igniter? Is there one with a handle? After about the second or third message, I realized we could start selling this product on Amazon. And the reason why is because they have over 100 million customer base. Once I realized I wanted to sell it on Amazon, I knew that I needed more knowledge, and the best place to go was YouTube. Obviously, there's online courses. I did my due diligence. I looked into multiple courses, and that's one of the reasons I took Travis's course, because I knew, based on all the videos I had saw, that his course was legitimate.
Brent, once you had the idea, what was the next step?
I then found some manufacturers like he recommended on Alibaba. I contacted 5 manufacturers, sent the letter to them. I found out the perfect fit for me. So our first production run was around $14,000. We also paid $2,700 for our shipping costs, but we were able to pay for all of this because we raised $15,000 on Kickstarter.
And a Kickstarter is where you show people an idea for a product that you want to create. People then pre-purchase your product before you spend any money on your business. So Brent, what happened after your Kickstarter?
So we finally launched on Amazon. We made $16,000 our first month, ran out of inventory and only sold 16 on our second month, got it back in stock and sold 44,000 on our third month, 66,000 on our fourth month, and it just kept scaling from there.
So within 4 months of launching, Brent had made over $100,000 with his first Amazon FBA product ever. But he did make 3 mistakes that ended up costing him close to $1 million. Brent, what was your first mistake?
About 6 months in, we had 2 attacks on our site on Amazon from outside sources, and that cost us around $50,000 to $70,000. So my first year selling on Amazon, I sold almost $750,000, and I'll break that down for you guys. About $160,000 was for the cost of the product itself. Amazon has a selling fee, several of them. One of them was about $70,000.
And this is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee.
They also have a 15% FBA fee. We paid $55,000 for that one. PPC, which is our ad spend, we spent $50,000 on our ad spend, and other fees like our insurance, our logistics, shipping it inside, our quality control, inspecting of the product. That costs about $150,000. Most importantly, our profit for that 1 year on Amazon was almost $250,000 in profit for me and my family. In addition, we also had other sites, which one of them sold $113,000. That was our own personal website. And the other ones are like eBay and Etsy and e-commerce sites, and that sold almost $70,000 in sales. We would have made even more money if it wasn't for our second mistake, which was running out of inventory during Christmas. During Christmas, you will sell triple the amount of volume. So how I fixed that was I used more of the proceeds of the money that I made and leveraged more of my house. And fast forward, we've never ran out of inventory ever again, and now we're sustainable. And in our second year selling on Amazon, we did over $1 million in sales. To break that one down for you guys, this year we spent $300,000 in our product costs. Our Amazon selling fee was now almost $90,000. The FBA fee is about $220,000. And then our PPC, our ads, was almost $80,000. But getting to the profit, $300,000 our second year in profit for my family and I.
On top of that, Brent made an additional $56,000 $67,000 selling his product on his own website and another $34,000 selling his product on other platforms such as Etsy and things like that. What was the biggest mistake you made with starting your Amazon FBA business?
One of the biggest mistakes I honestly feel like I made was I didn't launch my product soon enough because the money that comes in was incredible. I make about $20,000 to $30,000 a month. And yes, a lot of people that are watching this, you can do this on your own and you can fine tune your product and get your website up in 2 years by yourself. But why would you want to do that when you could take a course and get it done in 6 months? The product sat out in my garage for 2 years. And had I taken the course and not delayed, each month that I sell my product, I make about $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Imagine 2 years lost, not with those sales. So I would tell most people, if you think the course is some kind of scam, it never was. It's like anything else, like college. When you go there, you learn. When you go to take these online courses, they will teach you. Instead of learning something in 2 years, instead of delaying, you can learn it immediately. Within 3 to 4 months, you can get your product going quicker. You can get the profit and revenue. And overall, what I would tell people, this money and this course and being an entrepreneur has financially changed our lives forever. And my family's thankful for it.
Next up is Troy, and this is the most popular video I've ever made on my YouTube channel. This kid has a very relatable story. He started his business for very little money. He had a massive issue that you're gonna see about, but it ended up turning into success a little bit for him. And he's gonna share with you what he sells, all his numbers, everything. So let's get started with Troy's story. So let's get started off. Let's talk a little bit about what your passion product is, and then let's get right into how much it cost you to start selling.
Yeah, so I was a college tennis player, so I'm very familiar with tennis products. And when I was doing research on what product I wanted to do, I had some other ideas in mind. And then I was just like, well, I like tennis. Let's see if there's something I can do with tennis. And came across that I can get into tennis grips affordably for my first initial production run. And I think I can get into that market space.
And so the first cost that I sat down with him and we listed out everything, every single expense, and the first cost he had was the trademark. And to be honest, I thought he spent a little bit more, but let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was intimidated in getting a trademark and I didn't want to mess anything up. So I talked to a guy, a lawyer who could help me out, and he was like $100-ish to do it for me. And I was like, great, you take care of it. And I actually enjoyed him because there were a couple like things that he was able to hash out, and now that I'm building into more products, he's already taken care of those products in the trademark, so I don't have to like add or edit or do anything.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. I was just pointing out, you don't need to necessarily pay someone. You can always go to USPTO and do it yourself. But let's back up even further. How did you find a manufacturer for this? And let's talk about the process, including how much it cost you to get samples.
Totally. So I just went to Alibaba and I typed in tennis grips into their search engine, and it came up with 1,000 different products. So I found one that fit my budget and my MOQ.
Yeah.
And
MOQ, for anybody that doesn't know, minimum order quantity. Some people are like, you got to buy 50,000 grips, which is a lot for,
yes,
you know.
Yes. I did have to buy a little more than I wanted to, but in the long run, it ended up working out just fine to get the price down to where I wanted to be. But I just had like 10 different companies ship out, maybe a little less than that. But I got like 8 different grips that I was able to sample, like tacky grips, not like dry grips. And I found the grips that I liked to use the most and what I most commonly see out there on the tennis courts.
And this is one of the key things why I think Troy's story is so great, is he understands his product. It's something that he is passionate. He's a great tennis player. I've played with him and he crushes me. And he understands what makes a good grip versus a bad grip. Where someone like me, if I was just following the numbers, I wouldn't know what's a good grip versus, I mean, sure, this one's stickier, but maybe stickier is not always a good thing.
Right.
And how much did it cost you to get the samples?
It cost me, well, the samples were cheap, $1 or $2, but the shipping is where they get you. So it cost me about $20 per shipping for each sample. So let's just say anywhere from like $100 to $150 I spent on sampling stuff.
And then the next fee you got to keep in mind is the Amazon fee. And the Amazon fee is around $39.99. At what point did you sign up for the professional account and start doing it? Did you wait until inventory was ready, or?
I did it early. I kind of wanted to familiarize myself with the Seller Central account, so I probably paid for 3 months of not selling anything. So the $39.99 cost me, what, $100?
And I wish I would have talked to you. So there are times, this happened to me, where I was able to get reimbursed for the first 2 months. So it might be too late now that you've and it's not that big of a deal. But the other really big cost is the production run. How much did your initial production run cost you?
So it was supposed to cost me $3,600, which was totally good with that.
Yeah.
So when I first was talking to my manufacturer, they sent me like the logo and everything that they were going to put on the packaging, and I was like, great, looks great, let's do it. So they packaged everything up, and then I found out from my trademark lawyer that I couldn't use my logo that I wanted to use. I wanted to use Aiken, but Aiken was already taken. So
and his brand is taken, so that's why, yeah.
Taking grips. And so I had to talk to my supplier and be like, hey, I can't use this packaging. I need you to repackage my grips. And so it cost me an extra $400 for them to repackage, which I was kind of pleased with how much that cost me. I thought that it was going to be a bigger deal.
And this will be a repeating theme. You'll see some more mistakes coming up, but there's usually solutions to different mistakes. And so then after you got, so it was $4,000 for your total production run. What about ship? How'd you ship it over? Did you do sea shipping? Did you do air shipping?
I did sea shipping. It took about, the 30-day sea shipping is a lie, because you, like, when you finalize, give them the money, it takes them like 5 days to package it and get it off, and then it takes a couple days to get to sea, and then 30 days on sea, and then Amazon has to get it, and then it takes Amazon 7 days to get it up and running. So like maybe 45 days is like the 30-day shipping.
Another key principle of entrepreneurship that nobody talks about, everything takes longer than you think it will. And you got 15 days longer isn't as bad as, I've had it where it takes months longer. Sometimes I'll email people, and this actually just happened to me. I'll email them and they won't get back to me for a week, 2 weeks. And then it's just, I have to wait for that person, I have to wait for the next person. So that's not too bad. And then other fees, another big one is, did you go with an LLC or a DBA? And how much did that cost you?
I did like a sole proprietorship, so a DBA, and it cost me about $80.
Okay, so that's not bad. And the only thing you need for that is to get a bank account, and it just makes it a little bit easier to sell on Amazon. And a lot of people, you don't need an LLC unless you need legal protection. Like for performance nut butter, my passion product, I need legal protection because if someone eats it and gets sick, I don't want them coming and suing me. It's a limited liability company. Another fee that a lot of people have to deal with is barcodes, and some people, they cheap out and they get the cheaper barcodes. Did you end up getting the legit GS1, and how much did that cost you?
I did end up going with the GS1. I'm in it for the long term. I didn't want to didn't want to do the cheap ones and then it gets taken away. But yeah, that was, barcodes were confusing to me between the SKU and the ASIN and all those different like numbers, where I had to kind of watch. I mean, I came across your video on that, and like I had to really pay attention to that because I was confused. So I ended up watching a video that said just get the GS1 if you're gonna do it. So I paid $250 for 10 barcodes because at the time I only had 2 items, but I knew I wanted to get into colors, so I was gonna add more products. So that's why I was comfortable doing 10.
And it can be confusing at first. Basically, the FN SKU is the barcode that goes on the package so that you can send it into the Amazon warehouse, where the UPC code is, I think it's Universal Product Code. Basically, if you ever see the UPC code, or if you ever see an item scanned at Walmart or some store, that's the UPC code. Amazon needs you to have a UPC code to show that it's a legitimate product, but they want you to put the FN SKU on the product, so it can get a little bit confusing. And then the last, I think, expense you had was software. And you wanted, which software did you go with?
Right, I think I just found the best deal on Viral Launch, and I follow those guys on podcast, and I'm a big fan of those guys. I really enjoy listening to them, and I think they're honest about a lot of the information they get. So they did good branding, in my opinion. So I haven't tried Jungle Scout or any of the other ones, but I've just been happy with Viral Launch, so I've stuck with them. They can be a little pricey at like $85 a month when I'm getting started.
Oh wow.
Because I wanted to do they have cheaper packages, but for some of the analytics that I needed, I had to go to the bigger account, and definitely think it was worth it. And then once I got my product up and running and I didn't need them, then I don't pay the $84.99 a month.
Totally.
Yeah,
and there's Helium 10, Viral Launch, and Jungle Scout. I did do a video, I'll link up here and down below, where I compare the different platforms.
One thing I also want to mention is I did pay for pictures, if we didn't include that.
That's a good thing to include.
So I paid $150 for, I think it was Viral Launch's team, like they have another third party that does pictures. So I paid $150 for like 7 pictures. So I got a main image and then a bunch of side images.
And did it take, was it computer rendering or
no?
was it?
So what I did is I bought a white board and then took pictures with it and sent it into it, and then they got creative with it and put text with it, or they put a tennis player in it. I had to like ask them. They put a tennis player that holds a racket like this, and I was like, that person doesn't look like a tennis player. Can we get a different person for this image?
Again, this is where having passion and actually understanding your product comes in handy, because I'm sure if you were on Amazon and you saw grips with someone holding it up like this, you'd be like, what? This doesn't feel legit.
Yeah.
But in total, it cost you around $5,800 to get started, which isn't an insane amount, but it also isn't cheap. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Right, yeah. Well, I thought that it was going to cost me $3,600 to do it. And then so there's another $2,000 of unexpected fees that a lot of people don't tell you about.
Another principle of entrepreneurship, there's always unexpected fees, always unexpected delays. But you'll see, we'll go over month by month his numbers. In the long run, it's 100% worth it. So let's get started with your first month selling on Amazon. And we talked about this before. Your launch strategy was pretty much just launch it, have some friends, have some people buy it and leave reviews. So the first month you sold around 250 units or so. And what total revenue from that was it?
Yeah, so total revenue was around $1,200. And I was selling at a cheaper price point than what I'm selling at now. And so for selling 250 units, I was pretty stoked on that. Like looking at the numbers, I was hoping to get to about 500 units. So the fact that in my first month I had done 250 units, I was pleased with that. And I was definitely using a lot of friends and family that don't share my Wi-Fi to get some purchases to get started.
So technically it's against the terms of service to get friends and family to buy products. Here's the little, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but as long as you don't share Wi-Fi, Amazon doesn't always know. So be careful though, be aware of that kind of thing.
And it was like 10 family and friends.
Yeah.
So I wasn't every person in my contact, hey man, I'll send you a Venmo for $7 to buy my product. It was just like a couple people to get me off the ground.
And really, Amazon doesn't care about, my experience has been, and other people I know's experience has been, Amazon doesn't care about that. They care about the giant companies in China that are getting 500 fake reviews. That's the people they're really trying to target. In all honesty, you gotta imagine if you're Amazon and someone's promoting, hey, go to Amazon and buy some stuff, they probably are gonna turn the other cheek. But yeah, I don't wanna get any comments about how I'm gonna get people banned. So obviously that's really great. And so total revenue was around, was it $1,200 or so? And it's great. Revenue's amazing, but as you and I both know, revenue is not profit. Let's go over all your different costs. So how much did it cost you to do, how much to actually make the products, each individual product?
Well, so my unit cost came out to be about $1.37, including packaging, including shipping, including the product, everything. So let's just round it out $1.50, so because then PPC also takes. So if I'm selling, at that point I was selling it for $6, so $1.50, I was about $4.50. Amazon was taking about $3.50 at the moment for that. So I was like profiting almost $1 a sale.
Okay, so in total for your first month, it was about break even, which this is another big wake-up call for a lot of new sellers. Breaking even on your first month is actually a good thing, because what Troy was doing was he was paying for PPC, he's paying for data, he's paying for the algorithm to recognize that he's got a legitimate product. And it's okay. So the people that win in Amazon, in entrepreneurship, they're the people that are in it for the long run. So let's keep going. Month number 2, how many units did you sell? How much in revenue did you do?
Yeah, month two is great. I did about 250 units, so I was 50 units better. I'm getting towards my goal. I did about $1,600 in revenue. I also at some point decided to try seeing if I could sell at a little higher price point, and it didn't affect my sales at all. So I was able to keep it there. And I also came across something called small and light shipping, which basically it means I can only sell on Amazon. So if I wanted to sell on eBay or self-sell, I couldn't have eBay or I couldn't have Amazon ship it for me.
Gotcha.
But it took my cost from Amazon taking about $3.50 to taking $3. So that added 50 cents back in my pocket, and I raised my price $1, so it added a whole $1.50 of straight profit into my pocket.
And another very important principle is if you want to make more money, you can either decrease your costs, which Troy did, or you can increase your price, which Troy also did. And that's really an easy way. And a lot of times, another big principle, people aren't always as price sensitive as you might think. On Amazon, people, if it's $1 more or $1 less, a lot of times they're just gonna buy whatever they want and whatever looks good. It doesn't make that big of a difference. So I would recommend always trying to be within reason, the most expensive and the best product rather than trying to be the cheapest and trying to just be the cheapest and the worst product. That's not a long-term strategy. So let's move into month number 3. How much revenue, how many sales?
Month 3 actually decreased a little bit, which I'm not exactly sure why. I think I also might have run into a little problems with revenue as far as like I did, when I did my first shipment, I did 3 packs and then I also did like a bulk 60 pack, which weren't selling at all. So that was a big problem. And so what I had to do was I had to create a removal order for all those, and then I bought my own packaging and my own FNSKU numbers to put onto the packaging, and then eventually I shipped those back into Amazon, which was a couple unexpected costs that I had to do $100 worth of baggies, and then to print the labels, and then about another $50 to $100 of shipping it back into Amazon.
Right. So after product cost, Amazon FBA fees, all those different things, you had a total profit of around $200, I think, is the number. Okay, so at this point, how are you feeling about Amazon? Are you feeling like it's a good opportunity, or are you still kind of iffy?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it as far as I'm profitable after month 3, which I was stoked on to be making money there, and I knew that I could keep going, and that if I started to do things right, because I knew I was making mistake after mistake, and I knew like eventually I would get things streamlined and like get costs down. And so if I could get that up to like $500 to $1,000, like I would have been really happy, because my goal was kind of about to pay for rent basically with it, to like make it around $1,000 ish with it.
But let's go into month number 4, where you did about $1,800 in revenue and sold around 300 units.
Right, so I was getting back on track. I'd also put colors into my repertoire now, because I took those mixed 60 packs and I now sent them back in as 3 packs with different colors. I think that helped get me back. Yeah, so then I had my best month. Again, profited around $300-ish. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm growing a little bit here by month.
But now comes the really big mistake that cost you $1,600, and make sure to smash that like button, because this is Troy. He's bringing the value here. Like, he made $1,600 worth of mistakes, so you can learn from him. Smash that like button. But let's talk about the mistake, and let's talk about month number 5.
Yeah, so month number 5 is when everything changed for me. So I was doing about $10 or 10 units a day, which is about $600 of profit, but then the $300 of PPC I was doing, so sticking around 300. So on June 14th, I woke up one morning and all my inventory was gone.
Very good thing, usually.
Right? I saw like $10,000, $12,000 in my Amazon number, and I was like, wow, I'm gonna be out, but like, who cares? I just made $12,000 of revenue.
Yeah.
But then I realized that I didn't have anything in like my profit center, or like where it transfers over. Like, I had a bunch of things in promo and rebates. So I was like, what promo or rebate do I have going on? So about a week before, I had a customer reach out to me and said, hey, I didn't receive my product. Amazon delivered it to the wrong address. So I was like, okay, no worries. Here's a free coupon for code. Also, I don't think you can give away a free like 100% free.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
So I tried to do it at 99%. So I made like a taken free 99 code that I customized. I didn't know that there was a difference between promotions and coupons. Yep. And the way it works out is if you create a custom coupon, it goes out to the entire world or custom promotion, it goes out to the entire world no matter what. So everybody got access to my grips. So people were buying hundreds of grips at a time, which I've since seen on eBay, people reselling my grips.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. But either way, so I contacted Amazon right away. Luckily, I woke up and like it had only like been an hour past since that had happened. So I called eBay, canceled as many orders as I could, but some of them had already been processed. So about 250 of them had already gone through, which at $7 a grip, it cost me about $1,600, which that's just what Amazon took, because I had to pay the full $7 plus the $1.50 that it cost me to make the grip. So it was like an $8.50 error per the $250 or to the 250 units that I lost.
So in month 5, you did about $4,000 in revenue, sold again around 400 units or so. And then after your product cost, Amazon FBA fees, all the other fees, what was your net profit?
Yeah, so I would have net profited about $1,000, but due to that error, I ended up losing about $600 that month.
Ouch. But here is where things start to get really interesting, is a lot of times what I found in my life, and you'll see in a second here, sometimes the worst things that happen end up leading to some of the best things with your business and in life. So let's go into month 6, and this is where things start turning around a little bit. Month 6, how much in revenue, how many units did you sell?
Right, so since I had that huge mess up that I was doing about 10 units a day, I started doing about 15 units a day, 20 units a day. All of a sudden I was doing 30 units a day and was crushing it. And I was kind of taking my PPC cost down dollar by day to like, since I didn't need to spend so much since I was doing so well. And now I'm doing about 1,000 units a month ever since that. So months 5, 6, 7 have now been 1,000 units, and if I'm profiting $2, you know, that's around $2,000 a month that I'm profiting.
So that's enough in Santa Monica, which is where I live, where he lives, at a freaking amazing town where rent's extremely expensive, enough to pay rent in what I assume is probably one of your dream locations.
There's nowhere else I'd rather live.
That, to me, is the power of Amazon and also the power of thinking long term. But before we go into Troy's biggest lesson, comment down below about a mistake you've made that ended up leading into something really amazing. And let's transition. If you could go back in time, if you could tell your previous self before you started selling on Amazon one thing, what would it be and why?
Yes, so many things, but I think the biggest thing would be to have somebody to talk to so that I don't have to make these mistakes. That like, I had 2 older brothers and it was so nice to learn from all their mistakes that I didn't have to make those mistakes growing up. So like when I was doing this, I just watched YouTube videos and then went ahead and did it, which was a great learning experience.
Yeah,
it taught me a lot.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to like talk to somebody about the shipping, whether I want to do by sea or by plane, and just get my inventory in and start selling. Yeah. So those would be some things. Like I didn't know how to create a campaign, or like what images would be right, or like I kind of knew some good keywords, but there's also like, because I'm competing against Wilson in head, but like, can I use those keywords in my listing? I don't know. So like, it would have been nice to have somebody to talk to about that who's been there and done that.
And this is one of the most important principles. Don't try to do this by yourself. The biggest success I've had is when I've surrounded myself with other people at my level and when I've been able to have people ahead of me to ask questions to. After I'd had success and I've taught a lot of other people how to have success, I partnered with another student, Willem, on a product called Rocket Tea, and this is that story.
I was looking for a way to make passive income online because I love to travel and I wanted the freedom you get from having an online business. So through a YouTube rabbit hole, I found Travis's videos, but I've never sold on Amazon before, so I was nervous on how to do it. So I ended up joining Travis's program, and in the program, Travis shared with me the opportunity to partner on high caffeine tea.
And I found this product idea using a tool called Helium 10 that allows you to see exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. And since people go to Amazon.com to search for things that they want to buy, if you see that a lot of people are searching for a certain thing, you can make a product to fill that search result and end up making a lot of money. And using this tool, I saw that people on Amazon were searching for high caffeine tea, highest caffeine tea, and a bunch of other related search phrases. And most importantly, when I went to Amazon and searched for these things, there was no products on Amazon that matched the search results. The next cost Willem had when creating this product is actually designing the logo for the product. And how much did that cost?
That cost $299 using a website called 99 Designs.
On top of that, he also used 99 Designs to design the packaging for the product. And how much did that cost?
That cost $399.
And this is really important because when you're going to be launching a product on Amazon, you want to have a professional logo and a professional design. Because when people go to Amazon and they search for something like high caffeine tea, you want to make sure that when they see your product, they're going to click on your product and ultimately buy your product. And the way to do that is to have a professional design. From there, you need to find a manufacturer for your product. And Willem, how did you find the manufacturer for this product?
So to find a manufacturer, I just went to Google and I just searched for every single tea manufacturer, tea supplier, tea blender, and I went through the first page, the second page, and the third page, just emailing as many of these contacts that I could find to approach them with the idea of creating a high caffeine tea. And most of them didn't want to actually take on this project because for one reason or another. But I did find somebody in the end that was based here in the United States that was excited to work with me.
And then the next step was you had to get a prototype, a sample of the product. How much did it cost you to get that sample of this high caffeine tea product?
So from this manufacturer, he charged me $100 to send me a sample.
And this manufacturer only was gonna make the tee. You had to find a different manufacturer for the actual pouch. And when you found that pouch manufacturer, you had to get a sample created to see if your design looked good. How much did that cost?
It would cost $14 for the manufacturer of the pouches to send me a sample of what it would look like. That sample actually didn't even have my design on it at all. It was actually just a sample of what the pouches that they offered were.
And once you approved the packaging, you had to get all those pouches printed out. How much did that cost?
That cost $760 to get about 500 pouches printed.
And then you sent those pouches to the master tea blender, your real manufacturer, and you did another production run of 500 units of your product, and they put the high caffeine tea into the tea bags, and then those tea bags into the pouch. How much did it cost to create 500 units from your manufacturer?
That cost about $3,600.
And one thing we should mention is before you did the production run, you actually got a UPC code from GS1. And a UPC code stands for Universal Product Code, and every single product in the world has this code. And to be able to sell on Amazon, you need to buy one of these barcodes for your product. And how much did that cost you?
That cost $30.
From there was a few other things that you needed to do before launching this product on Amazon. The first was you needed to get an LLC. How did you get your LLC and how much did that cost?
I went online and just tried to find an LLC that I could set up mostly online, and I found that in Wyoming it was pretty easy to do that.
So you went to wyregisteredagent.com and it cost around $360. So it's pretty easy to set up.
Yes.
Another thing you need to do before launching your product on Amazon is create a listing for your product on Amazon's website. For this, you need to fill in a title, the bullet points, the description, but you also need to have images for your product. So how did you get the images for your product and how much did it cost you?
Travis, as graphic designer, made my images for me, and I had got 7 images made for $115.
And now that all that was done, it was finally time to launch Rocket Tea. So the next step was to send the products, the 500 units, from the manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse. And how much did it cost you to ship those 500 units into the Amazon warehouse?
That was not that expensive because Amazon has a shipping rate deal and it costs like $60.
So at this point, you spent over $5,800 starting your business, and we're about to launch, and we're gonna show you the real results of the launch in just a second. But how are you feeling?
Well, it was a lot of money, so I was nervous that it wasn't gonna work. I had never done this before, and I was hoping that everything was done correctly.
So now it's finally time to launch Rocket Tea on Amazon. And a key thing, if you're gonna be launching a product on Amazon, if you wanna make money off Amazon, is you wanna make the launch as big as possible. You wanna get as many sales as possible from day one. Because what happens is when Amazon sees that you get a ton of sales, they're gonna put your product up higher in the search results. And the higher your product is in the search results, the more sales that you're gonna get. Because when people search for things on Amazon, they're most likely to buy the product that's in first place, that comes up first in the search results, followed by second, third, fourth, and fifth. So you wanna make sure you get your product as high up in the search results as possible, and the way to do that is to get as many sales as possible from day one. So we've been emailing everybody out. We've been letting them know that this product's coming, and when it finally comes to launch the product on launch day, what happens?
Well, everybody was excited to purchase it, and it was online, but Amazon actually took the listing down after just a few hours because they said that there was a problem with my barcode, which is the UPC code. So I went to GS1, which is where I purchased the barcode. I downloaded all the supporting documents that said I was the owner. I submitted those to Amazon, and then Amazon put my listing back online.
So a key lesson here is that there's going to be issues. There's going to be mistakes that happen, but there is usually a solution. So we ended up moving back the launch date from the 20th, which is what we had originally planned, back to the 29th. And what happened when we finally launched this product on Amazon?
Well, we actually opened up the listing the night of the 28th to make sure there were no issues, and in that time made 8 sales.
So we had told everyone that it's not going to be available till the 29th, but still there was 8 people that just happened to be searching on Amazon and happened to buy their product, which is amazing. And that ended up being $160 in sales before we even had officially launched. Then on the actual launch day, how much in revenue did this product do?
We did $539.73 on the first day.
And that's about 27 units of the product that we sold. Now, something to keep in mind is that number is revenue and not profit. There was a lot of costs associated with selling this product, even on the first day. For instance, there was the cost to produce the products that we sold. How much did it cost to produce all the products that we sold on this first day?
It cost around $236.70 to make the products.
And then another fee that a lot of people don't tell you about is just to sell on the Amazon platform, there is a 15% fee. And how much did you pay for that fee?
That was $80.96.
there's also an Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. This is the fee that every time you get a sale on Amazon's website, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship the product out to the customer, but you have to pay for that. And how much did that cost?
That cost $115.29.
So in total, in the first day selling Rocket Tea on Amazon, you ended up making about $80, which is not a lot of money, but part of the reason why this profit margin was so low is because for the first 2 weeks of launching Rocket Tea on Amazon, he discounted the price from $24.99 down to $19.99. And because when you're first launching a product on Amazon, you really want to do everything you can to get as many sales as possible so that you can get your product ranked to the top of the search results, knowing that in the first few weeks, you're probably not going to be making a lot of money. What you're really trying to do is get that high ranking position so that you can make money later on with your business. So that was our revenue from the big launch day, but the question was, what's the next day going to look like and the next day after that? And we're going to be sharing the entire first month, day by day, all the sales numbers. So on the second real day that we're selling this product, what did the revenue number look like?
That was about $139.
And when you subtract out the product costs and all the other costs, the total profit in the second real day that we had was a little over $20. Day 4 was $159 in sales. Day 5 was a little under $100 in sales. Day 6 was $139 in sales. And day 7 was over $200 in sales, for a total of $1,400 in revenue in Willem's first week ever selling on Amazon. And when you subtract out the product costs, the Amazon selling fee, and the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, in your first week ever selling on Amazon, what was your total profit?
That was $218.
Which is pretty good for your first week ever selling on Amazon.
Yep, I was happy with it.
And what did your sales look like in your second week selling on Amazon? And I know that we were nervous because the first week we're like, okay, we had this big push and we were kind of wondering, are we going to get any sales in the second week? What did those numbers look like?
That was about $1,400 in sales.
And then you also had the product cost, which cost you around $600, the Amazon selling fee, which is another $200, plus the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, which cost $300. So how much profit did you do in your second week?
$215.
And that leads in the third week of Willem selling on Amazon. And something really interesting happened this week because we raised the price from $19.99 all the way up to $24.99.
And I was nervous if people would still buy it or if it was too expensive.
And the day that we raised the price up, I checked the sales in the morning and we had 0 sales.
And usually by 10 a.m. we have a few sales, so I texted Travis if we should lower the price back down.
And I said, let's wait a little bit longer and see how the day turns out. And by the end of the day, we ended up having 12 sales, which is $300 in revenue. And the crazy thing about this is all our product costs, the Amazon fees stayed about the same per unit, which means that our final profit was $86, which is about triple as much as we would normally make from selling 12 units. And in total, in your third week selling on Amazon, after raising the price, what happened to the revenue?
Revenue actually went up and we ended up making around $1,900.
Which, after you subtract out all the costs, ended up being $400 in profit in his third week selling on Amazon, which is about double as much as we had made the previous week while the product was on sale. And what about in week 4? How have the sales been for the rest of that first month?
It kept growing and the revenue was over $2,000 and the profit was $600.
So in total, when you add in the remaining few days of selling in your first month on Amazon, how did the numbers look?
We made about $7,800.
And when you subtract out the product cost, the Amazon selling fee, the Amazon pick and pack fee, what was the total profit in your first month ever selling on Amazon?
About $1,700.
Which is pretty good. But he did make 3 really big mistakes that ended up costing him thousands of dollars. And make sure you pay attention because by avoiding these mistakes, you could save a lot of money. The first mistake that Willem made that cost him over $2,000 was overpaying for PPC. And it is important when you're first launching a product on Amazon that you do spend some money on Amazon PPC, which stands for pay per click. And this is a way for your product to get to the top of the search results where you pay every time someone clicks on your ad. And this is good because it lets Amazon know that you have a product that people actually want to buy. But if you're not careful, you might spend more money than you actually make from PPC. And how much money did you spend on PPC?
I spent about $2,000.
And we didn't include that cost when we were talking about his first month profit. So once you include that $2,000, technically this product actually lost money in the first month. But a key thing to know here is that that is okay. That when you're first launching on Amazon, it's okay to spend a little extra money just to get your ranking high up in the Amazon search results. And you're also paying for data. And the way that Amazon PPC works is you tell Amazon that when someone searches for a certain phrase, that you're willing to show your ad at the top of the search results and pay every time someone clicks. Sometimes you discover things that work and are really profitable, and sometimes you find things that aren't that profitable, and your goal in your first month is to test out lots of different things, see what works, see what doesn't. So a lot of times you're going to overspend on the first month. The second mistake that Willem made was not having a bigger launch. And one thing that I always recommend is to create a social media account to try to get as big of a following as you can, to try to get as many email addresses as you can, so that leading up to the launch, you can email everyone and let everybody on your social media know that you just launched your product. Now, this is something that you didn't do as much of. Why did you not do that? And how would you do it differently?
If I could do it again, I would have taken TikTok more seriously and grew that social media platform so that I could broadcast to all the fans that Rocket Tea was available. I feel silly not to have done that better. A bigger social media following during the time of launch would have been nice to sort of broadcast to those followers that are already interested in the product.
And I had one student, AJ, who used TikTok to do over $500,000 in his first year ever selling on Amazon. So TikTok and social media is a crazy fast way for you to make a lot of money with Amazon. And the third mistake that Willem made, and this is a very common mistake that almost every single student that I work with makes, is I think if Willem would have started this business even earlier, we would have already had that unprofitable month behind us and he'd already be starting to make a profit. What advice do you have for people at home?
I would say don't get stuck in analysis paralysis and don't be afraid to fail forward. I went back and forth on a lot of different things and it kept me from getting started sooner.
And as someone that had watched my YouTube channel, and she's making over $1 million a year with Amazon now, and she's projected to make over $1 million with her Amazon product. And this is her story.
I discovered sea moss as a way to get mucus out of the lungs. It wasn't until I graduated college that I started Akasha Superfoods. I actually watched some of Travis's videos, and it was my dream to launch a product on Amazon, and I used his method to set up my Amazon page and start selling on Amazon. I first started making it in my kitchen, selling it to people all around Los Angeles. Then we launched in retailers, and now we sell sea moss gel packets, gummies, capsules, and we have our first skincare product.
And selling products on Amazon is a huge opportunity because Amazon has over 300 million Prime customers. Last year, there was over $500 billion spent on their website. And people like you, me, and Anna can all sell our products on Amazon. And this is a growing trend of people buying things online. Right now, around 18% of all sales are happening online, but that number is going to continue to grow every single year. And 50% of all the sales that happen online happen on Amazon.com here in the United States. And the first step Anna used to start her Amazon business was to spend $300 on her initial prototype. What was your initial prototype and how did you do it?
We designed a label in Canva. In the free version, we created a label for our original product, the Gold Sea Moss Gel. I ordered jars from Amazon in cases of 12, and I started just making them in my kitchen. I set up an Instagram page, Akasha Superfoods. I had my own blog as well called Gratitude and Food, where I was driving traffic from that blog and Instagram page to my new business page. And people started discovering it, sharing it, and I was doing deliveries all over LA.
And you ended up making $700 in sales from your initial $300 investment. At this point, you realized that this could be a legitimate business, and you went and you got an LLC, which costs around $800. How did you get your LLC?
So we did it on LegalZoom.
If you're at home and you're thinking about whether or not you should get a LLC, if you're selling a consumable product, it's probably smart to have that legal protection because LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. It separates you from your business. But your business was starting to grow rapidly and you weren't able to make it in your kitchen anymore. So you had to go find a commercial kitchen to make it out of. How much did that cost and how did you find your commercial kitchen?
So I found our commercial kitchen actually through a friend who had previously used the commercial kitchen. That commercial kitchen costed us $950 a month, which was a significant payment for a very small business. We were in the commercial kitchen about 12 hours a week, and we started just producing around 70 jars a week to 100 jars, and then it started increasing as we were launching into more retail stores.
And I know you were spending around $60 a week in spring water because you're using spring water to make your sea moss. Spending another $300 or so a week in sea moss, and then another $240 in jars because she was actually buying the jars from Amazon and it was $24 for a pack of 12 jars. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. And there was only a maximum like 5 that you could order.
So you'd have to go order 5 and then order another set of 5. And And at home, if you're looking to get jars, how do you do it now? Because there's better ways.
Now we work with a company that just orders them by the pallet.
Yes, buying by the pallet is going to be a lot more affordable. But you need to get to that point. So when you first started,
I couldn't store a pallet of jars in my living room.
and around this time, sales started spiking because you had some TikTok videos going viral. How did you do that?
People started purchasing the product organically, whether it was in stores or on our Shopify store, and they were posting videos on TikTok about their skin clearing up, and all of these were organic videos, and it was just a ripple effect from there. People were discovering the product, noticing good results from it, and then posting about it because they genuinely cared.
And because your sales are starting to increase, it really wasn't sustainable for you to go to the commercial kitchen and keep making it yourself. So you actually had to find a co-packing manufacturer. And a co-packer is a manufacturing company that's going to make the products for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. How did you find this company?
Yes, so we actually reached out to hundreds of co-packers, and until we got a yes from one manufacturer who was willing to work with us and test out this unique product.
Because making your product isn't that simple, right? There's a lot of steps involved here.
Super labor
How do you
intensive.
do it?
Very labor intensive. So they were putting it in the dry goods section, and the product was expiring sooner than it was supposed to, going bad, and we just didn't have the bandwidth to really overlook all of those retail stores. We were with a distributor too that was sending out expired product to retail stores, and we had a ton of credit requests for that because
They wanted their money back.
They wanted their money back, yeah, because they couldn't accept the product. The product would arrive 2 months expired because our product only had a 5 to 6 week shelf life.
And so what made you want to start selling on Amazon? Because at this point, you've been doing retail stores, Shopify. Why sell on Amazon?
Amazon is where everyone shops already. So it only made sense to me. I had been watching Travis's videos actually for a while, and he really made me want to start an Amazon product. So our capsules were the first product to go onto Amazon. Then we had our dry moss, and the goal was really to get the sea moss gel on Amazon.
Now we're going to walk you through how she got her sea moss gel on Amazon. So the first step was you had to do manufacturing. Talk us through that. Was that difficult, expensive? What's all the details?
We had to develop a product that had an 18-month shelf life, and this is the world's first liposomal sea moss gel. And we created this without compromising any of the nutrient content in the sea moss gel. We tried a pasteurization machine. We tried boiling the product. We tried so many different things, and this was our best solution, and it's an Amazon-friendly product.
So you went to the manufacturer. Was it the same co-packer that was able to make it?
Completely different.
Completely different. How did you find this new co-packer?
I hired a consultant for $2,000 a month, and this was we worked with them for 3 months, and we went through every single step. They helped us with testing the product. We tried so many different things, pasteurization, and then we finally landed on this product, and they connected us with our current manufacturer.
So sometimes if it's really hard to find a manufacturer, you can hire someone. Usually it's relatively easy to find a manufacturer. You can use websites like Alibaba.com if you're looking to buy something that's made overseas in China, or if you're looking to get something made in the United States, there's a website called Thomasnet.com that a lot of US manufacturers are on. But when you're looking for something very specific, very niche, it might make sense to hire someone to help you with that process. So you found a manufacturer, you did your first production run. The next step was getting this product on Amazon. And for that, you needed to buy a UPC code, and you can actually get a UPC code if you're just looking for one for $30. This is the barcode that's on every single product, and it makes it so that it can be scanned at a cash register, but you also need it in order to be sold on Amazon. The next step when selling a product on Amazon is you need to create your listing, and there's a few different aspects to this. You have to create a title, you got to have a main image and all your side images, bullet points. How did you create your listing?
So I set up just a basic listing on my own, but I didn't have a ton of knowledge besides of what I watched on Travis's videos. But that really isn't my focus in the business. So I decided to delegate it to an agency called Mindful Goods, and they were able to set up the listing off of what I had, and they created the 3D renders. They created everything for the listing and the SEO.
And if you are looking to create your own listing and you don't want to hire someone, I do have an Amazon FBA program. There's a link in the description down below. And I walk through step by step, actually every single step of the process of starting an Amazon business. And the next step after you have your listing to have success on Amazon is to launch your product. And you want to try to get as many sales from day one as possible, because when you put a new product on Amazon, Amazon doesn't know where it should place your product in the search results. And the key to having success with Amazon is to get your product to the top of the search results. So when someone types CMOS or CMOS gel, Anna wants her product to be the #1 product on the search results because most of the sales that happen on Amazon are from the product that's in the first place spot. So how did you go about launching your product, and how did you make sure that your product would get to that first place spot?
We did a few things. We posted about it on Instagram. We included it in our email list multiple times, repeating it almost every week until people started purchasing it on Amazon. We included it in our stand store. So when people clicked the link in our bio on our Instagram or on our TikTok, which we were driving a ton of organic traffic on those social media sites, that was the first thing that people saw was purchase the packets on Amazon, purchase the spray on Amazon, purchase the capsules on Amazon. And then we also sent the link to all of our friends and family and asked them to purchase the product and leave a review.
And in your first month selling on Amazon, you ended up doing over $8,000 in sales for this product. How did you feel about that?
I was extremely happy, and I thought that that was a lot considering we don't have that many reviews and we only have 3.5 stars.
Why is your star rating so low? Because it's a great product.
So people that just dislike the product seem to be leaving us reviews, yet we receive DMs on Instagram every day from people saying that they are obsessed with the product. We receive great reviews on our website. So for some reason on Amazon, we just have it.
And for those at home, the $8,000 is revenue. It's not profit. Let's break down some of the different costs. The first cost that Anna had when selling her product on Amazon was the cost of purchasing every unit that she sold on Amazon. How much did you spend in order to make those $8,000?
We spent around $1,500 on product costs.
The next fee that Anna had when selling her product on Amazon was the 15% Amazon selling fee. And anytime you sell a product on Amazon, you have to pay them 15% of whatever you're making. How much did you spend on this selling fee?
We spent $1,300.
There's another fee called the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. This is the fee that you have to pay to Amazon every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships out your product to the customer. And how much did you spend on that?
We spent $1,000 on that.
And what are your thoughts on paying that $1,000 versus, because you've shipped out products yourself, right? When you get sales on Shopify, you have to ship it out yourself. Is it worth it or is it too much?
I think it's totally worth it. We have also worked with cold storage before, and this was actually cheaper.
Yeah, a lot of times people complain about all the fees on Amazon, but they don't realize that if you have a Shopify website, you still have to pay for shipping, and you'll probably have to pay for either a 3PL, which stands for third-party logistics company, and that's a company that'll ship out the products for you, or you're gonna have to pay for employees, or you're gonna have to do it yourself. So paying for these Amazon fees, in my opinion, is worth it. And in total, in your first month ever selling this product on Amazon, you did over $4,000 in profit. How did that feel?
It felt amazing. I was pretty sad that we were receiving some 1 and 2 star reviews because people's packages were arriving broken. And so they were leaving reviews, even though that wasn't even our fault. It was the way that they were being shipped. And people were angry and leaving those bad reviews, even though it doesn't even have anything to do with the actual product.
It's actually the fault of the Amazon FBA Fulfillment Center. The good news about this is, and something that you learned, is you can actually, one, get your money back for this. Anytime they damage a product, they'll pay you full retail price for it. And two, if someone leaves a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star review complaining about that, you can get it removed because it's not your fault. It's Amazon's fault. They'll remove that. It'll help your ranking. And that brings us to month 2. And in month 2, you did over $9,000 in sales, but only around $1,400 in profit. And that's because you spent over $3,000 in Amazon PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon, and it'll make it so that your product shows up at the top of the search results.
It was a little bit disappointing. One of the ads did really well, and then the other ones didn't do so hot.
And you have to be careful as a beginner when spending money on Amazon PPC. I know a lot of people that think, I'm just going to spend thousands of dollars and make tens of thousands of dollars. And that can happen, but a lot of times if you're not careful, you're going to waste your money. So I recommend starting slow and scaling up, but keep in mind that it is a learning process and you are paying for data. In the early days, you probably won't be profitable, but if you keep at it and you keep learning about what works and what doesn't work, in the long run, you probably will make money using PPC. And you did that. And in month 3, you did over $10,000 in revenue and over $4,000 in profit. And during this month, you spent around $1,000 in PPC. Why do you think that your sales increased? It's pretty much increased every single month. Why do you think that it's been increasing?
We've had a ton of repeat buyers because they're using the product consistently month after month. And then on top of that, we're also having a ton of people come in from TikTok and Instagram that are discovering us.
And this is one of the benefits of having a consumable product, because when someone buys your product and they like it, they're going to buy it again and again every single month. Plus, if it's a good product, they're going to tell their friend. And this leads to a snowball effect where your sales are going to increase over time, and you don't really need to do anything for that if you have a great product. And in Anna's first year, she did over $72,000 if you include retail and wholesale. In her second year, she did over $800,000, and over $500,000 of that came from her own Shopify website. And this is one of the big reasons why I recommend you sell a passion product, because when you're selling a passion product, which is a unique product that you're actually interested in, people won't just buy it from Amazon. They'll go to your website and buy it from your website as well. And $500,000 on Shopify is absolutely amazing.
It's incredible.
And so far in her third year, Anna has done over $500,000 in sales and is going to continue to grow. And there's hopefully even more sales coming. You want to talk about that?
Yes. We have a few outstanding POs from major retailers that we're going to be launching into. And we had a huge inventory issue this year, as well as last year we had 6 different SKUs of our gel. And this year we only have 1 SKU of our gel. So it is a lot different. We've had to transition products completely. And that's been a challenge for us. Yet I feel like we're just getting started once again.
And now let's get into the 3 biggest mistakes that Anna made, including one mistake that cost her over $100,000. Let's talk about this mistake. What was that mistake, and how can people at home avoid this?
Packaging was a huge problem for us. We were selling the CMOS gel in glass jars. We had a ton of breakage. We had to ship everything on a refrigerated freight, and we were receiving tons of credit requests from different retailers. In the process of developing our liposol packet, we purchased a $6,000 pasteurization machine that actually didn't end up even working.
And that led to even more issues. And in total, this whole mistake and all this, if you could have avoided it, probably would have saved you over $100,000. Is that correct?
Definitely. We tried to solve this as soon as we possibly could.
The second mistake was a mistake that cost her over $20,000. And this was a mistake with running out of inventory, right? Want to talk about that and how that worked?
Our 3PL had an issue with their system. So the inventory for our capsules was logged incorrectly. And we ran out of capsules within 24 hours of finding this out. We thought we had over 2,000. Turns out we had less than 100 left, which is a pretty drastic mistake. We had it planned for that inventory, and we've been out of product for about 3 months.
That's one of the more common mistakes I see with beginner sellers, and it's not ideal when working with Amazon. In fact, they could even blacklist you if they see that you're not a reliable seller, that you constantly are running out of inventory. And this is another one of those things that I talk about in my Amazon FBA program. I actually have over 200 of the most frequently asked questions answered in the program. Again, link down below in the description. But now let's get into the third mistake that Anna made. And what was that mistake?
So this isn't really a mistake, but we launched into a market that didn't really exist at the time. So we were at the forefront of the CMOS industry. It was very challenging finding partners and people to work with along this journey to help us create our product.
Edgar actually stopped me in a parking lot. He's like, "Hey, are you Travis? I've been watching your YouTube videos. Because of you, I was able to take my family's business, put it on Amazon." And I forget the exact numbers he's made, but it's been millions and millions of dollars. And this is that story.
We've made $15 million selling this and products just like it on Amazon.
This is Edgar, and he grew his family's business to do over $5 million a year in sales on Amazon. And he has multiple manufacturing facilities in Los Angeles. And today I'm driving to one of his manufacturing plants, and he's gonna share with us how he did it and how you can too.
Hey, Travis.
How you doing, Edgar?
Good.
Edgar then showed us around his warehouse.
These are our tanks. The rotary here, the Lazy Susan, which spins and sends bottles down the line. Here is another Lazy Susan. We use these big kettles to do cooking if necessary.
Edgar, how did you get started selling on Amazon, and how can people at home start selling their own products online?
Before Amazon, honestly, I was undisciplined and I was lazy. And I didn't really feel like I had a ton of purpose in my life. I joined my family business and wasn't really adding much value to the job that I had. And so I ended up mentioning to my dad that I actually wanted to leave the family business and quit. And right before I did, he asked me what it was I wanted to do. And I realized I wanted to learn how to sell things online. So when I gathered myself and I started researching on what I could sell, I realized I would try out to just sell the products we were already making, and I chose Amazon as my platform.
So you took your family's business and started selling those products on Amazon. And how'd you learn about Amazon? Like, how'd you learn how to sell on Amazon?
The honest answer is I learned a lot from people like yourself. So I watched a lot of Travis's YouTube videos, which were extremely helpful. And I learned through trial and error. There was a couple times where I shipped things that were way too expensive or I took the wrong route. But I learned from that, and then I ended up realizing the right way to do it.
So you launched the product on Amazon. How did you guys do in your first year selling this product online?
$200,000 is what we made in the first year on Amazon.
That's pretty good for your first year.
We were super happy. We were ecstatic. We couldn't believe it. We saw the Amazon seller apps on our phone just continuing to increase revenue day by day. And we made $200,000 the first year. What we did was we decided not to go for tons of profit that first year, but we really wanted to begin to generate a snowball effect of sales. So we kept our prices very low. We did the best we could with keywords and with bullet points. We made sure our images were crystal clear.
And in Edgar's second year selling on Amazon, he ended up doing over $1 million in sales. And I asked him, how did you do that?
What we decided to do was reinvest into the brand. So we went out and hired my brother-in-law, because we're a family-owned company, and he redesigned our labels and our product presentation. We also decided to restart some of our listings.
So you took all your listings down and really restarted them?
So there were some listings that we just entirely deleted because we realized that they weren't the best we could actually offer customers. And so we kind of came back, we deleted tons of images as well, and we rebranded the product, and it looked like a whole new listing to our customers on Amazon.
And this is a key point here, is when you're selling on Amazon, you always want to sell a premium product. And there's a couple different ways to make your product into a premium product. But one of the easiest ways is by investing in high quality branding, high quality images, because when people are buying things online, they can't hold it in their hand. They don't actually know how good of a quality it is. But if they see a high quality brand, they see high quality images, they're more likely to buy your products than the competitors. And in the next year, Edgar took his business to $5 million in sales. And I'll share how he did that in just a minute. But first, I asked Edgar, what do you guys sell? And he said,
let me show you. So we started selling on Amazon by listing our lime juice and our lemon juice, and we offered them in two different sizes, 32 ounce and gallon size. We now have expanded to selling organic, non-GMO apple cider vinegar in glass, as well as white vinegar. And like I mentioned, we have a new organic line coming.
So how did Edgar make $15 million selling juice on Amazon?
So 2020, we made $5 million, but it began with a really shaky start. Because restaurants and bars were closed, our family's food service company began to really struggle. Thankfully, we were on Amazon, so customers were able to still find our products and get it shipped to their doors, and we saw a huge influx of customers that year. $5 million in sales. We were shocked. In order to fulfill all those orders, we ended up hiring almost an entire fraternity from a local college to help us prep and pack all of the grocery items.
So they came in here, they're packing everything, and this is one of the big reasons why I always recommend selling online, because even when things get tough, things get crazy, you can still sell your products. In fact, your products can reach more people when you're selling online than if you're just selling in stores or selling in your local area. How'd you guys do the next year? Because I know a lot of businesses peaked during that turbulent time and then completely went out of business in the next year. How'd you guys do in 2021?
2021, we did $5.2 million in sales.
Boom, nice.
We were stoked again. We decided to focus our efforts on product development, and so we launched our organic apple cider vinegar, and with our healthy profit margins, we were actually able to buy our own food manufacturing plant.
And the year after that, Edgar's business did another $5 million, and he's on track to do over $6 million in sales this year. So I asked Edgar, what advice does he have for you, the watcher, to be able to start your own Amazon business? And he had these 3 things to say. So pay attention, because this is a multi-millionaire Amazon seller that's gonna share with you exactly how you can make millions selling on Amazon.
My first piece of advice is believing that you can do this. I believed I could and I did it. You can too. So you have to sit down, you have to look at yourself in the mirror, you have to ask yourself the tough questions. Are you willing to get up and work hard? Are you willing to put the time and effort in? Because if you are, you can pull it off.
And when you first started, you said to me, hey, I was lazy, I was unmotivated. And so I know a lot of people at home, they maybe aren't sure if they can do it. What advice do you have for people like that?
So yeah, my journey was very transformative. I wasn't particularly smart, didn't excel in all of my classes in school necessarily, but I knew I had talent. I knew I had an ability that I wanted to show, and So I decided to just roll up my sleeves and work hard. I took risks.
The second tip you have for people at home is how to find a product to sell on Amazon, because a lot of people aren't sure what they want to sell. How did you find your product, and what advice do you have for people?
So I started by simply looking at what's around me. I took my family's products and I started with that because I didn't have much experience, and at least it would give me the opportunity to learn. And so I would encourage people at home or people watching to start looking at what's around them. What are things that they already enjoy? What are things that they already use? What are things that they know a little bit deeper than other people might know about? That's what I would start with. And then I would see if that product is already popular or not on Amazon.
But there was one mistake that Edgar made that cost him over $10,000. So pay attention so you don't make this same mistake. What was that mistake, and how can people at home avoid it?
We took a premium product and put it in non-premium packaging. We took our organic apple cider vinegar and put it in plastic. And the reason we did that was because we wanted to offer the best possible price we could. However, our customer base really told us they wanted to see it in glass. So we listened to our customers, we discarded and discontinued the previous item, which we had to get rid of a lot of materials and supplies and designs that we had come up with it. We found a beautiful glass bottle and we designed it for our organic apple cider vinegar.
Now, Edgar spent around $10,000 of his time and energy and his team's time developing this product, but in actual dollar amount, they sold 800 units of the plastic bottles and made a profit off that. Though they did have to throw away a bunch of material, they more or less ended up breaking even. Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So thankfully we weren't super in the negative because we were able to sell a bunch of the units, but we learned from that mistake, and now we're actually selling thousands and thousands of units of our glass organic apple cider vinegar on Amazon, and we're seeing great profits.
And I see a lot of new sellers getting stuck in analysis paralysis because they don't want to make a mistake, but oftentimes it's that mistake that ends up leading to you figuring out what your customer actually wants, and it leads to you making tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jeremy is another student of mine who's had massive success, and we're going to talk about his first 6 months of selling on Amazon, and we're going to talk about his product, all the numbers, everything in this next video.
I made $100,000 selling my passion product on Amazon in under 6 months.
Jeremy, how did you start this business?
I had a 9-to-5 job and had a passion for inventing things and trying to pitch products to companies and not having success with it. Did that for several years, and I saw how big of an opportunity Amazon was because of their infrastructure. So when I found out this trend on Amazon, I actually had a few ideas at that point and basically filtered out which ones I was passionate about that also could potentially generate a lot of income for me at the beginning. It had a lot of potential, and that's how I landed on Slim Caddies. Slim Caddy is an organizer that basically doesn't take up shelf space in your cabinets. I basically created it because I had a lot of tumbler lids, drink lids, a lot of lids, frankly, and didn't have a way to actually store them. And I found that all the organizers on the market were just a little bit too big.
This was something that did not exist that you wish existed, so you created it. It's the perfect product.
Exactly.
But you had a full-time job, and I know you weren't ready to quit your job yet. What made you decide to pursue Slim Caddy?
I actually was a PA in elective spine surgery. So eventually work was slow, found Travis's YouTube video, and then eventually I was let go from my job because of how slow it was. During that time, needed a way to pay the bills, and found, of course, was watching Travis's course and just found everything with Amazon, and that's kind of when I jumped right in.
Jeremy, share with us how you did it and all your costs. And what was your first cost?
So it started with design the product. It cost $0 for me to do that. Just some research and design at my own house, believe it or not. Was able to, a kitchen product, was able to use my own home as a testing facility, if you will. After that was finding someone on Alibaba.
Talk about how did you find your manufacturer on Alibaba? And obviously, for those at home that don't know, finding someone on Alibaba is free. You don't have to pay anything from it. You can just go to alibaba.com and start searching. How did you find your first manufacturer?
Basically going to Alibaba, looking through the manufacturers, and found ones that had great reviews, were on there for a little bit longer than the rest of them, had great expertise in their field. Some of them I even valued because of the input they had on my product itself for design.
And then the next step was you got a sample. How much did that cost, and what was that process like?
So the samples, actually, it was more than one sample. It was about 20 samples because I strategically made it so I could send some to influencers for the launch. And that, it was about $250.
So $250 for 20 samples, and that wasn't dead money. That was actually used as marketing, and we'll talk about that later. But there was an issue with your first factory. What happened?
So I found out the first production run was going to cost about $17,000, and I didn't have that kind of money.
And if you don't have enough money to start an Amazon business, you can use the secret that Jeremy used that I'll explain in just a second to crowdfund your product. Jeremy, how'd
you do it?
Yeah, so I raised about $11,000 doing the Kickstarter.
And tell me, like, how much did it cost you to actually run your Kickstarter?
So kind of being scrappy and hungry, you know, not a lot of funds available. Basically used influencer marketing, didn't cost
$0 right there. And then you shot the video for the Kickstarter yourself.
Shot on my phone using the InShot app.
So another $0 for that. But there was an issue. After your first week on Kickstarter, you'd only raised $3,000. And the way that Kickstarter works is you had a goal of $10,000. And if Jeremy didn't hit that $10,000 mark, he would get nothing. And usually the first week of a Kickstarter is when you make most of the money. So how are you feeling at that point?
Yeah, not good at all. Frankly, you know, I kind of knew that it was going to be tough because I didn't have, I kind of jumped in, you know, literally this is now or never. Didn't build a massive email list, used Facebook groups like Travis will talk about in his passion product formula course. That really helped. That was actually like kind of my bedrock for making funds on my first couple of days, but it wasn't enough.
So then what'd you do after that?
I basically did a lot of cross promotions with other Kickstarters. Try to get that Kickstarter fan base behind my product. And then even, you know, just being a kitchen product, decided to go around my own neighborhood, knocking on doors and literally giving them little pamphlets about it. Even Christmas time, put a candy cane on the actual thing, just generate that emotional connection with them.
And when Jeremy told me that he'd only raised $3,000 in the first week, I was nervous. But then when he told me that he's knocking on doors, he's getting scrappy, it got me excited, and he ended up raising the $10,000 he needed 2 days before the end of his Kickstarter and finished with $11,000. And at this point, you took that money, you went to your manufacturer to get the product made, and what happened?
The manufacturer I had the samples made for the influencers, that same manufacturer kind of bailed on me. They actually were scheduled out too far in advance, couldn't get me in, so I instantly was back at ground zero trying to find another manufacturer.
And then from there, you did find a second manufacturer, but there was another issue.
So basically, I did a factory audit just to assess this factory in China because I wanted to work with them long term. Didn't know a whole lot about them beyond Alibaba. They got like a D or F on the factory audit. So that really terrified me. You know, especially being new into this business, I didn't want to work with someone who failed that bad at a factory audit. So then again, back at square one.
So what'd you do next?
I basically found this other manufacturer. It was really good. Decided to move forward with them based on their camaraderie I had with them. And they were the ones who ended up making the first production run.
And when you found this third manufacturer, it was time to send them the money. Were you nervous? Were you scared about sending $17,000 overseas?
So most manufacturers actually take 30%. So that's a huge thing. So you don't have to sweat it so hard, right? Because you can only you only have to give them 30% of the funding up front. And then that gives you time to develop your packaging, right? And get on whatever else you need to do to start your business.
And then after your product was manufactured, the next step is to get your product sent from overseas into an Amazon warehouse, and you have to do shipping. There's two types of shipping you can do. There's air shipping and sea shipping. Air shipping is gonna be faster, but more expensive. Sea shipping, on the other hand, is slower, but it's gonna be a lot cheaper. And you ended up doing both. At first, you did air shipping to send it to your Kickstarter backers. How much money did you spend on the air shipping?
Air shipping cost me about $3,000.
And that was to send 1,000 units from your manufacturer to your house so that you could send out to the Kickstarter backers. The rest of the other 2,000 plus units you did via sea shipping. And how much did that cost you?
$2,000. And I really wanted to do that air shipping up front because I needed to get these backers their orders. You know, they're, having all these backers, they're kind of waiting for their products, right? So you want to get those down as quickly as possible. So that's why I split it.
And now it's finally time for Jeremy to launch his product on Amazon. And we're going to share with you his first month honest results. But before we do that, there were a couple other costs in order for you to launch on Amazon. The first was getting photos for your product. How much did you spend on the photos for your Amazon listing?
Absolutely $0. I used my own phone in my own home using some of the samples that I had from my original manufacturer, did some work with Canva and InShot on my phone, these applications, and basically was able to create the whole listing through my phone and the apps on the computer.
Another cost you're gonna have when launching a product on Amazon is a UPC barcode. And you spent $250 on this, but you can actually get a UPC barcode if you just have one product for $30. And another optional fee you may want to consider is a trademark. And how much did it cost you for your trademark?
$250 was real easy to file. It took me a couple minutes.
You don't need to hire a lawyer. You can do it yourself. And now let's talk about Jeremy's first month results selling on Amazon. And in his first month, he did over $17,000 in sales.
Let's go.
Bam!
Yeah.
Jeremy, explain, how did you do this?
So you have to understand Amazon's a search engine and you need to have people be able to find your product.
And people go to Amazon, they search for products that they want to buy. And when they search for products, what do they see? They see the photo, they see the title, they click on it, they might see your actual bullet points and things like that. We already talked about how Jeremy optimized all those things. Another thing you have to keep in mind is you want to drive traffic from outside of Amazon to your listing. How did you get people to go to your Amazon listing and start buying?
So basically had these influencer relationships that I had cultivated through the Kickstarter, and had new influencer relationships basically that helped me build a substantial audience that we generated our traffic on day one.
So you got those influencers to post about your product. People saw this on Instagram and on all the different apps. They went to Amazon to buy the product. And that leads us to the third step. If you want to have success on Amazon, you need to get reviews. How did you go about getting as many reviews as possible?
I used this Amazon Vibe program to help generate some really great reviews and showed a little bit more social proof to give people the confidence to buy my product.
Now keep in mind that $17,000 is revenue and not profit. Let's break down some of the costs. So first off, you had the cost to manufacture and produce all these products that you sold. How much money did you spend to produce the products that you sold in that first month?
It's about $5,700 or so.
The next fee you have when selling on Amazon is the 15% Amazon referral fee. And anytime you sell a product on Amazon's website, they charge you a little bit of money. They charge you 15%. How much money did you spend on that fee?
$2,500 or so.
Another fee that you have to think about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. How much money did you pay for Amazon FBA?
I think it was about $4,000. It's about $364 a unit.
Jeremy also spent $215 in other Amazon fees. These are fees that nobody tells you about, but it's things like receiving fees, storage fees, and other random things like that. Another thing that people don't consider is you actually paid for Amazon PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon where you pay a little bit of money every time someone clicks on your ad. How much did you spend in PPC in your first month?
About $3,700.
And on top of all these other costs in your first month, you also spent another $2,000 in other fees.
Definitely adds up. Yeah.
How much money in profit did you make your first month?
Whew, so it ended up being negative, almost a negative $1,000.
How did you feel about that?
Not good, but I knew that a lot of those other fees were actually going to intellectual property that was going to benefit in the long run.
And we're going to talk about later in this video how Jeremy got a patent for his product without spending any money on legal fees. But keep in mind, in your first month with a new business, you might lose money. But what happened in your second month? How much money in revenue did you do?
Almost $27,000.
And let's break down all the costs for month 2 and talk about the product. But if you are looking to sell on Amazon, I do have a free Amazon FBA course I'm going to share with you at the end of this video. And in your second month, after we subtract out the product cost, the Amazon selling fee, all the different fees, how much profit did you make?
Almost $5,500.
Bam, in his second month already, he was profitable. And I know in your first month you were a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
how did it feel in your second month to already be profitable?
Really good, especially going through everything at that point. To hit $5,500 or so in profit was major. Felt great.
So at this point, how did your wife feel about the business?
She was a little hesitant, up to this point, but after started seeing this revenue come in, she was a little bit more for everything, started opening up.
In month 3, revenue went down a little bit. You were at $18,000 revenue. How much profit did you do in month 3?
About almost $2,500 or so.
Were you nervous that the numbers had gone down?
Good question. No, I wasn't, because I knew that this product, the peak season was when I first launched, and just knew that I was starting to get into this mindset of a steady flow of learning more from a business standpoint of how to run an Amazon business.
And one thing we didn't mention actually is in your first month selling on Amazon, that's when your patent got approved, and we'll talk in depth about that in just a minute, but let's talk about month 4 numbers. In month 4, you made $13,000 in revenue. How much money in profit?
Almost $1,000.
How about in month 5? How did you do in sales?
Yeah, about $16,500.
How much in profit was that?
About $1,700.
So at this point, you're seeing steady numbers. You're seeing good profit margins. How are you feeling now?
Pretty good about it. And knowing that my first inventory order was a little bit more than I knew that I could get it down to over time.
And in month 6, you went back up to $17,000. How much money in profit did you do?
About $1,900 or so.
And in total, in Jeremy's first 6 months, he made over $100,000 in revenue, over $10,000 in profit.
Yeah.
But he did make 2 really big mistakes, so pay attention, including one mistake that cost him over $10,000. And the first mistake you made was about patents. You want to talk a little bit about how you did your patent and what you would do if you had to do it over again?
That's a good question. It wasn't really a mistake more than if I had to do it over again, I would actually hire an attorney to do it, because I did it, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of time.
But this is a key point. It is possible to do it on your own. And how much money did it cost you to get a patent?
About $800 for the grant and everything. But with that came a lot of time of working with a patent examiner, a lot of prosecution over years, frankly.
And usually if you want to get a patent, it's going to cost you $10,000, if not $20,000 with a lawyer. But this is a key insight. You don't need to hire a lawyer. You can do it yourself. The second and the real big mistake that Jeremy made, and almost everybody makes this mistake, was waiting to launch the business. Talk a little bit about that.
I guess it wasn't really waiting. It was just this issue with my factories, and it taken months of my time to finding manufacturers that could actually make it for me.
And here's the key insight. Jeremy made over $10,000 profit in his first 6 months. If he would have been able to launch his business 6 months earlier, he could have made an extra $10,000 profit. And most people get stuck in analysis paralysis. They never start their business. But what they don't realize is every minute that you're waiting to start your Amazon business, your online business, you're losing money because you could have been making so much money.
Here's a story about another student of mine, Fred, and we're gonna talk about his numbers, his products. He shares everything in this video.
My name is Fred, and I've been a traveling salesperson my entire life, and I always struggled with managing my USB cables. So I came up with the idea of cable caddies, a unique way to store and retrieve your USB cables very efficiently and easily. And I knew I could make money by selling them online.
What was the first cost you had when starting this business?
So it started with the design cost, which actually cost me nothing. I did the design myself. The next cost that I had was designing the logo, and I did that on Fiverr, and it cost about $275.
How did you design the product yourself?
So I just started putting together a paper model of what I wanted to do, giving me the size and kind of the characteristics of what I wanted it to look like, and that's how I came up with the design. And I actually wrote it on a napkin, and then I sent it to some vendors to take a look at manufacturing. So my next expense was helium-10. I spent $79.
And once you have your idea for a product, the next step is finding a manufacturer. How did you find the manufacturer for cable caddies?
So I had the idea, I had kind of a sketch of what I wanted to do, and I wanted to build it in the US. So I started looking for US manufacturers, and really didn't get anywhere. Nobody would want to talk to me. I obviously didn't have a company or any real volume. I just had an idea. A couple of costs that I got from the US were just really high. So then the next step was I started looking at Alibaba. And there was plenty of people that manufactured similar items.
And the way that Alibaba.com works is you go to the website, you type in what kind of products you're looking to get manufactured, and they connect you with manufacturers overseas where you can produce your products for really inexpensive. And once you find a manufacturer, the next step is to order samples from that manufacturer. How much did it cost you to get your first sample of your product?
Yeah, the first sample, well, I ordered a number of samples. The first one was $89 and it was manufactured and sent over. Unfortunately, that sample wasn't exactly what I was looking for. And so I got about 5 more samples from another vendor. It cost me another $200.
And once you find a manufacturer that you want to work with, the next step is to get a full production run made. How much was it going to cost you for your first production run?
Yeah, so that first production run cost me about $1,740.
And that's for around 1,200 samples. Now, you had the money for the first production run, but you decided to do something that I recommend you at home think about doing, especially if you don't have money for your first production run. And that was a Kickstarter. Talk me through, why did you decide to do a Kickstarter and how much money did you raise?
Yeah, I did the Kickstarter campaign. It's just part of the process, and I wanted to learn how to do Kickstarter. And so I made a video myself. I did a Kickstarter campaign. And I set the bar low. I set it about $1,200, and I met my target. Got about $1,500 from Kickstarter campaign.
And did you do any marketing? Did you do anything to raise that money, or how did you make that?
That's one of the things I wish I would have done a better job. I really didn't support it with marketing, so it was more organic. And the folks that were there just happened to come across my product.
And this is huge. So even if you don't have a lot of money to start your Amazon business, you can always do a Kickstarter. And Fred raised almost all the money he needed for his first production run from Kickstarter. And once you get your product manufactured overseas, you do have to pay for shipping to get it transferred into the Amazon warehouse. And how much did you spend on shipping?
I spent about $330 for that first production run.
And did you do air shipping or sea shipping for that run?
Yeah, that came by sea.
And sea shipping is usually going to be less expensive, but it's going to take a lot longer. How long did it take for you to get your product shipped over?
So it took about 30 days to manufacture and another 30 days for it to come across the sea.
Which isn't bad, but if you do air shipping, it's actually going to get shipped over even faster, but it will be a little bit more expensive. There are some costs if you want to protect your product to make sure that it doesn't get copied. How did you know that no one was going to actually copy your product?
So part of the passion product formula is actually interacting with the other team members. And there's 2 ways that I use to protect my product. The first was to get a trademark, and I actually filed the trademark myself. It cost me about $250. The second thing I did was apply for a provisional patent. And actually, I did it originally with LegalZoom. It was going to cost quite a bit of money. And one of the members, Andrew, mentioned that you could do it yourself. And so I actually did my provisional patent for $75.
The next cost Fred had to sell his product on Amazon is to get a UPC barcode. And every product in the world has this universal product code
It's what they scan when you're at the checkout. In order to sell on Amazon, you need a UPC code. How much did you spend for your UPC barcodes?
I spent about $250 for my barcodes.
And that gets you a pack of 10 barcodes, so you could sell 10 different products. But if you're just selling one product, you can spend about $30 to get the one barcode for your one product. The next expense a lot of people don't think about is creating the photos for your Amazon listing. How much did you spend on your photos for your Amazon listing?
I spent about $100 for those photos.
And did you get photos, a computer rendering? How'd you get those?
They were computer rendering. I wanted to make sure I had a really nice quality image and also a white background as required by Amazon.
And did you get that from Fiverr or?
It was on Fiverr for sure.
And Fiverr is a really easy website to get a lot of this stuff done, but I am working on a new company, FBAcreatives.com, to make it even easier to get your product photography and all your designs. And the last expense a lot of people don't think about when selling on Amazon is it does cost money for a professional Amazon selling plan. Now you can do the free individual seller plan, but if you do pay for the $39.99 a month professional plan, it does come with some additional features. So in total, it cost Fred a little over $3,000 to start his Amazon business. But now it's finally time for Fred to launch his product on Amazon, and we're gonna share with you month by month all of his results, including his revenue, all his costs, and his final profit. So Fred, how did your first month on Amazon go?
So before we go there is one other cost, and that was the cost to join the Passion Product Formula group. Probably the best decision I made and allowed me to actually be here today.
There is a link in the description if you want to learn more about my Amazon FBA program, but let's go into your first month results. How did your product do?
Yeah, so in my first month in February, I sold about 30 units, representing about $463 in sales.
And that number, as you know, if you're subscribed to my YouTube channel, is revenue and not profit. The first cost you have when selling products on Amazon is the cost to actually buy the products that you're selling. How much did you spend to sell those 30 products on Amazon?
Yeah, it was about $91 for those products.
And the next cost you have when selling a product on Amazon is the referral fee. And when you sell anything on Amazon, you have to pay 15% of your total revenue to Amazon as a fee for getting to use their platform. How much did you spend on that selling fee?
That was $83.
Another thing to keep in mind is there is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. This is where you send your products that you want to sell on Amazon's website into their warehouse. They then, when you get a sale, pick, pack, and ship out your product to the customer. And you do have to pay them for this. How much did you spend on the FBA pick and pack fee?
I spent $151.
Another cost that people often don't think about is marketing costs. And one of the best ways to market your product on Amazon is by using their PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. This is where you can advertise your product so it shows up at the top of the search results on Amazon. And how much money did you spend on PPC in your first month?
Yeah, in my first month, I spent $300 on PPC.
So in total, in your first month, how much profit did you make?
I lost about $161.
How did that feel?
Well, it didn't feel great, but I felt that in the long run, I can turn this around.
And one of the things you told me when you first joined is that you weren't really expecting for your first business to make a lot of money. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my bar, my expectation for this whole experience was just to learn e-commerce and learn how to, sell through FBA. And at this point, I was doing it. I had launched, so I was celebrating that. So I'm very happy at that point.
But something crazy happened in your second month. How much money did you make in your second month ever selling on Amazon?
Yeah, so actually for month to month, we tripled our sales. In the next month, we sold about 100 units.
And that's about $1,600 in revenue. Boom, that's a huge improvement. And let's talk about how you did this, because you didn't do anything to market your product differently. How did this work?
So I learned from you that Amazon's a search engine. And one of the things that I did in this second month is I reworded all the bullet points on my page so that it would give a better description of what the product does and the benefits that are associated with the product.
And remember that people go to Amazon to search for things that they want to buy. They type something into the search bar, and you want to make sure whatever they're typing in the search bar is in your title, that it's in your bullet points. And when Amazon sees this, they're likely to put you at the top of the search results. And people are most likely to buy products that are at the top of the search results. You also want to make sure that your main photo is a good photo and that you get as many reviews as possible. And what ends up happening as you start to get sales, you start to get reviews, and your product sales start to snowball because you're getting higher and higher up in the search results. But let's break down how much money in profit you actually made in this second month. So your first cost was the product cost. How much did you spend on that?
The product cost was $262.
The next cost was the Amazon selling fee. About how much did you spend on that?
About $240.
And the FBA pick and pack fee?
That was $437.
And how much did you spend on PPC this month?
So I grew that to about $440 actually.
So in your second month ever selling on Amazon, how much profit did you end up making?
I made $242.
Boom, in his second month ever. And the cool thing about Fred's story is he wasn't trying to get rich with Amazon. He was just trying to learn how to start selling online, but he actually ended up making some money in his second month. Next was month 3. What did sales look like in month 3?
They were very similar to month 2.
Okay, how about month 4?
About the same.
What about month 5?
Yeah, so on month 5, we sold 123 units, about $1,847 in revenue.
And how much profit did you make in month 5?
Yeah, the profit was $468 that month.
That's an increase already. So you can see that this snowball is already starting. Your sales and your profit are starting to go up. What about month 6? What happened then?
So month 6, sales actually doubled. Our sales were over $3,000 for that month.
And when you subtract out the product cost, the Amazon selling fee, the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, PPC, and everything else, what was the total profit?
So month 6 profit was $957.
That's almost $1,000. And what I always tell people is if you can make an extra $1,000 a month, how would that change your life? Maybe you could afford to go on some more vacations, have some more free time, or do some more fun things. But in total, in the 6 months that Fred has been selling, he's done over $10,000 in revenue, over $2,000 in profit. And the best thing about this was just a fun test for him to see and learn about how to do e-commerce. How do you feel about your success on Amazon so far? Like, what are you thinking about now?
So the big thing is that I've learned the process. I know how to move through the process. And it took a little while to get the first product to market, but now it's more of a copy and paste. And I can really reduce the time for bringing my next product to market.
This is what I always tell people. If you can get one product that makes you $1,000 profit, you can get 2, 3, 4, 5. Before you know it, you can replace your income, you can quit your job, and you can actually have this be your main income source. But there was 3 big mistakes that Fred makes, and these are very common mistakes, so pay attention. What was the first mistake you made with this business?
Well, the first mistake is just trying to do it alone and trying to do it by an island. And really, you need to talk to people and stand on the shoulders of those that have been there before. And that's where Travis's course comes in and really has helped me.
The second mistake you made cost you around $5,000. And you want to talk about that mistake a little bit?
Yeah, so I had made my initial order, and then I did a design change while that was being built and shipped over to the US. And so I had to do a lot of rework on my product, and so it impacted my ability to ship inventory to Amazon.
Now, luckily, it actually didn't cost Fred any money to fix this. He was able to pull out the units and fix it himself. But the amount of time that he had to spend doing this, I estimate that cost him at least $5,000 worth of his time. Yeah. The third mistake is probably the most common mistake I see new Amazon sellers making. Do you want to talk about that mistake?
Yeah, so you kind of get stuck in kind of a loop where you're trying to figure out what product to go with, and it's kind of like analysis paralysis when you first get going. But I think the thing that I've learned is that you just have to pick a product and start going.
Michael is a friend of mine, and I've had him on the channel a couple of different times. And the next 2 videos are going to be about 2 of his different stories. And here is the first video.
Michael, how did you start your Amazon business?
So I was in school full time, a very intense school from like 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I knew I wanted to build a real business. There was these brothers in my community that were doing 9 figures and they were in their 20s. So I was like, I just have to learn from them. So I started learning from them, and I took whatever time I had between breakfast, lunch, dinner, after school for hours to late in the night to really start figuring out the business and start this.
And you started your first product with just $500. How did you find this product?
So I knew that there were so many products you could sell. And as I started doing my research, I saw there were so many different categories and so many different products. I was very passionate about fitness at the time, and I was working with my brother, and he was very passionate about fitness too. So we decided, you know what? We're going to actually try to find something in fitness, because I'm like, I want to not just sell a product. I want to be able to build a story around the product. I want to be able to build a brand eventually. And you're right now I'm only starting with $500, but it's my first foot forward. And I wanted to really make sure that I had that. So I started just looking through different fitness products, and what came up on Alibaba was this product, which was very unique. I didn't see something like this. And then I saw on Amazon that there was one seller selling it, and it was already proven a little bit, but there weren't a lot of people selling it, and it was very unique. So I was like, this could be a really interesting product to do, and it has good market opportunity.
So then you went to Alibaba and you bought a sample from the manufacturer. How much did that sample cost?
So the sample costed around $30, and we did like DHL express shipping, so it came in like a week, and we were able to like make decisions pretty quickly that like, oh, we saw like right away the sample was really good. It was like a couple different things that we thought like maybe could be improved, but what I always say is like over time, when you're selling a product, you're selling it for years, like over time you can make those small improvements, but we just went with that sample.
So then you ended up doing a production run. How many units did you get manufactured, and how much did that cost you?
So the first order, we got 100 units manufactured, and it costed around $300 for the products to get produced, and then another $150 in shipping.
So in total, when you had everything up, it was just about $500 to get started on Amazon. So you put this product on Amazon, all 100 units, and how'd it do?
So I remember I was in school at the time when it was listed, and we weren't allowed to have our phones out in class. I went to the bathroom to check. And I remember by like lunchtime already, a ton of the units were sold. And I like, based on the amount, I think it was like, maybe it was like 15 units already sold that day. And realized like, I have less than a week of stock with this. So, it ended up running out of stock, and, we made the order right away that night.
So you took the profit from that first run and you ended up ordering another production run of 1,000 units. How much did that next 1,000 units cost you?
So for the next 1,000 units, we got it cheaper because usually by quantities you get discounts. So we think we paid $2,500 for the production, and then we paid shipping is also cheaper because it's bigger boxes and everything like that. So I think it might have been like $500 in shipping.
And for this second production run, you also had some other costs. I know that you ended up getting a logo and like better design for the product. How much did that cost?
So for that design, we actually paid $5 for the logo and getting all that done. We went on Fiverr, found a designer, and just started communicating with them. And then we paid around like $30 to get the rest of the images done by another designer on Fiverr.
And on top of that, I know you also got a trademark. How much did that cost, and what was that process like?
So for our trademark, we paid $1,000 to have a legal firm do it, but you could do it yourself for a few $100s.
So at this point, you're still in high school. You just spent over $3,000 for your second production run here. How are you feeling?
I was feeling really excited because I had the adrenaline rush from the first run, and I wasn't, so to say, nervous that it wasn't going to sell because I saw it sell so quickly. So I knew that if I just put more effort in and get smarter about it and put a little more energy into it, it could do much, much better. So I was just trying to do all the right steps, but I wasn't so nervous because I'm like, I saw it selling already, and so I had that kind of faith.
This is a key principle for entrepreneurship. Test. Try out a little something, dip your toe in the water, and if it works, you're going to be super excited and you're going to be able to spend more money to get those bigger results. And then you took the profit from this next production run, you bought more inventory, but you also did something else that I think enhanced the brand. What would you do to be able to enhance the brand?
So because this is a space I was really passionate about, I really wanted to do more and really build a brand. So what we did is we actually scheduled a photo shoot where we got videographer, photographers, models, and we were able to actually shoot a lot of content with our products, not just to enhance our listing, but to really build a brand off of that. So that was really took our brand to the next level, and we were able to work with all those creatives to create a lot of very unique assets for our brand.
And it paid off because in your first year, you ended up doing over $300,000 in sales. And once you subtract out all your product costs, all the shipping, all the Amazon FBA selling fees and pick and pack fees and all that stuff, you ended up doing a profit of $120,000 in your first year selling on Amazon. And you were still in high school at that point. Like, what were you thinking? That's more than most people make as an adult.
It felt so good because it's like you don't really have that much to spend it on. You can't even, like, there was like limited things you could spend it on when you're that young. So it was like, you just see the money coming in, and it felt really good that also there was so much opportunity of what to invest it in because there's so much opportunity on the platform. So it's like, wow, I could do this much more. I could do this at a much bigger scale, and you just start getting exposed to bigger ideas and bigger opportunities where in the beginning you don't even think they're possible, so you don't even think about them.
And that brings us to your second year selling on Amazon, and you're still in high school at this point, and you ended up having one mistake that cost you $70,000. Do you want to talk about what that mistake was and maybe a warning for everybody at home?
Yeah, so at the time, one of the tactics people were using to launch our products on Amazon was that you give out a code for like 99% off, and you get a lot of purchases like that, and you get ranked. So by mistake, we made a code, instead of making them unique codes so people can only use them once, we made like a group code so it could be used multiple times, and we didn't put a limit on it. And I wasn't checking my phone. It was like on a Saturday. And Saturday night, I checked my phone, and I see there's like a ridiculous amount in sales, and the product got sold out because the code got posted on some viral like promo site. And, you know, it got ranked in the highest position, but it ran out of stock because it sold so many.
So you ended up losing probably at least $70,000. How did that feel to be in high school, to lose out on $70,000? Again, more than most people make in a year.
So it was, at that point, I was really kind of taken aback for a little bit. And then I just realized that, you know, that's what comes with a business opportunity like this. You know, there's a lot of opportunity. You have to take risks. But, you have to bounce back for them. So, we just right away went into just, our next move. How do we get this product back in stock? What are we going to do to launch it again? And yeah, we just have to keep pushing forward.
And it paid off because in your second year selling on Amazon, you did over $1 million in sales, still in high school, and over $400,000 in profit. Second year ever selling on Amazon. How are you feeling at this point? You got to be pumped.
So this is when I realized this could be a legitimate business, and this could be something that could grow into something much, much larger. At 300,000, still a very legitimate business, but I realized this is a chance for me to build national brands. This is an opportunity where there's so much opportunity with. So I started getting very excited about that opportunity.
Everything seemed great, but then in your third year selling on Amazon, your account got suspended. What was that like? What happened? How can people at home avoid something like this?
Yeah, that was a pretty traumatizing experience. I feel like my heartbeat never went as fast. And it's like the email every Amazon seller dreads. But, I think if you really just closely and strictly follow TOS terms and service, you're not going to usually come across it, and usually you're able to get your account back. But for us, what happened was Amazon has a lot of rules on how you could ask for reviews, and they keep evolving those rules. And, we always had inserts in our products asking for reviews, but as Amazon's TOS evolved and they came out with new rules for what you're allowed to do, we kept changing our inserts. But we had an old shipment in Amazon that had one of the old inserts inside, and Amazon did an audit. They found that insert, and then they just shut down our account completely because of that. So it was really difficult because it was like a termination, so it's really hard to get back the account.
And your account was shut down for 3 months. But a key lesson from this is during that time, you were still selling from other accounts, and that even when the worst things happen to you as an entrepreneur, there's usually some kind of a solution. And despite your account being shut down for 3 months, all this trauma, in your third year ever selling on Amazon, I think you had just graduated high school, you did $2.5 million in sales, and that brings us to your fourth year selling online, and you learned a really big lesson from your account getting suspended. What was that, and how did you change things going into your fourth year?
So I really learned that Amazon allows you to build a brand, but brand is so valuable and it's so much beyond Amazon. And the importance of diversifying your revenue is so important. So we started putting a lot more focus, even though we already in year 3 already started selling on other platforms. In year 4, we started putting a lot more focus on other platforms to sell our products on. And all that was awarded through Amazon. Like Amazon allowed us to build our product lines, allowed us to build our brand and invest all that money. But now we're able to sell it on other platforms. We started bringing in a lot of revenue from these other platforms.
And what platforms were you selling on?
So we were selling on Walmart.com. We were selling on QVC, Zulily, Target.com, and Chewy for our fitness, our pet accessories. And all through all of those, some of them had their ups and downs, but Walmart was something that was starting to really pick up and really show traction that it could be a potential contender to Amazon, was how I looked at it.
So one of the biggest lessons I've learned from talking with you is that it's really not about what platform you're selling on, whether you're selling on Amazon or Walmart. It's really about the product. It's really about finding a product that you're passionate about, that you actually believe in, and then yeah, Amazon's a good way to make a lot of money, but you can also list this product, if it's a cool, unique product, on all kinds of different platforms, right?
Yeah, and the opportunity just grows from there. As you get your brand more out there, there's opportunities for you to sell it direct to consumer. So in year 4, we also started selling on our website a lot. We started partnering a lot with influencers and selling a lot of products that way. Actually, year 4, we had a fitness product that we launched in collaboration with an influencer. And I remember within 60 seconds of that product launching, it did $20,000 in sales because just the reach that influencer had. So yeah, there's so much opportunity once you have a brand and a unique story.
And all this diversification paid off because in year 4, you did over $6 million in sales between all those different platforms, which brings us into year 5, where you did $10 million in sales. How did you do that in year 5? How did you go from 6 million to 10 million?
So what was really interesting is, now that I really had a good understanding for these other platforms, we started growing our brands on these other platforms. Yeah. So there was a lot of revenue brought from that. Our direct-to-consumer channel started growing a lot. So we had a lot of sales there. And then we started actually selling a little bit to retail. So we had more revenue there. And then we also started another partnership for another brand in another category that was doing a lot on Amazon already. And we were able to grow that a lot. So collectively, we used all what we knew and our strengths and our resources to really bring it to the next level, which was cross the 10 million mark.
And then the year after that, and the year after that, both those years, you did another 10 million and another $10 million. And that brings us into the 3 biggest mistakes that Michael made. And pay attention, because the last mistake we're going to talk about cost him $1 million. And it's a very common mistake. And the first mistake that you made that cost you over $500,000 was ordering too much inventory and sending too much inventory into the Amazon warehouse. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this was a mistake that happened to me and kept happening to me. And it took a while till I really learned my lesson from it. And what this is, you know, we would launch a new product, order a lot of inventory, and just send it all into Amazon. I'll be like, oh, based on the math, it could do this amount of sales, and I don't want to run out of stock, so I'm going to send it a lot of units. And what happened is, you know, with one product, that we started launching it, and then the product got taken down. So now we're stuck with a lot of units we have to send back. With another product, it took a longer time for it really picked up in sales. So our calculations were way off, and we had a lot of extra units in Amazon. So we kept having these issues. And then we had another time where we actually sent in a lot of inventory directly from our manufacturer. And there was issues with like the labeling. And because it was such a big order, it was costing so much money. What we really realized is that it makes much more sense to really calculate very conservatively for the start of how much you need. And once your product, and even if you're going to have to start sending in much more units and more often, which is annoying to have, you rather send in a shipment once a month than have to send in every few days. But in the beginning, it's too hard to calculate exactly what the pace is going to be to send in those smaller shipments, but more often. And then once your product stabilizes, then you can make very calculated decisions on larger shipments.
The second mistake you made that cost $150,000 is in regards to patents. And I know you were selling a product and someone came along that had a patent on it. Talk about that. Like what happened and what did you learn from that?
So this was a very interesting mistake because we were looking to get into different categories. So the home and kitchen category. And we're like, we're going to actually try to find a very unique product, but something that also is like very, very large potential. So not too unique. So we found this laundry basket. Laundry baskets were massive at the time. They have like 300,000 monthly searches for the main keyword. And we found this a lot of collapsible laundry baskets, but they were all collapsing weird. So we found this other laundry basket, which had an extra bar of plastic in the middle, which allowed it to collapse much better. So I'm like, this is a great idea. There was one other seller selling it. And then we also saw like a big brand selling it. So we didn't think there was any patent issues because there was a couple brands selling it. We did a quick search. We couldn't find anything. It's very easy to do patent searches on USPTO. We started selling this product. It did so well. It was the number one in its category. We started getting really low on stock, so we ordered a really big shipment of it. And we had a full container, I think it was a container and a half actually coming. Right before it was landing at our port, I get an email with a cease and desist from one of the other sellers' legal firm telling us you have to stop selling this product immediately. We have a utility patent that just went live for this product. Not only you can't sell it in the US, you can't sell it in the UK and France and Germany, and they had a lot of utility patents that just went live. I think the date was like April 1st or something like that. And yeah, now not only we couldn't sell that product anymore, we had all this extra inventory, which we ordered a lot. And yeah, we were stuck with it.
So what did you do? You had all this extra inventory. It was thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars of inventory. What'd you do?
So we did a couple things. They didn't have their patent live in Spain. So very interestingly, we sent it to Spain and we did Amazon Spain there. And we also found like one wholesaler who bought some of it there because we were still able to sell it in Spain. And then we had to get rid of a lot of the units. So we got rid of a lot of those units.
Just threw them out?
Yeah.
Or? Wow.
We had to throw it out because you can't really sell it.
That brings us to the $1 million mistake. Pay attention. This is a very common mistake that a lot of people make. What was probably the biggest mistake that you've made in your entire Amazon career that cost you over $1 million? What's that mistake?
So after we launched our initial product, it did really, really well. We launched another product that also did pretty well. We're like, we're going to go into this and we're going to do this really big. So we started looking into a lot of different products, and I think it was like over like 12 products. We ordered at the same time, these really big orders. And then we also decided we're going to also sell them in like Amazon UK at the same time. We made these really big orders of a lot of these products because we had some money saved up. And we're like, we're going to go into this full force. And it was spread out between a lot of products. And what happened was, because it was spread up between so many products, we didn't calculate how much investment we're going to really need in advertising between these. We didn't even realize how long it's going to take to make the money back on some of these to be able to reinvest. So a lot of these products didn't have as good potential, but a lot of them had some potential. They just needed the right love and attention, but they couldn't have that because there were so many products at the same time. And there's so much money to be made with just one product on Amazon. My business partner has made over $10 million in profit from one product.
One product, wow.
And this just shows like you don't need tons and tons of products. You could be making so much money from just one product that if you're putting your focus on so many products, eventually, there is a time to diverse and build out your catalog, but you want to do it in a really organized and responsible way.
But Michael's story doesn't end there. After he started having success selling on Amazon, he actually launched on another platform. And that's something that I want to mention is when you have success on Amazon, you can also sell on other places. So check out this video to learn how Michael was able to expand and make more sales.
I've made over $150,000 selling this product on Walmart.com, and I started with only $500.
Michael, tell us, how did you start selling on Walmart.com?
So actually my story starts back in high school. I was, working really hard in school. I was in a very intense school that was from early morning till late at night. And I knew I really wanted to have a business, and family friends of mine were doing 9-figure selling online, and they were young brothers. So I was like, I need to learn from this. I just need to figure this out. This seems like such a cool opportunity. So I started really learning a lot about online, selling online, how it works, and I found Amazon. And from there, I was like, I could create my own products. I could launch my own products, with very limited amount of money.
So you started on Amazon at 17 years old with $500. And you started making money. I think you made $300,000 revenue in your first year, $120,000 profit in your first year selling on Amazon. At that point, you found out about this opportunity that is Walmart.com. How did you find out about that?
So I was just, I realized I built a brand because of Amazon, and Amazon allowed me to build a brand. I'm like, I wanted to expand it, so I didn't know what I could do to expand it. So I started just looking, like, what other marketplaces could I sell on? What other sites could I sell on? And Walmart kept coming up. It's like the largest retailer. It sounded really interesting. So went from there, and we launched our first product on Walmart.com.
So share with us what the first product you sold on Walmart.com was, as well as break down step by step how we can do this and all the costs associated with starting this product.
So the first product we actually launched on Walmart.com were these fabric resistance bands. And at the time, we were selling a lot of them on Amazon, but a lot of things started coming up with Amazon. We got suspended. We had a lot of attackers on our listings. It was getting really, really competitive.
So break down for us how much it costs to start this product, and step by step how someone at home can create a product and start selling on Walmart.com.
The first cost we had was design, which cost us $850. Now, even though we were selling similar products on Amazon prior, this product launch was essentially a new product launch because it was a different product that we launched, and we changed it and we made iterations to it before we launched it on Walmart.
The next cost you had was to order samples. Because the fact that you made some changes to the design, you wanted to order some more samples. How much did that cost?
So we spent $350 on getting the new samples made and getting them shipped to us so we could inspect them and look them over.
The next cost that you had was paying for the barcodes. How much did that cost, and why do you need a UPC barcode?
So the cost for that was $30, and it's really important you buy the barcode from GS1 because Walmart is actually more strict than Amazon when it comes to that, and the way they identify your listing is by the UPC.
And for those people that don't know, UPC stands for Universal Product Code, and every single product in the world has this barcode that they scan at checkout. And at this point, you got the sample, you liked the sample, and it was time to do a production run. How much did that cost you, and how many units did you produce for your first production run?
For the first production run, it costed us $4,500 because we made 900 units at around $5 a piece.
And then once the products were manufactured, you had to get it shipped from overseas to your warehouse. How much did that cost?
So that cost us approximately $500 to get them shipped because we air shipped them, and they're actually pretty light, so you could squish a lot in a box.
But once those products got to your warehouse, you inspected them, everything looked good, and you had to pay some extra money to get it shipped into the Walmart fulfillment center. How much did you spend on that fee?
So that costed us $300, and actually Walmart, when you ship through Walmart, they actually have lower rates, and because they're partnered with the carriers similar to Amazon, so actually you get really good shipping rates.
And talk a little bit about Walmart WFS versus Amazon FBA. Is there any differences that you see? And for those that don't know, WFS stands for Walmart Fulfillment Services, where FBA, as in Amazon FBA, stands for Fulfilled by Amazon.
So because Walmart WFS is a newer program, it's not as smooth as Amazon FBA, but overall it's sort of becoming a requirement. And if you want to rank well, it's sort of a requirement. And what's really interesting is that Walmart will actually say straight up, if you ship WFS, your products will rank higher. Amazon doesn't say it, even though we know it's true. Yeah. But with Walmart, they actually say it straight up on their page. So it's a really big priority for them. But, in general, they have the thing, it's growing so fast because they have so many stores. So they have so many mini distribution centers that they're starting to use.
And the last cost you had when starting to sell this product on Walmart.com was getting photos for your listing. How much did you spend on those photos?
So from photos, we actually spent $250. We actually sent the product to an influencer who filmed a couple short videos and then took a few photos, and then we had a freelance graphic artist just edit those and make some infographics.
And in total, it cost you over $6,000 to create your product and start selling on Walmart.com. And now that you spent all this money to start your product, can you share with us how much money you made in revenue, break down all the different costs associated with selling on Walmart, and let's talk about how much actual profit you made, because that's the most important part.
Yeah, so I'm gonna share all the numbers of how much we actually made selling this product on Walmart and how much profit we actually were able to put back in our pockets. But what's really interesting is because the product ended up doing so well on Walmart.com, one of the Walmart retail buyers actually reached out to us and they asked to communicate with us about potentially getting our products into their stores. And that's what's really interesting. People don't realize that for every category in Walmart, the person who's in charge of the .com is also in charge of the in-store placement for that. So we actually had a really good opportunity from that.
And the cool thing is, if you make a lot of sales on Walmart.com, you can actually end up getting into the retail stores and make even more money. And you ended up doing over $180,000 in sales with this product on your first year selling on Walmart.com. How did you do that? Break down how Walmart works for us and how you're able to do such crazy high numbers.
One key thing to understand is Walmart is a search engine. So the most important thing is to get your products shown on the top of the search results. To do this, there's a few simple things you could do. Number one, make sure your listing is structured correctly and you have really high listing quality score. Number two is make sure that your listing converts. Make sure that you have a lot of reviews on it. Your images are really good. So when people click on your listing, you purchase it. And number three, make sure you're driving traffic to that listing for external traffic, so that way you have initial traffic to get your product ranked.
And you were able to do that. You had a social media account, you had an email list like ready to go, and as soon as you launched the product, you just drove a bunch of traffic, and Walmart's like, oh my God, this product's getting so many sales, which ends up leading to it putting it higher in the search ranking, and you ended up making even more money because of that, right?
Exactly, yeah, that's the key thing with how really these marketplaces work. It's you want to show a good indication so you get ranked high, and then you're able to get all those organic sales as well.
And as you guys know, if you're subscribed to this channel, that is revenue. There's a lot of cost when having an online business. Michael, can you break down for us all the different costs associated with selling on Walmart.com and share what your final profit was?
So our product cost was approximately $51,000.
The next fee that you had when selling on the Walmart platform is the Walmart selling fee. How much did you spend on that? And talk a little bit about what that is.
So Walmart selling fee is a percentage of all the revenue you do, similar to all marketplaces, and that came out to approximately $27,000.
What is the percentage? So I know Amazon, if you sell on Amazon.com, you have to pay 15%. What is it on Walmart.com?
So Walmart.com is also 15%. Some categories have a little bit less, and if you're under $10, there's some instances where it's less.
You also spent $33,000 on the WFS fee. What is this fee? And talk a little bit about that.
So the WFS fee is Walmart Fulfillment Services, where they actually cover all the shipping costs and the handling and all that's associated with the shipping.
So every time you get an order on Walmart.com, Walmart is actually picking, packing, and shipping out your product to the customer, and obviously they charge you a little bit of money for that. So that's that $33,000 fee. You also spent $20,000 on PPC. And for those that don't know, PPC stands for pay per click, and this is a way for you to advertise your product on Walmart.com to make sure you get up to the top of the search results. Talk a little bit about why Walmart PPC is better than Amazon, if it is, I don't know.
So Walmart PPC is just much cheaper because you aren't bidding against a lot of other people, right? So the more sellers there are that are spending advertising dollars, the more expensive it is to advertise.
And this is one of the reasons why selling on Walmart.com is such a good opportunity right now, is because there's not as much competition as there is on Amazon.com. And in total, in your first year ever selling this product, you did over $40,000 in profit just on Walmart.com.
So in addition to that, we actually did another $15,000 in wholesale revenue, where customers who actually first purchased our product on Walmart.com reached out to us and asked us if they could order larger quantities at discounts.
So selling on Walmart.com not only allowed you to make a lot of money, but it was kind of a marketing tool as well, because wholesale buyers actually found your product on Walmart.com. And at this point, Michael's been selling on Walmart.com for over 5 years. He's done over $4 million in revenue, over $1 million in profit. And we're going to talk about the 3 biggest mistakes he sees people making when trying to sell on Walmart.com. But first, let's talk about the pros and the cons of Walmart.com versus Amazon.com. And what do you think about selling on Amazon?
So Amazon is still the leader, obviously. There's a lot more revenue on Amazon. There's a lot more sales on Amazon. I think that with Amazon, you have the opportunity to build a product to really be a category definer and make, tens of millions in revenue potentially, right? There is that sort of massive, massive opportunity. On Walmart, you're a little bit more capped in regards to revenue because there isn't that many sales there yet.
Amazon.com is a lot bigger than Walmart.com, but one of the big opportunities with selling on Walmart is there's a lot less sellers. Amazon has over 1.6 million sellers on their website, where Walmart.com only has 130,000. And Walmart.com is actually growing faster than Amazon. So Michael, tell us, what are some of the pros of selling on Walmart.com versus Amazon?
So Walmart.com is the fastest growing marketplace, and because of their deep infrastructure, because of their stores, they're able to leverage that to help them grow so much. So you're able to, come along for the ride. The next thing is they don't have any monthly fees. So to have an active Walmart account, you don't have to pay the $40 approximately that it costs on Amazon. One other big thing is that advertising is much cheaper on Walmart.com, as we spoke about earlier, because there's much less sellers. One of the main advantages though is that it's so much easier to rank your products on Walmart.com because there's so much less sellers on the marketplace. It's just much easier to rank your products to the top of search results.
But there are some common mistakes people make when trying to sell on Walmart.com, including one mistake that cost you over $20,000. What's the first mistake you see people making when trying to sell on Walmart?
So the first mistake people make is not being careful when they apply. Amazon is a much easier approval process than Walmart. For Walmart, they're actually going to look into your application, and if you get denied, it makes it much harder to get reapproved. So make sure you do your application thoroughly and you're doing it properly. We actually, at my agency, help brands apply to Walmart and make sure that they could get accepted. Because we are Walmart approved partners, we're able to work with them. So just make sure that even if you're doing it yourself, that you're just very diligent about the information you're putting in so that you have a higher chance of getting accepted.
And if you do want Michael's help with applying to sell on Walmart.com, there's a link in the description down below. The second mistake is the one that costs you $20,000. Talk about this mistake and talk about how people can avoid this.
So the second mistake we made was bad manufacturing. We were selling a lot of stock and we didn't want to risk of running out, so we ordered from another manufacturer as well. And we actually, didn't inspect those and sent those right in. And it ended up happening that they were much worse quality. So people were actually leaving bad reviews, and some people were really upset because they bought the previous product from us that was much higher quality, and they were very upset about that.
But the third mistake is probably the biggest mistake we see when people are trying to sell on Walmart.com. What is that?
So the main mistake I see is that people don't actually understand the Walmart system before trying to sell on the platform. And there's so much opportunity on Walmart, but in order to be successful, you really have to understand the nuances of the platform. And by doing that, you put yourself so much ahead of the competition. So for us, the most important thing is that we just know all the nuances of how to sell, and you're able to be much more successful.
Kalina is another friend of mine that's had a lot of success selling on Amazon, and this is her story.
I made $500,000 with Amazon FBA, and I started my business with $0. So one night I was having a deep conversation with a friend, and I said, wow, I wish more conversations could be like this. And he said, yeah, screw small talk. So immediately the name Big Talk came into my mind. And the following summer, I decided to try out an experiment where I walked up to strangers and skipped the small talk with them to ask them, what do you want to do before you die? And the video sort of went viral on YouTube, and I gave a TEDx talk that got over 6 million views, and soon people all over the world were asking me for help with how to make Big Talk and join the Big Talk movement. So I started giving events and workshops where people could come and skip the small talk with one another, and I was using the card game as a tool. And soon I started selling the card game, and then it got on Amazon, and the rest is history.
And how much did it cost you to start creating this product? I mean, the first cost you had is design. How much did it cost you to design the product?
$0, because I traded illustrating my friend's children's book for her designing the card game packaging. And the rest was just questions that I uploaded onto a printing website.
And you set it up so people could buy directly from this website, and you only get charged once you get a sale, so it's kind of a print on demand. Explain how that works.
Totally. It was like passive income. So I uploaded questions and the card game box design, and then I just put a link on my Big Talk website that people could order the Big Talk card game if they wanted it. And so people would order it, and I would get a cut of it, and so it was passive income. So I really had no startup costs.
And you started making a profit from this, and this eventually led to you being able to get onto Amazon. Talk about, why did you join Amazon? How did you get started with Amazon?
Sure. So one day I got an email from someone who worked at Amazon that said, hi, Kalina, my boss's boss's boss saw your TEDx talk and really wants you to get Big Talk on Amazon because he's inspired by your story. I actually had my hand held through the process. I mean, now there's so many forums and things you can look up with how to upload a product onto Amazon. But at the time, they helped me create the product listing and send shipments to FBA. So that was the first time that I ordered bulk quantities of the card game to send to Amazon.
So you were printing your product on demand, but now all of a sudden you have to buy your product in bulk. How much did it cost you, and how many units did you purchase for your first run?
My first run, I probably purchased like a few hundred units. I'm really risk averse, so even that really scared me. But I was selling, at least a few hundred a year through the print-on-demand service. So it was probably like a few hundred. And eventually now I just order 1,000 decks at a time of the card game and ship them to Amazon.
And that costs you around $4,000, but it sounds like at first you ordered just a few hundred just to test the water, right?
Yes, totally. And I would see on Amazon, you can tell when your inventory is running low and you can replenish it. So each time I would order a few more, eventually getting up to 1,000 units.
And this is when your sales really started to explode. And Kalina, you've done over $500,000 in sales on Amazon, but that didn't happen overnight. Let's talk about the first year that you launched Big Talk on Amazon. How much in revenue did you do?
The first year, I did about $104,000 in revenue. And that was really all people who had just seen my TEDx talk and had heard about Big Talk and word of mouth started buying the product on Amazon.
Did you do anything to launch your product? Like it's all just from that, or how did people find out about this?
Honestly, yeah, it was pretty much just like word of mouth stuff. I think at that time, maybe I created an Instagram for Big Talk and, created a new website that was like a little more sleek and clean and had a direct link to buy the card game to Amazon.
So in her first year selling on Amazon, she did over $100,000. But as you know, if you watch this channel, revenue is not profit. You had a lot of costs associated with selling on Amazon. And the first cost you had is you had to pay for all those products that you sold. How much did it cost you to manufacture all those products?
Yeah, to manufacture the products, it was about $17,000.
And then after that, there's also a 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you pay for the Amazon selling fee?
That was about $16,000.
Another fee you have to pay when selling on Amazon is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. This is the fee that Amazon charges you every time you get an order for them to pick, pack, and ship your product out to the customer. How much did you spend on that fee?
That was about $15,000.
On top of that, when starting a business, there's always other costs. What kind of other costs did you have with your business?
Yeah, there's everything from getting the website set up to, buying video editing software to graphic design editing software to paperwork for starting the LLC for Big Talk and turning it into an official business. So that was probably around $3,000.
And in total, in your first year ever selling on Amazon, how much in profit did you actually make?
Around $49,000.
Which is pretty amazing for something that you were considering a side hustle at the time.
Yeah, I thought it was my side hustle, but I guess it ended up becoming my main hustle.
Then in your second year selling this product on Amazon, there's a few really interesting things that happened. What happened in your second year selling on Amazon?
My second year, I actually got a research grant to go to Singapore for a year to research ways to use Big Talk to build empathy across cultures. And I was using the card game as part of my research project. So I got a research grant through that, and then eventually started getting paid for giving speaking engagements and workshops at companies and schools and different kinds of organizations. So this whole other revenue stream came from Big Talk.
How much money did you make from the speaking engagements?
Probably like $11,000 during that year. And then the Fulbright grant was like $29,000.
And this is a huge insight. When you're selling a product on Amazon, when you're starting any type of business, you don't only need to make money from your product. There's all kinds of other revenue streams that open up. And this is what I call the flywheel. This is something that Jeff Bezos came up with. And it's this idea that you can make money with one thing and you make money with another thing. And those things start to spiral and grow each other. And what about on Amazon in this second year of you selling? How much money did you do in revenue?
Yeah, that one was about $88,000.
And then once you subtract all the different product costs, the Amazon selling fees, everything else, how much profit did you make in that second year?
About $41,000.
And why do you think that the revenue sales numbers dropped your second year selling on Amazon?
Yeah, sure. The second year I wasn't focused on the card game at all. It was just kind of already set up there and already on Amazon, and I was focused on the speaking engagements. And I think a lot of the initial customers were the people who saw the TED Talk when it first blew up, and so it had the initial hype for Big Talk. So people who were the most interested in Big Talk bought it right away.
Were you doing anything to market the product?
No.
So this is relatively passive income. So it was about $40,000 in passive income in your second year selling on Amazon. Plus, when you add in all the money you made from the speaking engagements and all the other things, you actually made a little bit more in your second year.
Yeah.
What about your third year selling on Amazon? Anything interesting that happened?
Yeah, so that was the year I started traveling a lot to give talks about Big Talk. I went to Australia, I went to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and also I was back and forth in the US. So I got like a gig giving Big Talk workshops in Kazakhstan for a couple weeks for like $6,000, and then also a few other speaking engagements as well.
So this product's actually supporting your lifestyle and opening up new opportunities.
Yeah, in a crazy way it was and is.
And let's break down year number 3 numbers on Amazon. What was the revenue for year 3?
Yeah, really similar to year 2, $89,000.
And then once we subtract out all the product costs, all the other costs, what was the profit from year 3?
Again, very similar to year 2, $41,000.
And during this time, were you doing anything to grow the brand, grow the product?
I think just, traveling and giving speaking engagements naturally spread Big Talk in a grassroots sort of way.
But most of these sales were from Amazon US, right? So
True.
So it's still relatively $40,000 in passive income.
Yeah.
And that brings us to year 4, which was 2020. Obviously, a few big things happened during that year, but there was one thing that you did that made an extra $18,000 for the business. You want to talk about what that is?
Yeah, sure. So someone had seen the original card game that I was selling on Amazon, and he worked for Jay Shetty's Genius program. So he reached out to me about doing a collaboration for a custom Big Talk Genius card deck. So they placed a bulk order of cards, and that was $18,000 in revenue.
And in addition to that, you started a Shopify website. How much money did you make off the Shopify website in this year?
Shopify, about $3,700, and that was my first year selling on Shopify.
And obviously, since it was 2020 and everyone was inside, you had to stop doing events, but what'd you do instead?
Yeah, so a lot of my speaking engagements got canceled, but I started doing virtual Big Talk events, and a lot of them were for free. You know, I was just doing it to keep raising awareness about Big Talk and giving people something to do and give them hope during the pandemic.
And you would think, since people were inside, they were socially isolating, that this product, the sales might really drop off. But what was your numbers in revenue for this year?
About $83,000.
Then after we subtract out all the costs and everything, how much in profit did you do?
$38,000.
So again, and was this still relatively passive income for you?
Yeah.
And that brings us to last year, your 5th year selling on Amazon. And this is where you corrected a mistake that probably had been costing you over $100,000. And what was that mistake and how did you correct it?
Yeah, my mistake was that, for this little card game, I was paying the manufacturer $4 per deck, and I was ordering from Printer Studio. And then I started doing some sourcing research and looked at Alibaba and found a manufacturer who could make it for half the price.
And there is another mistake that Kalina made that we'll talk about at the end of the video that I think is an even bigger mistake than this that probably cost her even more money. So make sure you keep watching. But what else happened during 2021, your 5th year selling on Amazon?
So during 2021, I had been receiving a lot of requests for also creating an app form of the question card game. So I released a Big Talk Questions app that had questions from the card game as well as more in different categories.
And how much did you make off the app?
The app, a few thousand in revenue. And another thing I started doing was writing a book about how people can use Big Talk in their everyday lives, whether at home, on the street, at work, in school. So that's been an exciting project as well.
And this is another part of the flywheel. This is another node that as that book grows, it's going to sell more cards, it's going to help her speaking engagements, and everything continues to grow. And in your 5th year, how much in revenue did you do on Amazon?
Around $90,000.
And as we subtract out all the costs, there's actually one other cost that you didn't have before, and that was Amazon PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. This is where you can advertise on Amazon, and it makes it so that your product will come up at the top of the search results. And every time someone clicks on your ad, you have to pay a little bit of money. And so you're hoping that every few clicks you're going to get a sale and that the math works out. How much money did you pay in Amazon PPC?
On Amazon PPC, I paid about $8,000.
And even though she spent $8,000 on Amazon PPC, it actually increased the amount of sales that she was getting. When you look at the numbers for spending that $8,000, it was over, I think, $16,000 in sales that came from that. Then after we subtract your other fees, what was the total profit in year 5?
Year 5 was $36,000. And on top of that, I had another bulk order for, I think, 1,000 decks of the card game for a woman in Europe who was using them for her training business. So that was about $10,000 in revenue. And then that year, Shopify also increased from $3,000 the year before to $6,000 in revenue.
And that brings us to your 6th year selling on Amazon, which is this year, which is not all the way done yet. And one really big thing that happened this year is I actually met you at a Big Talk event. I was just randomly going to the park next to my house, and Kalina was hosting an event there. I started talking with her. I saw that she has this amazing product, and I knew I had to have her on the channel. And so far this year, how much money have you done in revenue with your Amazon product?
So far, around $45,000.
And after we subtract out all the product costs, all the different Amazon FBA selling fees, all that stuff, how much has the profit been so far this year?
Around $19,000.
And anything else that happened this year that's really exciting?
So this year, I started leading live music Big Talk events for my community, and I also released the second version, finally, of the Big Talk question card game.
But there has been a few really big mistakes that you've made, and we're going to talk about the biggest mistakes, including one mistake that cost you over $100,000. What is the first mistake that you made with this business?
I mean, the first mistake I made was that in, going against the grain and starting my own business, becoming an entrepreneur, I felt really lonely. And Big Talk is all about fighting loneliness to build more meaningful connections. So I really had to examine the way I was leading my own life with Big Talk as well to correct that mistake. Because, I was traveling a lot to give a lot of events about Big Talk and helping other people make more meaningful connections while personally still feeling alone. I say friends always come first. Friends are everything. Friends and family and the people you love. And having something that really fills you up every single day. Like for me, it's surfing. So no matter how things are going with Big Talk, I can always just get in the water and surf.
What was the second big mistake you made with this business?
Yeah, over the past few years, I've had so many people who are really kind and inspired by Big Talk and have been telling me what I should be doing to grow the business. So I was listening to them and always getting so confused and, trying to start something and then it didn't really work out. When what I really should have been doing was following what worked, which was the card game, the videos, the speaking engagements, rather than trying to create these new revenue streams that no one was really asking for, but some experts were telling me I should have been creating them.
And this is the thing, you always know your business best. Definitely take advice from lots of people, but you have to filter it out and figure out what actually works for you. And this leads us into the third and the biggest mistake, the one mistake that probably, in my opinion, cost you over $100,000. And make sure if you're watching at home to pay attention. What was that mistake?
Big Talk began with a video that went viral, and it came from a place of passion. And I loved making that video. But once I started, following the shoulds, I stopped making videos and I stopped creating content. And I really wish I'd been focusing on that. Because, for example, a lot of my competitors, when I first started out, there weren't really any competitors for Big Talk.
You were the first product like this on the market.
Yeah, and then later on, a lot of competitors, focused on TikTok the whole pandemic. I never started a TikTok. I was very scared of it. And then Reels came out, and again, I was scared of it. And it's only this past summer that I finally started making content again. And it feels really good because I love interviewing people on the street. I love talking about Big Talk and sharing content and making videos. So I should have been doing that way early on because that's really a great way to grow your business.
Mina is one of my most successful students. He took $1,500 and turned it into a business that was making over $100,000 per month. Now, we don't get into that in this video. This is just going to be about his first year, but I will be doing a follow-up video with him hopefully in the next few months. But here's a story about his first year selling on Amazon.
What was the first cost in starting your business?
Awesome. So the first cost was the design, and I needed a label obviously for my product, and that cost me $275. Next thing was I opened up an Amazon account, obviously. Initially, I was hesitant. I said, should I get the professional or not the professional? I got the professional. It's only $40 a month. So that was my second thing. Third thing was I got samples. That was about $80. I bought a bunch of powders and I tested them out, got a few bags and some scoopers and stuff like that. Fourth thing was my production run. That cost me $500. I only did 100 units to start. I didn't know anything about Amazon, so I wasn't afraid to start small. Next thing was the shipping from the manufacturer to Amazon actually only cost me $10.
That's pretty cheap.
I know, yeah. For 100 units, I was like, I didn't believe it at first, but I was like, hey, I'll take it. After that, it was getting an LLC set up and all that kind of stuff. That cost me around $350. Barcodes, that was an important one. I had to get that one to start selling. $250 for 10 barcodes. I know some people like to go like the cheaper route, but I got it from gs1.org. It's legit, so I wanted to stay legit from day one. And then no software tools, nothing like that. And trademark cost me, which a little bit later on, $400. So yeah, total cost me about $1,500 for my first production run, send it to Amazon and start selling. And it was a little bit of money to me at the time. Working a 9 to 5, $1,500 was a lot, but I said, hey, I'm gonna take the risk and do it.
And I want to point out something here. That's really inexpensive. You can start Amazon even if you don't have that much money. For the price of a vacation, you've basically been able to quit your job and live your life as a vacation.
Took me 6 months to do it.
That's not bad. And so let's go other things too, because a lot of times people ask about trademarks. Like, what's your thought on a trademark? How much did that cost you?
So that cost me about $400, but that only came in a lot later. I didn't know about the whole brand registry thing, and I didn't even know, like, do I really need a trademark? Like, is my name so important? But later on, I did get one because obviously brand registry is super important.
And what about software and tools? A lot of people are like, oh, I need to spend all this money on software and tools. How much did you spend?
Zero. I used Helium 10 for free, so I used the 2 searches a day thing, and that's all I needed.
In your first year, you started with $1,500. How much revenue did you do your first year selling on Amazon?
Approximately $252,000.
Which is absolutely insane. And I know you sold over 12,000 units in your first year. Let's start breaking down these numbers. So $250,000 is absolutely insane, but that's revenue and not profit, obviously. True. So how much was your product cost in your first year?
So for the whole year, for 12,000 units, it cost me about $63,000 that I had to pay to my manufacturer to get all those units done.
And then the next fee that a lot of people don't talk about is the flat 15% fee to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you spend in that fee?
So that was approximately $37,000, and you can do the numbers. If you do 252 times 0.15, you get that number.
And then there's also another fee for selling Amazon FBA, which is the pick and pack fee. That's the fee to take your product, basically when Amazon takes it from their warehouse and ships it out to the customer. How much money did you pay to Amazon for that fee?
That was another $41,000.
On top of all those fees, there's still just other fees, other Amazon FBA fees, and other fees associated with running a business. Approximately how much did you spend on all those other fees just associated with running your business?
So refunds, returns, all that kind of stuff, removals, that was about $8,000 more.
And another thing, again, that a lot of people don't talk, there's so many fees with starting a business. Like, I don't want to make this sound like it's all easy and fun, but another fee is the Amazon PPC fee. And he's a PPC expert. It's a great way to market your product, but how much did you spend on Amazon PPC in your first year?
So first year alone, I spent $53,000 on Amazon PPC, but I did look at the numbers and I got 4 million eyes on my product.
So that $50,000 you spent on Amazon PPC was worth it. So in total, when we subtract all your costs in your first year, about how much did you do in profit?
So right around $48,000 in profit.
Which is pretty freaking good. To start with $1,500 and in his first year to be able to make $50,000, be able to quit his job. And Mina loves his life. Out of everybody I know, we go surfing. Like, he's the one that drags me out, and like we've been playing tennis. But here's the important thing, and pay attention to this, because Mina made a lot of mistakes in his first year, including one mistake that cost him over $4,000. So let's break down your top 4 mistakes. What would you say the first mistake you made?
So first mistake was I got a bad design. Remember that fee we talked about, the whole labeling and everything? That was like very bad. I didn't have a nice label. It didn't look good. My listing images kind of were really bad. So I would say that was one of my biggest mistakes, because people buy with their eyes, and that was pretty bad.
But here's the important thing. He started out with a bad design and he's iterated it, and it's become better and better and better.
Way better.
And that's the way to start a business, is start it.
Just start.
Yeah, just start. And so the second mistake you made after that, what would you say the second mistake is?
So I would say bad quality control. I never had a quality control procedure in place. I never checked my products. I know a lot of people talk about inspections in China. I never did that because I was in the US, which was a big mistake, because my first 100 bags, 60 of them broke during shipment, which means I only sold 40 out of those 100. Thankfully, only like 40 people returned the product, so it wasn't that bad. The cherry limeade, I killed that product, the Hydrolite cherry limeade, because I didn't pay attention to the flavor, and a few bad batches went out, and a couple thousand, and then I had so many bad reviews, I had to just put it to rest.
Again, it's okay to make mistakes. Look, he's made a lot of freaking mistakes. The most successful entrepreneurs I know make a lot of mistakes, but they learn from them and they iterate. So let's talk about another mistake. What was the third mistake that you made?
So running out of stock, I would say, is one of the worst mistakes I've ever made, because I will be like riding this incredible wave and then run out of stock, come crashing down, and spend so much money and time and effort just trying to get back up to where I was, lose a lot of revenue, and it's painful to run out of stock. If there's any lesson you should learn on Amazon, do not run out of stock.
And this is something that every Amazon seller I've talked to says, do not run out of stock. Maybe buy a little extra inventory, work a little bit harder to sell it, but make sure you have enough inventory. And
100%.
Let's talk about the mistake that cost you $4,000.
So, I got a little bit excited, and I said, okay, I have Hydrolite and I'm selling and I'm doing this stuff. So I wanted to make my portfolio look good, and I half-assed a few products, and I launched creatine, glutamine, and collagen. And I didn't put any effort into it. I didn't put any effort into the PPC or ranking, and guess what? Completely failed. It was $4,000 invested in all those products, and nothing came back. It was just a loss. I just called it a loss.
And to me, the lesson from this is you don't want to just private label junk products. His Hydrolite brand is unique. It's special. The design's really amazing. Every part of it is perfect for Amazon. It's the perfect passion product. And when he did the creatine and the more boring stuff that's oversaturated, it's a lot more difficult.
Karyna and Justin are two of my favorite students, and you're gonna see to some people, their story is a failure story, but to them and to me, it's a success story. They did not make as much money as maybe other people would want to make, but you're gonna see why their story actually ended up being a huge success for them and making them a ton of money.
How did you guys start this business?
We saw that AJ had a passion for cocktails, and we had a similar thing, but it was for smoothies.
And at this point, you guys bought cocktail cards, which cost you $34.99. And you realized that you could do the same thing that he did for cocktails, but for smoothies, and make smoothie cards. And we're gonna be listing out all the costs associated with starting your business. So make sure, guys, to like this video, because they're being brutally honest about how much it cost them to start this business. So what was the next cost that you guys had in designing this product?
So we spent $296 on fruits and veggies, and we also spent $120 on a new professional blender.
And this allowed you to start testing some of the recipes for smoothies. So the next cost you guys had is, I think you spent $10 on some index cards and some markers to start mocking up what the product would look like. Is that right?
First, we brought white dry erase cards because we really wanted to get a feel for the design and the layout, because we really liked AJ's design for cocktails cards, but we really wanted a vertical format. So we started testing with a marker and everything, seeing the positioning of everything that we wanted. And the final designs are actually very similar to our original mock-ups on those whiteboard cards.
The next step was you actually found a manufacturer and you ordered samples. The samples cost you $95. Talk about, first off, how you found the manufacturer and what the samples were.
Yeah, so it was super easy to find a manufacturer since Travis was able to give us a contact of the manufacturer he used previously.
And the other thing that you did is you ordered the prototype for $95. And this was a set of just blank white cards. Why did you guys order that?
Yeah, we just wanted to touch and feel and see if we like how thick they are or how thin they are. Like, we just wanted to play around, just kind of, picture how our cards would look like.
See the quality as well.
The next cost after that you guys had was you spent around $5 printing out stickers, and you basically made a mock-up and you put the stickers on top of these cards to get an idea of what the final product would look like. Why did you guys do that?
I mean, that was mostly just so we could actually show people physically in our hand, because at this point, I think we had some renderings, but it was just nice that we could actually show a box and like the cards in a video, just so they could see what does it really look like in someone's hand.
Now, at this point in designing your mock-up, you really haven't spent that much money, but they're also not the most professional designs. What was the next step for you guys?
Yeah, so then we hired a designer and we spent $2,600 to design all the cards and the box, and as well as 3D rendering pictures.
And how did you guys find the designer?
It was also super easy. Travis gave us a contact.
Yeah, that's why Travis's course was very helpful for us, because it just put us in contact with so many people that we wouldn't have known. And it's like you said, everybody's just nice and they share information.
At this point, you spent around $3,000 to start your business. Were you nervous?
Actually, yes. At this point, we were fairly nervous because we didn't really have the validation that we were looking for yet.
But one thing you guys were doing along the way was you were posting about your idea on social media. How was that going?
Yeah, so at first it was kind of slow. We barely had any subscribers or followers, but I was able to invite my friends to join our Facebook group, as well as, follow our Instagram and YouTube. This is how our idea started spreading, because people my friends liked our idea, and then they started sharing on their social media about our product.
And you guys realized that people liked this idea. But it's one thing when people say, I like an idea. It's another thing for them to give you money for it. So you did something really smart to validate the idea. What was that?
Yeah, so next we actually put our idea on Kickstarter. So we had already put, a decent amount of money into designs and everything. We knew it looked great, and we knew that our friends, family, and all of our followers really liked it, but we didn't know is that if people were willing to pay money for it. And that's where Kickstarter is key, because they can order it pre-ordering before you've even made anything. And that's a really good validating point. Just, are they willing to pay for it?
And this allows you to make money before you have to spend any money on actual production. So then you can take the money that you make from a Kickstarter and go use it to make your first production run. But this actually leads into the first mistake that you guys made that, in my opinion, cost you at least $3,000. What was that mistake, and how can people at home avoid this mistake?
We were planning initially to launch in December, but then once we talked with Travis, he said that it would be a nice idea to launch at the beginning of the year when everybody is back to their homes from all the vacations.
And they're making New Year's resolutions. They're trying to eat healthy. It's perfectly timed. Versus during Christmas, you don't want to launch a Kickstarter during Christmas, because what happens is people want to buy things that they're going to get in time for Christmas. They don't want to buy something that they're not going to get for a few months. What was the mistake?
Typically, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for Kickstarter to review your listing and approve it. But this time when I clicked on submit, it literally took probably 5 seconds for them to approve it. So then the big button came out. And what did it say?
I think it said launch now, and then there was a little tiny chyron that said details. And I walked into the room. She says, oh, it's approved. And I walked in. I was like, oh, let me see. And right as she was about to click launch now, I was like, no. But then she was too late. And there's no going back once you've launched a Kickstarter. You cannot remove the campaign. So we spent about 24 hours, give or take, trying to figure out if we could take down the campaign, which we couldn't. And then we started marketing it after the fact. But, we lost probably a decent amount of revenue right there just from that initial 24 hours is very important on a Kickstarter.
And you launched this product the day after Christmas. Yes. Probably the worst day to launch a Kickstarter, because people are just done spending all their money up until Christmas and they need a break. And I think personally, it lost at least $3,000
just from that one mistake. So make sure to be very careful when you're launching a Kickstarter. But you guys still did fairly well. How much money did you make from the Kickstarter?
The Kickstarter was over 4,000.
And that's enough money to kind of, first off, it lets you know that people are actually interested in this product because people spent money buying the product, but also you got that money before you really had to spend money on your production. So you were able to use that money on manufacturing. Right. So then you did your first manufacturing run. How much did your first manufacturing run cost you?
It cost us $6,000 to do our first production run.
Then from there, this product was made overseas, so you had to get it shipped into the United States. How much did it cost for shipping?
It costs about $1,600 to ship it here.
And did you guys do air shipping or sea shipping for this first run?
Sea shipping, actually.
So there's two different types of ways that you can get your product shipped from overseas into the United States. One is air shipping, and air shipping is going to be a lot more expensive, but it's going to be a lot faster. It's usually going to take between 5 to 7 days. The other option is what Justin and Karyna did, is sea shipping. It's going to be a lot slower. It's going to take like 4 to 6 weeks at least usually, but it's going to be a lot cheaper. How long did it take you from the time that you sent the order till you actually received it? Do you remember?
It was there within 3 weeks.
Now there are some other costs before you finally launch it on Amazon. Another cost was you paid around $50 for helium-10. Why? What is helium-10 and why did you decide to get it?
Yeah, so we use helium-10 for keyword research. And this is really important because once you create a new listing, you want to put in all the keywords you want to rank for, so then your potential customers can find your listing.
I know that you guys didn't want to show any customers what your home address was. And on Amazon, now they made a new rule where if you're selling on Amazon, you have to tell people where your business is located. And if it's located in your home, you'd have to put that address. But you were able to find a workaround. What was that workaround?
Yeah, so we found this website called iPostal One, where we purchased a 1-year plan that cost us $99, where we were able to choose any address we want to list in our listing.
And there were some other fees also associated with starting your business, but in total, it cost you guys almost $12,000 to start this business. At this point, you just spent $12,000 and you haven't even launched yet. We'll talk about the launch numbers in just a minute here. But how are you feeling? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Were you excited?
I think we're feeling pretty confident, especially because of the extra money from the Kickstarter. You know, it's like your product has already been partially validated because you know that people are interested enough through your social media, but then you also know that people are willing to buy it at the price that you set it at. I think the Kickstarter really, really helped with confidence levels.
So you guys finally launched on Amazon, but before we share your honest results from the first month, let's talk about the second mistake you guys made. And what was that second mistake?
I think our second mistake was not to take proper rest after we finished with our Kickstarter because we felt very burnt out.
This is a huge thing. Most entrepreneurs, when they just keep going. They launch something and they're like, okay, cool, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. And it's important to celebrate your wins. I always recommend when you hit a big milestone, take a week off, take some time to go travel and enjoy your life. But now let's get into your first month results. In your guys' first month ever selling this product on Amazon or any product on Amazon, how much money in revenue did you guys make?
Yeah, so we actually made $1,600 during our first months.
And obviously you guys know at home that revenue is not profit. What was the cost to manufacture the products that you sold during that first month?
It cost us around $327.
And during that first month, I believe you guys sold around 43 units. The next cost you had was the Amazon selling fee. And Amazon charges a flat 15% for every item you sell on their platform. And how much did you pay for this fee?
So we paid $240.
The next fee is the Amazon pick and pack fee. How much did you spend for this fee?
That was $316.
And how did you feel about spending this much money on all these Amazon fees? I know you guys had to ship the products yourself when you sold on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
How did that process compare to having Amazon ship out the products?
It is much, much easier to send things through Amazon FBA because when we fulfilled things on Kickstarter, you know, we had to purchase boxes, we had to get tape, we had to pack everything ourselves. We needed to find, you know, like padding and things to fit into the boxes. And then once we had everything packed and labeled, we had to take it every individual trip. We had to take our cars to go to the post office or wherever we were shipping from. So I would highly recommend Amazon FBA because it's actually, it might even be cheaper.
Yeah, it's cheaper. So not only are you not having to pay for shipping, Amazon has cheaper shipping rates, so you get to use those, and Amazon's paying the employees to do it for you, so it's less of your time. And this is actually the reason why I got into Amazon FBA, is because I wanted to create a passive income business so I could travel. And since Amazon's basically getting you more customers, and because they're pick, pack, and shipping out the product for you, you can live wherever you want, you can travel the world, and your business is gonna keep running. So the last fee that we had associated with your business is Amazon PPC, and you guys actually got $200 in credit. So all new sellers on Amazon get $200 in Amazon PPC credit. So in total, drum roll please, in your first month ever selling on Amazon, what was your profit?
Yeah, so we made over $700.
Why do you think that your sales were so low for your first month?
Well, I think the main reason was because we weren't ranked for smoothie recipes, which is our main keyword.
And the reason you weren't ranked was actually partially a glitch in the Amazon system, right?
Yeah, that's right, because we tried calling them and tried to figure out what was the problem, but I don't know. It was kind of like they weren't sure why, so
that's something that you can get fixed. The other thing, there's probably two other reasons why I think sales were low for smoothie cards. The second reason why is there's not a lot of organic search traffic for smoothie recipe cards. And you can find this out by using tools like Helium 10. They'll tell you how many times per month people are searching different keywords in Amazon. And for cocktail flashcards, cocktail recipe cards, there was a higher search volume than for smoothie cards. The third and final reason why I think that sales were lower for smoothie cards is you guys have been trying really hard on social media, but you still haven't had anything pop off yet. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's because it's a learning process and we just need to keep on trying. I think the more videos we post, the more likely one of them's gonna pop. So we'll just keep on trying.
I know you guys spent $12,000 to start this business, and so to only do $700 in profit in your first month, how did that feel?
It actually feels pretty good because, for one thing, like most small businesses aren't profitable within like the first year and a half or 2 years. And because we were able to raise the money on Kickstarter, like we're most likely going to be profitable within 10 months, especially at this current rate. $700 a month minus the $4,000 for Kickstarter. It looks like we could be profitable within our first year.
And we're going to get into the biggest mistake that they made that cost them over $10,000 in just a minute. But there was one other thing that you mentioned to me, is that you actually were able to get a better job because of the skills you learned through launching this product. Talk about that.
By acquiring the skills that I got from Travis's course and by running like Kickstarter and our social media, I was able to get a job in marketing that paid twice as much as my previous job.
And so even though I know a lot of people think that they're going to launch a product on Amazon, they're going to become a millionaire in the first month, that's not realistic. Even if you have a business that just does a little bit of money in sales, first off, eventually it's going to be profitable because really your sales aren't going to stay the same. Usually over time, they're going to go up and up and up. And there's a network effect when you're selling products because people say, hey, smoothie cards, that's a cool product. Where can I get it? And more people will start buying it. But the other thing is when you launch your own business, you're acquiring new skills. You're upgrading your ability to make money so you can get a job if you want that pays you double as much. So even if you may have lost money on right now starting your Amazon business, you're probably going to make that money back in the next couple months with your job. Not to mention you're going to make it back with the business. So that leads us into the biggest mistake you made that in my opinion cost you guys at least $10,000. And what was that mistake?
I wish we would have started sooner, because the sooner we would have started, the sooner we would have looked on YouTube, the sooner we would have found Travis's course, and the sooner we would have found our own passion product.
And if you guys would have launched this product a year ago, you would already be at break even. That would have already been an extra $10,000 in profit from your business. And this is one of the most common mistakes I see new entrepreneurs making. They wait or they try the wrong way to make money online. So get started now. Andrew is another one of my favorite students, and we're going to talk about what product he sells and all the money that he made in this next video. Tell us your story. How were you able to create this business and start selling on Amazon?
So I was working about 15 years in oil and gas. I was always away from my family. And then COVID hit. All of a sudden, our industry got gutted. Oil prices went to about $17 a barrel, and I found myself without a job. In addition to that, we had our second child on the way. Weren't sure how we were going to pay the bills. So one night I was in my garage working on a project, and basically I was tinkering away, trying to fix something on the workbench. There wasn't really much room, and my tools were piled up all around me. I realized the tool I needed was at the bottom of the pile, and I kept looking up thinking, man, I wish I could just hang my tools up so I could grab it, use it, put it away. Nice and easy. The tools didn't really fit in any other storage option, so I thought, I'm going to go online and see what I can find. And then I went online, couldn't find anything. Didn't exist. So I said, well, I guess I have to make it.
So you ended up buying a 3D printer, which cost $500. And then you bought all the materials for the 3D printer, which cost another $500.
Yeah, that's right. And so I downloaded some free CAD software, figured out how to use that. played around with the 3D printer, printed some things just to test it out. And then I started making prototypes. So I ended up getting to the point where I had a working prototype and I installed it and I solved my own problem. And I kind of just shelved the idea for a while. But because of COVID, I kind of had to revisit that. And I thought, you know what? I think I can make a real business out of this.
And make sure to like this video because we're going to list out all the expenses that Andrew had to turn his business from a cool idea into a real business. And make sure to stay to the end of this video because at the end, he's going to talk about a mistake he made that cost him $20,000. So make sure you stay till the end. But the next cost you had to turn this into a real business was to hire some CAD designers. And the first one you hired cost $1,500. How'd you find him? And talk a little bit about that.
So I guess maybe that was one of the mistakes I made early on is I just went with somebody that was local, somebody that was easily accessible. And it ended up costing me a lot because they were charging $75 an hour, which was a real premium. I didn't really know about Fiverr at that time or Upwork. And yeah, and so I also knew that my skills at the CAD design were quite limited and I had to start employing professionals if I was going to make a finished retail good.
And eventually you found another CAD designer for $20 an hour and you found them through Fiverr or Upwork?
They were actually local, but after I had that initial experience, I realized, you know what, the work level that I was getting wasn't as high as I wanted, and the cost was obviously far too high. So I started shopping around, and that's when I really discovered the person that could take me through to the finish line.
And so you spent another $1,000 on that second person. The next expense you had was you had this great idea and you wanted to make sure that it was protected. And so you ended up filing for a provisional patent, which costs $75. Talk about what is a provisional patent and how can people protect their ideas?
Yeah, I mean, if you have an idea, obviously patenting and trademarking is a really scary subject for a lot of people. The USPTO changed the rules about 6 or 8 years ago, and they created this thing called the American Invents Act. What it allows you to do is an individual can write their own provisional patent application and submit it on their own behalf for $75. Now, previous to that, you'd have to pay for a lawyer, and patent lawyers are not cheap. I mean, it can cost in the tens of thousands of dollars. So it's just a way for you to protect your idea. You have a year from that point to try to explore your idea, see if you can get a business going. And at that point, you're allowed to disclose and tell people about it.
The next step that you need to do was to get a mold because this is a product that is injection molded and you need to create a mold for that, which costs $20,000. Tell me about how you got the mold and why you needed this mold.
Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can manufacture something. And obviously 3D printing isn't really a sustainable thing for mass market. So I knew I had to go to the injection molding route. It also results in a much stronger product. I knew I wanted to make this domestically. I wanted to put a lifetime warranty on it. And I wanted to make it a really high quality product. I'm not really interested in competing with some of the, overseas less expensive products. And yeah, I knew I needed to do this right. And so I went and got quotes from a bunch of different manufacturers. I checked their references, fortunately, because I almost got roped into working with one that was a little unscrupulous. And I ended up finding a really great partner just 15 minutes away from my house. They injection mold everything for me. The mold that I had made, I own that mold, and then they just use it to produce the parts.
So this is something that once you have the mold, it's going to make it very inexpensive to make every individual unit. So it's an asset for your business that you're going to be able to use over and over again.
Absolutely, yeah.
The next expense you had was turning this business into a real legal business, and that cost you around $750. Talk about how you did that.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, you can register your business fairly inexpensively. I think it's important to get an LLC or a limited company that keeps the liability away from you. So if something failed in the product, somebody was injured. And then also, we never really talked about it too much, but you also need some insurance, some basic business insurance. I think the cost can be a few $100s a month, depending on the risk involved with your product.
Is there any other expenses to get started?
Yeah. So, I mean, when you make a physical product, you're going to end up with packaging and you need a barcode. So you go to GS1. That is the official barcode database keeper. And you have a set of barcodes for about $250.
Yeah. And nowadays you can get just one barcode if you want for $30. And your first production run ended up costing you $6,700. How many units of your product were you able to produce for that?
Yeah, that's about 500 units retail ready.
And then from there, once they manufacture the units, you had to get them to ship it from their facility to you. How much did that cost?
Actually, nothing, because they're in the same town as me. And so they're only about 15 minutes away. So I just go pick up my product directly.
But once you get the products, you still have to pay for shipping to get into the Amazon warehouse. How much did that cost you?
Absolutely. That runs about $650 for that particular run.
And the reason that Andrew shipped his products into the Amazon warehouse is when people go to Amazon to buy a product, if they're in Amazon's warehouse, it makes it so those products are then Prime eligible. And people are much more likely to buy products that are Prime eligible.
Amazon's got this huge network of warehouses right across the country. And once you send your product into Amazon, they actually distribute it for you across the nation. So anywhere somebody's located, they can always get that product quickly, which is more likely for them to buy.
And this is why I always recommend using Amazon FBA. How did you figure out what people are searching for in Amazon so you could use those phrases in your title?
So there's an awesome tool. It's a software tool called Helium 10. There are a couple of other software tools out there, but Helium 10 really has the full suite.
The next cost that you had was actually the photos for your listing. Did you take the photos yourself? Did you hire someone for that? How did that work?
Yeah, so I actually started off using my own photos and, just to get going, it was the easiest and cheapest way to do it. After a while, once I had some sales under my belt, I realized that was something that I could really improve upon. So once I had some revenue, I did go back and hire a professional agency to do it for me. If you want, I can give you a link for that too. But basically, I was able to upgrade my photos, up my game, and then that increased the sales too.
What did it end up costing you once you upgraded?
About $650.
And the last expense you had was getting your logo trademark. And this is so you could have access to brand registry. How much did that cost you? And any advice for anyone out there?
Yeah, so when I first joined Amazon, they had a program. It was an accelerator program, and you had to use one of the 12 law firms that they approved. I did that, and it cost me about $1,800 all in. But now they've actually changed the rules. You don't have to use those. You can actually go to any firm you want. So you can shop around for a better price. I've seen there are places on Fiverr, for example, and also you can actually do it yourself.
And that's going to only cost you around $275 if you do it yourself. And it's not difficult to do. I've done this. My girlfriend's done this. A lot of the students in my course have done this themselves. So at this point, you spent over $30,000 on your business and you haven't even launched it. How do you feel in this moment?
Well, obviously pretty nervous. I mean, especially committing that much money to the mold and not being certain that it was going to come out the way I wanted to. Really nervous about that. But at the same time, I had just finished working, so I had a little bit of money in the bank, and I figured if I ever was going to have an opportunity to do this, it was going to be right now. So I just went for it.
But when you did launch this product on Amazon, in your first year of sales for just this one product, you ended up doing $147,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
But as people know, revenue is not profit. There's a lot of costs associated with running a business, and your first cost was manufacturing all these products. How much did it cost you to manufacture all the products you sold in that first year?
So it was about $52,000 in total.
And then the next cost that you had was the Amazon selling fee. And there's a 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you spend on that Amazon selling fee?
I think it was a little over $22,000.
And how do you feel about spending 15% on your Amazon selling fee?
I thought about it from the perspective of a retail store. If you go into a store, they're going to want 40 or 50%. So 15 didn't really seem that bad.
The next fee that you had is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And this is the fee that every time you get a sale from the Amazon website, Amazon picks, packs, and ships out the product. It includes the shipping, the handling, includes everything. How much money did you spend on that fee?
It was about $16,500. But I mean, if I had to do it myself, it would have been another, probably double that. And plus I would have had to been driving to the post office all the time.
So you ended up saving money and saving a lot of your time using Amazon FBA.
Yeah, I need to say it.
And the last cost you had for running your business was PPC, which stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon.
Well, it probably costs around $12,000. I mean, I looked at some other platforms and costs involved, and that seemed to be a pretty good price.
And it totaled in your first year, you ended up making $42,000 profit.
Yeah.
How did you feel your first year ever selling on Amazon, making $42,000 profit?
Well, I mean, I was really excited because it showed that the product had potential. That was my proof of concept and everything. Obviously 42,000 would be pretty tight to live on depending on what you're used to, but I saw the potential and I knew I had some other ideas. I had learned the process. I was learning the Amazon platform, and all the other software tools involved. And so I really saw some potential. So I got really excited.
But you didn't stop there. So you've done this process once. So what you did, which was really smart, is you realized that you could do this again with another product.
So we ended up developing this tool organization system. It protects and stores tools and equipment. It can be used in the home or mobile units. Basically, it's just an accessory for any kind of cordless power tools.
And I'll put links down below if you want to check out Andrew's product. And then with your next products, And total, in your first year selling on Amazon, because you launched those products within that same first year, how much money in revenue on Amazon did you do in your first year about?
About 228,000. Something I realized is the product I had could actually be split up and packaged in different ways. So even though it was only one product with two different components, I could package them in different combinations. And that allowed me to build out a few more SKUs and add more to the portfolio, which ultimately led to more sales. So the lesson I took away there was add some more SKUs if you have a winner.
And the next thing you realized is why stop selling on Amazon? Because you're selling a passion product. You're selling a unique product that doesn't exist in other places. So you started selling on some other platforms as well. What other platforms did you sell?
So starting on Amazon, I also went to Etsy, I went to eBay, and then I also expanded to other Amazon marketplaces in different countries. And then I also developed my own website as well.
So I know in Etsy, you did about $35,000 in revenue. And then in retail sales, you did about another $70,000 in revenue. So in total, your first year ever selling a product online, you did over $300,000 in sales, which is around $70,000 in profit, which is really amazing because if you can do that once, you can double it very easily by adding more SKUs, by going into more platforms. At this point, how did you feel?
Well, that really showed me the potential and the power of e-commerce. And, I've got tons of ideas in my head and I'm super excited because now I know the process and I can just build that out.
What's even crazier is this year, your second year ever selling on Amazon, you're on track to do over $500,000. How do you feel about that?
I'm super pumped. I mean, the great thing is across all the different sales channels that we've developed out and with the help of moving into a little bit of retail, we're actually going to potentially be on track to do 550,000 this year. And at this point, I'm actually profiting more than what I used to make at my previous job. So I'm over the moon.
And this is an important point. In your first year, you might not make as much money as your job, but by your second, third, fourth year, you have unlimited upwards mobility, unlimited potential to make pretty much as much money as you want if it's your own business.
And the other thing too is I don't have to stop with my own products. I mean, I can also sell other products on Amazon, but now that I know the process, I know the software, and I know what to do, it's just a matter of scaling.
And the third lesson you learned, and we'll talk about this before we get into the biggest mistake you made that cost you $20,000, is that done is better than perfect. And this is a huge lesson. This is something that I teach to everybody that joins my Amazon FBA program. And Andrew's actually a member of the PPF program, but you talked about how done is better than perfect. Talk a little bit about what that meant for you and why people at home should listen.
Yeah, that was a message that I got from you in the course. Basically, I was really stuck in analysis paralysis. I think a lot of people do get there. You want to make sure your product is perfect and everything is great. And the reality is that held me back. I could have had this product on the market probably a year earlier if I had just moved forward. And like I said, that lesson, done is better than perfect, even if it's 90%. I mean, this is really version 1. And there's always opportunity to make the next version and the next iteration. Besides, half the time, the customer feedback tells you the way you should go. And so I really think it's most important just to get the product out there, get the feedback, and then move forward and innovate further rather than wait till you think it's perfect, because what you think is perfect might not be what the customer wants.
And really, this mistake of analysis paralysis probably cost Andrew about $70,000. Because if he would have launched his Amazon business the year earlier, he would have made that $70,000 a year earlier. Plus, he might have even been making more money right now. But now let's get into the biggest mistake you made that almost cost you $20,000.
Yeah, so I mentioned before that when I ordered this mold, it was $20,000. And I was really nervous about whether it was going to fit or not. So unfortunately, the person that made the mold for me was not able to test it. And I had to just accept it, pay them in full before I ever received the mold to see if it was going to work. So when I got it, I actually tested it out and it didn't quite work. I was freaking out. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was thinking it was going to be a boat anchor and I was going to have to go find another $20,000 to try, which I didn't have, to try to have another one made. And we came up with a pretty clever solution. The first pieces that came out of the mold actually had a little bit of a problem because they were too loose. They didn't correctly fit the way they were supposed to. So I ended up climbing inside the machine with a Dremel tool. And I mean, this is our brand new mold, $20,000. I'm freaking out. And the thought of taking a crude tool and doing a freehand modification on it scared the heck out of me. It ended up resulting in a much tighter fit. We got a little bit lucky. And now, if you see the two pieces, when they engage, they actually snap together and lock. So it was an accidental benefit. And I actually carried that modification forward in all my other designs.
And this is a common trend I see oftentimes. When you think that your business has failed, you just wasted $20,000. If you use a little bit of ingenuity, you might be able to not only fix the problem, but it might result in a product that's even better.
Now here's another video about another product that Andrew sold on Amazon.
How did you start your business, and tell us a little bit about your story?
So I was working out of town in oil and gas, away from my family. We had a new baby due in a few months, and oil and gas basically crashed overnight when COVID hit. So the price of oil went to $17 a barrel. My industry dried up and I had no more work. Wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. I knew that the corporate world wasn't where I wanted to be. I had done that in the past, but had already left it on purpose. And I always had some ideas in the back of my mind. I never really pursued them or saw them through, and I thought this was a really great opportunity.
What did it cost you to make this product?
So I would say the actual design process was only about $500. I was able to find a great manufacturer. They partnered with me. They knew they were going to be the exclusive supplier of it and manufacturer, so they kind of worked with me in the actual design and the testing. Plus, because they were already manufacturing similar parts that interact with my holders, they actually had the parts on hand to test and just yeah, I mean, it was really straightforward.
Next step is to get a prototype. So you've kind of already figured out the design. How much did it cost you to get a prototype, a sample of your product?
It was actually free because that manufacturing partner agreed to work with me because they're going to profit when I manufacture and then sell those products.
And I know you talked to a lot of other people that wanted to charge you money. How much money did other people want to charge you?
I did check around a couple of different local manufacturers, and one in particular told me that one single prototype was going to cost me $400. And of course, they weren't able to help me with the actual design of it. So that wasn't a very good option.
What other costs did you have with making this product?
Probably about $150 in legal costs. I really wanted to protect this idea because I have some other applications for it. So I spent some extra money to get a non-disclosure done up really special. You know, it had some particular clauses in it. So I looked into a couple of manufacturers overseas and I found out that a normal NDA does not apply. So I actually had a NNN agreement drafted, which stands for non-disclosure, non-compete, non-circumvent. That really stands up in the courts overseas, not necessarily an NDA, and so that did add some extra costs.
And I know a lot of people are worried about manufacturing overseas, thinking they're going to steal my idea, that there's going to be all these issues, and this is a very simple and affordable solution, only $150.
Yeah, so the NNN agreement is really key because it specifies that the court that governs over the document is actually domestic to that country, and then also there's a kind of like a bond associated with it. So you fill in a dollar amount that says if the agreement is broken, what is the dollar amount in damages that has to be paid?
The next cost that you had was actually manufacturing the products. How much did it cost you? I know you made for your first run about 1,000 units of this, and each one has 5 different pieces, but total for your first 1,000 units, how much did it cost you to make them?
It's about $12.50 a piece.
So total for all 1,000 units is around $12,500. Now before we go to the next cost, how did you find this manufacturer?
So I put out an RFQ, which is a request for quote. And basically, a whole bunch of companies solicited me, basically pitched me, and they provided their resumes. And I went through them, and I kind of had a process to weed them out. What I did was I asked them, I didn't disclose what I was trying to do because I didn't want to share my idea with everybody. And I just asked if they could manufacture a similar product, so not the same. And then I would ask them if they could make a small change or a small tweak. A lot of them said no, they just wanted to sell their existing products. And what that did to me is signal that they were not actually manufacturers. They were resellers, and then they would go to the actual factory, buy the product, mark it up, and sell it to me. In the end of that RFQ process, I was actually able to weed out all the competitors and find one single business that I really liked working with. They were a small family-owned factory. It was just a brother and a sister that owned it exclusively. They had a handful of employees, and they had the right equipment to manufacture what I needed.
After you got your products manufactured, you have to get them shipped over back to your facility. How much did that cost you to get the shipping over there?
Yeah, it was about $2,000. The product that I made was really heavy. And then also, when you're moving goods from one country to another country, of course, you need to have a broker involved and pay some duties or taxes.
But all that money was included in the $12,500.
That's correct, yeah.
When shipping products from overseas to the United States or to Canada, there are 2 different ways that you can do it. You can do it via air, which is a lot faster, but a lot more expensive, or you can do it via sea, which is going to be way slower, but you're going to save a lot of money. Which method did you use to ship your products?
Well, my product was really heavy. Each package is about 1.75 pounds. So collectively, the whole shipment was about a ton, and air was not an option for me.
And if you plan ahead, this is a great option. You can save a lot of money. And I've had a lot of students that come to me and say that their costs are too expensive. And I look, and they're trying to do air shipping when I'm like, hey, slow it down, do sea shipping. It's okay if you don't start selling for another month or two. How long did your product take to get here?
Actually, it was a lot faster than I thought. I think it was only about 4 weeks on the ocean. Okay. And then I live inland a little bit, so there was some transfer costs on truck, but overall, maybe 6 weeks total.
So once the products actually got to your facility, was there any other additional costs?
Yeah, it was really important to me to maintain a high level of quality. You know, I'm selling a premium product. I really beefed it up. It's heavy, obviously, almost 2 pounds a pack. Mm-hmm. And so I actually spent about $1,000 on quality control and inspection. So I hired a guy to go through every single piece and test every single piece. And I had a failure rate of about, just under 10%, but I'm glad I caught that before that went out to the customer.
You spent another $350 on screws.
Yeah.
Why did you need screws?
So I didn't necessarily trust the fasteners that were going to be included from overseas, and I knew there was a really reputable domestic fastener manufacturer, so I contacted them directly. I sourced those screws, and then I had to actually add them manually to each package.
And the last cost you had was stickers, thank you cards, and instructions. How much did that cost?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably about $350 in total. I mean, the stickers really are just free advertising for you, or almost free. And for me, they were about 15 cents a piece. But if somebody puts that on their wall next to their tool bench and their friend comes over and they see that sticker, I mean, that's just great advertising.
So in total, it cost you around $15,000 to start this business. At this point, you spent $15,000. How are you feeling?
I was a little bit nervous, but I'll be completely honest with you. I actually ran a Kickstarter campaign and raised $15,000.
Talk about the Kickstarter, because what is a Kickstarter and why did you do it?
So Kickstarter is this platform that allows you to crowdfund and source money from a whole bunch of people that are willing to support your idea, and they actually kind of prepay for a product that doesn't exist yet. It's a really easy way to access funding if people believe in the product, and you don't have to go get a loan or give up equity in your company.
They're basically buying it before you've ever spent any money on your business because they believe in you, because they believe in the product. So this allows you to test out if you have a good idea, and once you get that money, you can do the manufacturing. But there's more reasons than just that to do a Kickstarter. Why should someone do a Kickstarter, or why should someone avoid it?
Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest and best reason is because you're engaging your potential audience, right? And you can get feedback from them in the design process to help you come up with a better product in the end that's going to be more desirable to them. The other thing that happens is you're kind of sticking your stake in the sand to let people know, hey, this is my idea. I was the first to market, and that means something.
So after you've ran your Kickstarter, you've paid for all your inventory, as we already talked about with all the startup costs, it's time to launch on Amazon. And it's been a little over a year since you've launched this product. In your first year selling on Amazon, how much money in revenue did you do?
For this product, about $29,000.
And when you're selling on Amazon, there's a lot of costs associated with it. A lot of people want to talk about how much money they made on Amazon and talk about the revenue numbers. But the truth is, there's going to be some costs. So the first cost that you had was you had to manufacture these products. Yeah. How much did it cost you just for the products that you manufactured for that first year?
That was about $7,900.
The next cost you have is the 15% fee to sell on the Amazon platform. How much money did you spend on that fee?
A little under $4,400.
And the way this fee works is they charge you 15% of your total price just for every sale that you make on the Amazon platform. Is it worth paying Amazon this 15% ransom?
Well, if you consider selling in stores, the retail store is going to want 40 to 50%. So 15 is pretty good considering that.
The next cost that you had was the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee.
I think I spent about $3,150. But the thing is, if I ship through Amazon, then I don't have to pick it, I don't have to pack it, and I don't have to drive it to the post office. Plus, because of their volumes, they actually get a huge discount, so I pay less for shipping.
And this is one of the reasons why I always recommend, if you're going to sell a product online, use Amazon FBA. And FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. As I already mentioned, it just basically means you send in 500 units of whatever product you want to sell on Amazon's platform. They then spread it out around their network of fulfillment centers. And when someone goes on Amazon to buy a product, If you've done this method, your product has a little Prime eligible badge, so people know that when they click on that and buy it, they're gonna get the product in 2 days, which means they're more likely to buy your product, and it means more money in your pocket and less work, as Andrew said.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the way to go.
The last cost you had associated with selling on Amazon was Amazon PPC, and PPC stands for pay-per-click. How much money did you spend on advertising?
So I spent about $5,000. And I mean, if I had spent that same amount of money to drive traffic to my own website, it probably would have resulted in a lot less sales. The other thing that it's doing is it's helping me rank for certain words that are being typed into that search. So the computer knows, or the Amazon algorithm knows, when somebody searches for tool holders for air tools, that my product is going to come up.
In total, in your first year selling this product on Amazon, you did about $8,000 in profit. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, for a first run, I thought that was really good. In fact, that amount of profit actually allowed me to go ahead and place my second order of inventory.
And you made, during that time, another $7,500 on Etsy, plus when you factor in the Kickstarter, it's a total of about $54,000.
Yeah, not bad.
But the important thing is this is not Andrew's only product. He's actually launched a number of other products on Amazon, and because of all the products he's done, in his second year, he's on track to do over $500,000 in sales.
Brandy is actually Mina's girlfriend, and in this next video, we're gonna talk about a little bit of a failure story, actually.
How much money in revenue did you do with this product?
So I did about $20,000 in 2 to 3 weeks.
And again, revenue is not profit. That's really impressive to do over $20,000 in revenue in 2 weeks, but there's a little bit more to this story. How much did you pay for all the products that you produced? Like the total cost of all the products that you sold?
So I paid about $5,000 for my first batch of inventory.
And that was about 1,000 units?
1,000 units.
Another thing that people don't think about when selling on Amazon is there is a 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you pay in the Amazon selling fee?
So I paid about $3,000 in the Amazon selling fee.
There's also the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. How much did you pay in that fee?
That fee was about $3,500.
Which means on average, every time that Amazon shipped out a product for you, they charge you around $3.50, which seems like a lot, but that includes the storage, that includes the postage and handling and all that kind of stuff. So it's not too bad.
Yeah,
but the next fee was pretty expensive.
Yeah.
So how much did you spend in PPC?
So in PPC, I spent about $23,000.
Which is a lot of money.
A lot of money.
And we're gonna talk in depth in this video why she spent so much money on PPC. But for anyone that doesn't know, PPC stands for pay-per-click. And it's a way for you to advertise your products on Amazon's platform so that you can get to the top of the search results for pretty much any search you want, and you have to pay every time someone clicks on your ad. So after you subtract all the different fees from your revenue, how much did you make or lose with this product in the first 2 weeks?
So I lost about $15,000.
And I know that sounds like a terrible thing, and look, I don't recommend for most people starting out on Amazon to spend over $20,000 on PPC. But there's a very specific reason why Brandy did this, and we're gonna get to that in depth in this video.
So I could have had a profit of $8,000 in my first 2 weeks if it wasn't for PPC, but there's a reason that I did this. The first mistake that I made was not knowing how expensive it was going to be to start selling on Amazon.
And when you're starting an Amazon business, there is the cost of designing your product. There's the cost of manufacturing your product, trademarking, shipping your product to the warehouse, and a bunch of other things that people oftentimes don't think about. Let's share how you created your passion product and how you started selling it on Amazon. Why did you decide to create a passion product, a product at all, to start selling on Amazon?
Right, so I actually started out with a lingerie line, and I was selling that on Shopify. And I wanted to put that onto Amazon, but then I was dating Mina, and I asked him, can you help me put this on Amazon? And he said, you have way too many SKUs. This is gonna be very expensive to put on Amazon. And then eventually I lost passion in clothing, but I still wanted to be in the women's empowerment space. So that's when I followed my passion more.
But let's talk about step by step, how did you create this product? The first step, if you wanna create a product for Amazon, is to do product research, to try to figure out what kind of product you wanna sell. How did you do product research? How did you find this product?
Okay, so funny story. A lot of women after their period, or if they drink too much coffee, or if their pH balance goes out of whack for whatever reason, you know, it could be diet, stress, anything, they usually have a pH imbalance, and that can lead to infections, it can lead to odor, you know, irritation, whatever it is. So I was using something, you know, for whenever my pH balance got out of whack, from just like a local store by my house. And I was concerned when I moved to LA. I was like, where am I gonna find this? So I went on Amazon. There was like nothing.
That's the key right there.
Yeah, so there was nothing that, on Amazon. And the products that were on Amazon all had boric acid and they were not vegan. And I'm vegan and I wanted to make sure my product was vegan. So that's when I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to make this product and I'm just going to go with it. And of course, I have my boyfriend Mina to help me and I have you. And so, yeah.
And by the way, Mina is an Amazon FBA expert. I've interviewed him a number of times on this channel. I'll link a video talking about Mina's story up here. And this is an important thing to remember. Anytime you go to Amazon, you search for a product and there's nothing there that you want to buy, that's a light bulb moment. That's when you should create that product. And that's the whole point of a passion product. So once you have this amazing idea, it's a product that you were willing to buy, and you probably knew that a lot of your friends were willing to buy this product, the next step is to actually start designing the product. And that seems like a very hard product to design because it's pharmaceutical or whatever. What was it like designing a product like this?
It was very scary at first, but luckily I have my boyfriend Mina, and since he was in the supplement category, anytime I had like a hurdle to come across, he would be right there to help me. So I had him at a huge advantage. I found the manufacturer, which was a very, very long, lengthy process, but designing the packaging and everything, I'm very creative, so that was fun for me. But the actual formula and everything, it took a lot of, studying, it took a lot of research, it took working back and forth with a chemist. So that was a lengthy process.
And you hired a designer to actually design like the labels and logos and stuff.
Yes.
How much did that cost about?
So that was about $150. So I designed it using No Limit Creatives. I designed, the label, the box. I used like my favorite colors. I wanted to make it as girly and feminine as possible because I want it to be something, if it's in your bathroom cabinet or whatever, you feel proud to have it. Like it's gorgeous. You want to buy it. You're attracted to it.
Did you also have to pay like a pharmacist or a chemist or anything? Like what about that side of the designing of the product? Did you have to pay for any of that kind of stuff?
No. So I just paid for the manufacturing. I paid for samples. I worked back and forth with a chemist, and since it's just vitamin C, that's my main ingredient, it doesn't need any sort of extra testing like boric acid does.
The third step when trying to create a product to sell on Amazon is to actually find a manufacturer and get the product manufactured. How'd you find your manufacturer?
So for my actual manufacturer that makes the pill, that was a very hard process because no one wants to work with a product like this. It's a huge liability. So usually finding a manufacturer is very easy, but in this case, it was a little bit harder. So I found all of the manufacturers in US. I wrote down their name, their number, and I just called them. After, one call after the other, I spent a whole day doing this. Eventually, I found one that I wanted to work with. He had great pricing and he was willing to actually co-pack and bundle everything. So I didn't have to hire a co-packer, which was a huge, important thing for me.
And usually if you're looking for manufacturing a product that you're gonna sell on Amazon, a lot of people just go to Alibaba. And if you wanna manufacture a product in China, it's very easy to use a website like Alibaba. You can just search through manufacturers. But a lot of people come to me and they're saying, I don't want to manufacture in China. I want to manufacture in the US. How do I even do this? And this is exactly how you do it. Just Google it. Google all the different manufacturers that you could possibly work with. Start calling them. And as you call them, they'll start referring you to other people and you'll eventually find someone. But how much was it to actually do your first production run? Because manufacturing in the United States can be a little bit more expensive than in China.
Right, so I would say it was a little bit over $500. I did 25 samples, and keep in mind, I have the pills, I have the applicator, I have the page strips, I have the label, the brochure, the box. I have a bunch of different items that I have to manufacture. So I made 25 units at first, and I gave them all to my friends and family, and I said, try this. Tell me if you have any complications, because this is a pill that you insert into your body. So I said, try this, let me know your honest opinion. I got great feedback. I got amazing feedback because a lot of women, they deal with these issues very, very personal and on their own. So I'm glad that I was able to help them. I got great feedback. So yeah, that was about $500.
And this is another very important thing is you want to test out the product. You want to get some samples first. And for $500 to get 25 samples isn't really that bad because how much did your actual final production run cost?
A little over $5,000.
Yeah, before you spend $5,000, it's worth spending that $500. And so then after you did your production run, the next step is to actually get that shipped into the Amazon warehouse. How much did that cost you and how did you do that? Because a lot of people ship from China over to the US. Was it easier because a lot of your product was in the US, or walk us through that?
Okay, so I didn't get anything sent to my house, which is amazing. I don't want to touch my inventory. I don't want to deal with it. So all of my little things that I had, the applicator, the page strips, I sent them all to my manufacturer, which I kind of cut that into my product cost. And then my manufacturer bundled everything. and then they sent it to Amazon. So for them to send it to Amazon, it was about $150.
And I think this is another important thing to note is that you had multiple manufacturers,
Yes.
right? A lot of people are afraid about doing that, but you just had all the different manufacturers send it to one manufacturer, they bundled it, and then they sent it into Amazon. So you didn't have to really touch the product at all.
I didn't have to touch the product, and I didn't have to hire a co-packer because my manufacturer is willing to do that.
This is also very important. It doesn't matter where you live. Even if you didn't live in the United States,
Yeah.
I'm assuming all you were doing was sending emails, making phone calls.
Exactly.
So there's really no excuse. If you want to start an Amazon business, even if you live in another country, you can still do it.
Yes.
Now, after you had the products actually shipped into the Amazon warehouse, the next big step, and a very important step, is launching it on Amazon.
Yes.
So the first step, obviously, is you have to sign up for your Amazon seller account and add the product into Amazon. What was that process like? Was that easy? Was that hard?
So that process was very easy. You sign up for your Amazon account, you get the little code in the mail, and the whole thing. I actually got picked to do like a interview kind of verification thing. So I had to show my passport and show my face, tell them what I wanted to sell. So I think I got randomly chosen for that. Very easy. They asked me a few questions and then I was approved. And then I made my listing. So in order to get my barcode and everything, which was kind of like the scary part for me, was the barcode, because you have to get your barcode and then your FNSKU and then they make a baby and then that's your barcode.
Sure.
So once I made my listing, I spent a lot of time actually building my listing. So I think having a great listing is like essential for launching on Amazon. If your listing isn't perfect, don't launch.
Yeah.
And that worked out well for me because I had great numbers. So.
And before we get into your actual numbers, we should go over all your different startup costs, because you did just mention another thing that a lot of people don't think about is you have to buy a UPC code, which at a minimum, you can get one UPC code for $30. Did you end up getting a 10-pack or did you just get like a one UPC code?
I did the 10-pack. I did the more expensive one.
So it's like $250?
$250, yes.
So let's go over all your startup costs. So in total, you had to pay for the design costs. How much did that cost?
For design, it was about $450, but I used a code, so I got it for about $150. And they designed everything. They designed all my listing images, my enhanced brand content, my label, my brochure. They designed everything for me. They were amazing, so I highly suggest them.
No Limit Creatives is a great way if you got to get a lot of stuff designed for a month. The next thing is software and tools. A lot of people spend $100 on Helium 10. How much did you spend on this?
So I actually didn't spend anything because I knew what my product was before launching. So all I did was, and for my research and development, I just basically went through my competitors' reviews, and that's all I did. So I didn't spend any money there.
And you also spent $500 on samples. What about an LLC or a DBA? Did you get either one of those?
Yes, so I did an LLC. I used another state, so it was only $150.
And then there's another $5,000 for the inventory. And how much did you pay for shipping your product to the Amazon warehouse?
That was about $150.
And on top of that, you paid to trademark your logo. How much did you spend on that?
So I spent about $850. I used one of the Amazon trademark lawyers so I can get enhanced brand content from the jump.
And you don't have to spend $850. You can actually do it yourself. It would cost around $275. But sometimes, if you want to make sure you don't make a mistake, it is worth hiring a lawyer. So in total, to start this Amazon business, how much did it cost you?
So in total, it was around $8,000.
So let's go back to launching this product on Amazon. Because as you mentioned, you set up the listing, you set everything up, and then your product's ready to sell. How did you actually gain traction? Because a lot of times when you launch a product on Amazon, it's going to be at the bottom of the search results. And how do you get to the top of the search results?
So I used PPC. I had Mina running my PPC campaigns. We did a very, very large campaign. From the moment that I launched, we started running PPC because I wanted my sales velocity to be very, very high.
And this is a mistake that, if you don't know what you're doing, is a huge mistake. Like I see a lot of people that throw away money on PPC. Luckily, Mina is an Amazon PPC expert and Brandy's boyfriend. So the reason they did that is so that they knew that if they could get their sales velocity up really high, that Amazon would see this and would keep their product to the top of the search results. Because again, it's important to remember that Amazon is a search engine. People go there to search for things. And if your product is at the bottom of the search results, you're not going to get any sales. But if you can get your product to the top of the search results, you're going to get a ton of sales.
So even though I lost $15,000 in my first 2 weeks, I look at it as more as an investment. I knew that I was going to spend this money. I mean, I didn't necessarily know I was going to spend that much money in PPC, but I know that it's going to be worth it because your sales velocity is very important from the moment that you start, because you have your honeymoon period and you have to take advantage of that. So that's what we did, and I'm not upset about it at all. I just feel like I basically lost my first, round of inventory, broke even in a sense, kind of, not really, but I'm in it for the long run, so I'm not worried about it.
Including one mistake that cost her over $40,000. If she wouldn't have made this mistake, paying that $15,000 in PPC would have been well worth it. The second of the 3 mistakes that you made was not knowing your lead time. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Right, so I have multiple different products that go inside of my product. So I have multiple manufacturers. So when you have multiple manufacturers, you have multiple lead times. So my main manufacturer, his lead time is about, 1 week. So I was like, perfect, I have 1 week lead time. But I didn't take into account all of the other products that I have, the pH strips, the applicator, the boxes. So my boxes for them to be designed is about 30 days. And then to keep in mind, you still have to ship it, and then the manufacturer has to assemble them and put the product into the box. So my lead time is about 30 to 40 days.
And really quick, we should mention lead time basically means from the time that you pay your manufacturer, how long until the product's actually ready and ready to be sent into Amazon or ready to be for sale on Amazon. So this is really important because she did something that was amazing. She sold out of all her inventory in 2 weeks, but then she contacted her manufacturers and realized, uh-oh, I'm gonna have to be out of stock for over a month, which on Amazon, you don't wanna be. So all this momentum that you built up with the PPC, not that it's lost, but you weren't able to take full advantage of it.
And when you see that you're about to run out of stock, I would highly recommend turning off your PPC. Now this will slow down your sales, but it will make it so your profit margins are a lot higher, and it will make it so that your inventory lasts longer so you don't run out of stock. And running out of stock on Amazon is something you want to try to avoid at all costs, because when you run out of stock, Amazon might blacklist you or blacklist your product, making it so that your product shows up lower in the search results.
Which leads into the third mistake that she made, and the biggest one, and this mistake probably cost you over $40,000, and that's running out of inventory, which I'll let you talk about that.
So I did run out of inventory, and I sold out, in the first 2 weeks, which to some people that sounds amazing, but really it's not. I projected that I was gonna do maybe 300 sales my first month. But once I started seeing, on my 11th day, I hit 100 sales a day. So at that moment, I should have been, let's get some more inventory ASAP, So running out of inventory is definitely not something that's ideal. And yeah, it's one of my huge mistakes. I wish that I didn't have that issue.
I helped Logan and Leanne start their Amazon business, but they actually ended up having a lot of issues, and this is another kind of failure story, so pay attention and see what you can learn from this.
So the first question I have, Logan, is how did you find your passion product, and how much did it cost to start selling on Amazon?
Yeah, so our passion product is called bathrobe curls, and it originally started out kind of essentially with me sort of wanting a perm really badly, and my mom was trying to deter me, as any good mother would do, just because they're so damaging. And then she was looking at YouTube videos, and she came across bathrobe curls, which is this overnight curling product that results in the most beautiful curls.
And it wasn't really a product at that time. It was what would you call it? Like a
literal
bathrobe belt, and so it was more of a way of styling hair, or a way of curling hair with a bathrobe belt.
Yeah, and so my mom saw the opportunity there because not everybody has a bathrobe. I don't. And also, if I did have a bathrobe, I wouldn't want to sacrifice it for curling my hair. Like, it's either curling your hair or wearing your comfy bathrobe. That's a hard decision.
So this was a trend you guys saw, but when you went to Amazon, you'd search for bathrobe belt for curling hair, and there was no product that existed. So you guys decided to create this product.
Yeah.
So what was the first step when deciding to create this product? How'd you go about actually finding a manufacturer, doing all that?
Well, first, I'd like to say something about finding the product. I had already signed up for your course, and that was actually really important because I was in the mindset of trying to come up with a product. If I hadn't been in the course already, I don't think I would have ever thought, put the 2 and 2 together. Here's this approach to curling hair, and there's no product available.
So after you have the idea, the next step is going about finding the manufacturer. How did you find a manufacturer that could make this product?
Again, thanks to your course, I went to Alibaba and spent hours actually searching, trying to do different searches. And it took a while to finally land on it's a product that's being used. It's called chunky yarn, and it's being used to hand knit these blankets that are really popular now. So I actually thought that might work.
And so then the first cost, once you found a manufacturer you have, is getting a prototype for the product. How much did it cost you to get a prototype for the product?
The samples, shipping's a bit expensive. That's really all I had to pay for, and I had to pay a few different times, and it was $160 in total.
The next step after you guys got your prototype was to get a logo design. Logan, how much did it cost to get a logo design, and how did you guys go about doing that?
It cost about $227, and how we went about doing that was we contracted several graphic designers to come up with different logos and different colors. And then mainly at first it was Mom and I bouncing our ideas back and forth, kind of saying, this looks good, this could be improved on, this color is great, but this font isn't so good. And we also were lucky to have a Facebook group of supportive women who also gave us their feedback. And so, yeah.
And that is a key. If you're trying to get a logo or you're trying to create a passion product or a product to sell on Amazon, having a Facebook group can come in really handy because you can show examples of what your logo is going to be, and they can give you feedback, and ultimately they're going to be your customers. So those are the people that you want to get feedback from. So once you get your logo finalized, the next step is to get a trademark. How much did it cost you guys to get a trademark, and what was that process like?
It was really easy. You could just look up US trademark, and what you'll see is that you could pay a lot more than we paid because there's a lot of attorneys out there that would like to take your money to help you get a trademark. The truth is, it's really not that difficult to do, and the USPTO or the US Patent and Trade Office charges $250. It wasn't like a quick process. It took months, so you had encouraged me to get on the ball and get that started because it takes about 6 months. Not fast, so yeah.
And then the next step, after you have your trademark, your logo, the prototype, and you finally found a prototype and a product that you liked, was to do the production run. Yeah. How much did it cost you to do the production run? And I think you had multiple different manufacturers, right? What was that process like?
That's right, because we wanted it in a pouch. We just thought that would be a nice idea, and a sturdier vinyl pouch with a zip top. But we thought that'd be great for storing it because we also envisioned like how to make it as nice as possible. And so we actually had these custom dyed hair bands that have these little bumps on them so they look unique, and they're color dyed to our logo colors. And so we were thinking ourselves that if this were our product, we would want a pouch so we could keep everything together and it wouldn't just clutter the bathroom. So there's the pouch, and we also wanted a label on it. Like, you know how on clothes you have a fabric tag, sometimes that sticks out and you can see it. So we wanted something like that. And then the hairbands. So there were the pouches, the hairbands, the tags, and then the actual product itself. The pouches were $420 for our first run of 1,000. The hairbands were $55 for 1,000 custom colored. We actually ordered 10,000 at a time for $550, and the tags with the logo were $100 for 1,000. And then the actual bands themselves, the manufacturer who created the actual bathrobe curl tube or band and also did the packaging of the other items, charged us $1,790 for 1,000 of them. And then shipping to us was $265.
And how'd you go about finding someone to do the shipping? And was that an easy process or was that a hard process?
No, it was not easy. Any of it not intuitive, nothing honestly that I think I could have figured out on my own.
None of us really have experience with putting a product out and going through this whole process. It was really the first time for both of us. So there was a lot of learning involved in this. So yeah,
there was a lot of learning involved. And again, I can't say this enough. Travis's course was invaluable, saved us so much time, and not just time, a lot of money too, because we would have made more mistakes. We would have went down more not good roads. So.
And there was a mistake. I think you had it shipped to you first and you realized that there was a mistake with manufacturing. Talk about what happened there and talk about how much time and money that cost you.
Yeah, so I had actually, when I had the pouches printed, I had the UPC code put on the back, but then I thought for some reason that I needed another label put on it. So the UPC code on a label for some reason, I thought I needed the Amazon.
FNSKU.
Yeah, that's right. And so I asked the manufacturer to put that label on each of them, but I had shipping done by sea. It was supposed to take a month. It took 3 months, and the adhesive labels completely deteriorated. It looked like they were soaked in oil. A lot of them had come off. There was sticky stuff all over every package. So I'm not done yet. I still have to clean off every single package.
There's a few lessons to learn there. One of the big ones there is that oftentimes shipping's gonna take longer than you think it's gonna be. There's also gonna be things that happen, issues with manufacturing, but there's usually solutions. And you guys, as unfun as it is, you guys found a solution. You're able to fix it yourself and take care of it. Now, sorry.
Yeah, I'd just like to say something about that because somehow we went into this attitude knowing it wasn't going to be easy, that there were going to be mistakes we made, mistakes others, there were going to be glitches along the way. So we kind of had this long haul view that those things are going to happen. We didn't have an expectation that they weren't going to happen. So I think with that mindset, we just took everything in stride. Like, okay, we have to clean off the pouches now. So I think that was really helpful.
And so now you guys have the product, but it's time to start selling it on Amazon. And a big part about selling it on Amazon is you need to get photos to basically, for your listing, you need the main photo, you need all the side photos, and that usually costs a little bit of money. Logan, do you want to talk about how did you go about getting the photos for your Amazon listing and how much did that cost you?
Yeah, so it cost us around $250, which was mainly just the fee for the hairdresser. Somebody actually approached Travis and offered a package for these listings in exchange for a video. And so kindly we got to use that for our listing. Yeah, we learned a lot in the process. They aren't photos that we feel really represent our product because of the hairdresser aspect. Our curls with bathrobe curls are beautiful enough to not actually need a hairdresser. And so we will be redoing these in the future, which is a good thing to learn too, that sometimes doing it yourself is the best way because you get to represent your product how you want to.
The other thing that a lot of people don't consider when selling on Amazon is you do have to pay $39.99 a month for the Amazon seller account, which you guys paid for, I think, 3 months, $120. Yeah. So in total, how much did it cost you when you add up everything, all your startup costs, how much did it cost you to start selling on Amazon?
Yep, there were just a couple more costs, like our UPC codes. We got cheap for $12. Those don't always work. They worked for us, which was great. We ordered some labels that didn't work, so that cost $333. So altogether, the costs were just under $4,000.
Which is a decent amount of money, but it's not unreasonable. That's within the ballpark of how much it usually costs people to start on Amazon. I have had students, Mina and Steven, that started their Amazon business for $1,500. And as you guys know, AJ, who's able to start an Amazon business for $0 because he raised all the money with Indiegogo. So don't think that you need to spend $4,000, but that's also relatively normal. And one thing that you guys didn't do is you didn't do a Kickstarter. What was the reason, why didn't you guys want to do a Kickstarter?
Well, we're getting into, one of the biggest mistakes we made here, and that's that we didn't do a Kickstarter. We have a Google group of friends. It's about 400 friends that we thought was going to be like our Kickstarter. We thought they were going to purchase this, maybe not ahead of time, but we thought once we got the product at Amazon, they were going to purchase this. It was going to push, give us reviews and then push the product so that it came up in searches. That didn't happen. That was a flop.
And there's a few different lessons we want to talk about here. First off, if you don't know how well your product's going to sell, doing a Kickstarter is a good way to validate that your product's actually going to get sales. A Kickstarter is a good way to raise the money for your initial production run. But another mistake I think that you guys made was not properly utilizing that group. But despite some of the issues, you guys eventually were able to launch it on Amazon in Canada, which is awesome. How has the product done so far?
2 sales.
Well, not more than 2, I think 6. 6
Woo! Sales.
So I want to make this clear that just because you launch a product on Amazon doesn't mean it's automatically going to be a success right away. And you guys have been selling now for 3 months on Amazon. It's been active, but there's some really important reasons why I think it's only had the small amount of sales that it's had. And one of the big things with the passion product formula, with my recommendations for selling on Amazon is leading up to the launch of your product, there's a few things you want to do and some things that I think you guys are looking at doing in the future. One of the big things is social media. Want to talk about the social media and because you guys didn't do a ton of it. Why did you guys decide not to do a lot of social media and what's the plan for the future?
Yeah, so I think with the social media, a lot of it was psychological barriers. A lot of it apprehension or self-doubt that mainly I've never done marketing in my entire life, and then combined with a perfectionist personality can be really daunting to step into something that feels so big. So that was definitely, I think, an issue for both of us just in a lot of these mistakes was these mental barriers and the self-doubt. But our plan for the future is to just step into it. It doesn't have to be perfect. At least 3 posts a week on Instagram and TikTok. Just something, and kind of being really easy and forgiving on yourself. That's the biggest tool for me, and knowing that I'll improve as I go.
And there's some really important lessons here. And those are great answers because it doesn't need to be perfect. I worked around the same time I was working with Leanne, I was working with AJ, and AJ, if you guys haven't seen that video, I'll link it up here. He ended up doing over $150,000 in sales just in his first 3 months on Amazon. And how he was able to do that is through TikTok. And if AJ can do that on TikTok, I'm sure that Logan's gonna absolutely kill it. Make sure you follow her, Bathrobe Curls, on TikTok, Instagram, and I think you guys even have a YouTube channel. The next step is, so what's the point of doing the social media? Well, really the point is to get emails. It's to get followers so that when you go to launch your product, you can start hyping it up. And we'll put a link down below if you want to get on the wait list for a chance to win Bathrobe Curls and just to see what the marketing is going to be like. Now, with the launch in Canada, Amazon, how much did you guys hype it up beforehand? What was your strategy? Because I know you did a little bit, maybe not as much as you could have, but talk about that.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because, we really honestly kind of failed in this arena. Not that we can't fix it now, and we're going to fix it now, but we didn't follow the passion product formula. We didn't use the tribe. We didn't boost the launch. We actually thought naively that just because the Bathrobe Curls approach videos were viral, that people were going to be using search terms on Amazon and that we would show up. We don't show up at all. Like, we don't show up anywhere, even if I use our search terms.
Yeah.
So, we learned the hard way that it's not enough just to get even a great product that people are searching for on Amazon.
And I know at one point you told me, oh, I've got this Facebook group of a lot of friends and I'm going to post about it as soon as I launch the product. And I think oftentimes this is a mistake I see a lot of people making, is thinking that one post is going to be enough, that it's going to make people want to buy. I think the better strategy is letting people know months ahead of time, hey, I'm starting to work on this, sharing the journey. And that's, again, what AJ did. He had his TikTok that went viral was talking about his journey of creating the product. People love a good story. You want to get people emotionally invested in your product so that when you finally go to launch it, they're so proud of you that they're going to go buy it from day one, go leave you a review. And I think right now, how many reviews does your guys' product have?
0.
See, and anytime I see a product on Amazon that has 0 reviews, to me, that means that there's work that can be done. Another strategy I highly recommend for you guys is going through, and for everybody watching, going through and sending personal messages to everybody you know, asking them basically to buy the product and leave a review. And you can always send, this is kind of against the terms of service, you can always send them Venmo or a PayPal for the money for the product. So there's lots of solutions. And one of the biggest things for you guys is you still haven't even launched on Amazon US, right?
Right.
So this is a huge opportunity for you guys. And that leads into the biggest mistake that I think you guys made. And this mistake cost you at least $100,000. Do you guys want to talk about that?
By far, at least $100,000. I'd say it's way more because we took so long and we didn't launch it the right way. There's another product, well, there's similar products, and one of the products is selling $150,000 a month worth every month. So we're missing out on, we've missed out on a ton of income. And our product is, I don't think I'm wrong to say it's superior. So the mistakes we made were not building those relationships. And I think that's what you're talking about when you talk about keeping people in the loop, letting them know what's going on. People are actually interested. You could start with friends and family, let them know you're doing this, invite them to a Facebook group. I suggest making the Facebook group public so that other people can join when they hear about it. I made the mistake and made mine private. You can't switch from private to public after, so make it public right away, and then bring them along on the journey. The successes and really mostly the failures where you made mistakes, like where we got labels and they just weren't right, or when we got the first set of product and had sticky labels all over them. Even when we were struggling with our own, like maybe sense of self-doubt or perfectionism, people, I think they really do want to hear about that, and it's relationship building. So we missed out on that.
Steven is another student in the Passion Products formula, and he created a really cool product and ended up having a lot of success.
Let's get in right away and talk about how much it costs you to start your Amazon business and all the different startup fees.
Yeah, so the first thing was obviously the design. So you're creating a product from scratch. You're going to have to obviously come up with a design, come up with a logo, all that. So what I did was I actually just went to Fiverr, and it didn't cost much. You know, I looked at a couple people's profiles. I'd recommend take the time and look at the work that they've done. But all in all, the whole thing cost me about $210.
Which isn't bad to get a complete logo and product and everything done for your product.
Know what you want, I think, is really the key. If you know what you want, then you can find someone that's talented enough at a reasonable price.
So what was the next fee for selling your Amazon product?
Yeah, so I wanted to actually get this product made. I want to feel it in my hands, so I needed to get it manufactured. So in order to do that, I did a quick Google search. I also went on Alibaba. I found manufacturers that were making something similar to my product, and I had some samples made. All in all, that cost me about $230.
And we'll talk about step by step how Steven was able to go on Alibaba and get his product customized and manufactured. But then after you got the samples, what was the next cost for starting your business?
There were some legal fees. You know, I ended up going with the DBA. That cost me roughly around $220. So another fee that I had in these beginning stages was barcodes. So I wanted to get, you know, actual quality barcodes in case I were to get into retail or something further, so that I'm not worried. So I didn't go with anything, you know, sketchy. I wanted to go with GS1, which is obviously quality, and that cost roughly around $250.
So these are the UPC barcodes, and you can buy 10 UPC barcodes from GS1 for $250. Now there are a lot of other somewhat sketchy websites out there where you can get cheaper barcodes, and sometimes they're fine. I've had a lot of people go and buy from speedybarcodes.com or all these different websites, and it ends up being fine, but every once in a while you end up having an issue. So after that, it was time for you to do your first production run. How much did your first production run cost?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was only about $600 for my first production run. Obviously, I'm doing a more lightweight, a cheaper product, but it's a useful product. So, you know, the cost to get that first production run was only $600.
And then once you get it produced by your manufacturer, I'm assuming in China, you had to get it shipped over. How do you get the products? How much did it cost you to get your product shipped over?
So I went with air shipping, and it cost roughly around a little under $200, about $192 is what it cost me for my air shipping.
And this is an important thing to talk about because you can either ship your products from overseas via air or via sea. And it is a lot less expensive to ship it via sea, but it takes so much longer.
This is true.
For most people, I recommend when you're first starting, just do air shipping, especially with a lightweight product like this.
Right.
But I know since then, and this is your first production run, we'll talk about later, since then you've switched over to sea shipping because it's cheaper?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, as I've progressed and I'm ordering more and more units, even though it's a lightweight product, if I can predict how much inventory I'm going to need, it makes a lot more sense to just do the sea shipping. But like you said, in the early stages, when you're figuring out how much you think you're going to sell and you're going on that first production run, just go with the air shipping, especially if it's a smaller, lightweight product. It's a no-brainer.
And it helps you to be able to sell your product sooner, and it helps you to make that extra profit. And that entire time that product would be on the sea, instead, you could be selling it in Amazon. So another cost that a lot of people don't think about is, yes, you can ship products into Amazon, but I know you did something different. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I shipped them right to my house first because I wanted to inspect them. I wanted to make sure my products that were going into Amazon that customers are going to eventually have is quality and is, up to par, like we talked about with my manufacturer. So I had them shipped to my house. So there was an additional $12 that I had to pay to ship from my house into the Amazon warehouse. $12 isn't bad.
Yeah.
Their UPS is partnered with Amazon, so you can get a pretty good deal on shipping things into Amazon. I think it's worth it to see the stuff you're shipping in first.
Now, if you don't want to do that, you can hire an inspections company in China. It's going to cost you around $100 per day, but in this case, especially for your first product ever, I recommend just getting it shipped to your house. Check them out yourself. Yes, you're going to have to pay $12 to ship them into Amazon. So before you were able to actually sell on Amazon, was there any other fees?
Yeah, so there was two other fees. So first and foremost, there was the Amazon Pro account fee, which is about $39.99 at this point. It does vary, but it's around $40. So that was the first fee.
And I highly recommend getting the Pro level account. Some people try to cheap out and go for the free account, but in the long run, it just doesn't make sense in the long run because you're going to have to pay every time you sell a product. And then there's another
Right.
fee.
And then the last fee I had was for the photos. So you're selling online. The only thing customers have to go off of is the photos.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up spending about $84. I think it's worth it to spend the money on good photos. You don't need to spend too much. There was people for a little bit less, people for a little bit more, but this is what customers are going off of. So go on Fiverr, find somebody that's good at creating photos. And I spent $84 and I got very, very good photos for that.
I completely agree with Steven on this. People, when they're buying online, they can't pick up the product. They can't hold it in their hands.
Right.
All they have is the photos, the title, the description. Spend your time and spend your money on that because it's going to increase your sales. And in the long run, you're going to make more profit. So in total, to start this business that's since made you thousands and thousands of dollars, how much did it cost you?
Roughly about $1,800.
And that's the thing about starting a business. It does take some money to get started, but in the long run, you're going to make so much more money than you spent in startup costs. It's not, on top of that, it's an investment in yourself, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to make that, if you do it correctly, you're going to make that money back in the first 2-3 months anyway. But, you know, at the end of the day, like you said, you're investing in yourself. So to spend $2,000 in yourself is not a big price to pay.
Let's talk about how did you even come up with this idea for this product?
Yeah, so my career, I'm a video content creator, cinematographer, shooter, editor, all of that stuff. And I've been in the industry for about 5 years. And I would notice when I would create content and I would shoot video, you take out SD cards, you take out Sony XQD cards, whatever it is, whatever memory card it is that you're using for your camera, and you'd hand it off to somebody a lot of the times. And there was never any organization to it. There was no method to the madness. I looked down one day when I was at work and I saw a big pile of memory cards that were used and they had footage on there, important stuff. And there was no organization to it. And
There had to be a better way.
There had to be a better way. The light bulb went off and I immediately, first thing I did was I went to Amazon and I looked to see if somebody was selling it. Nobody was selling it. So I then went to Google. Couldn't find it on Google. So my next, train of thought was, this is my product. This is something that I had use for. I had been in the industry for years, so I knew that this is actually something that I would have used myself. I was the target demographic, and knowing that I would have used it, that really gave me the confidence to actually launch and go for this.
And then from there, you go to Alibaba, you get some samples made, you finally get the product produced and shipped over here.
Yep.
But then something happens right before you were able to launch it that messed everything up.
Yeah, so there was a global pandemic that hit.
Yeah.
And, with the global pandemic, there's less video shoots, there's less photography going on, all the things that I needed to have, going on at a high level for people to be busy, for there to be a lot of memory cards being used.
To buy your product, ultimately.
Yeah, that was all shut down.
Yeah.
So there's no use for a product like mine. So unfortunately, the timing wasn't great, and so I decided not to launch.
But eventually you did launch.
I did.
Let's break down those numbers. So in the first month that you were selling this product, how much revenue did you do?
So in my first month, I ended up doing about $1,400 in revenue.
Which was about 142 of these guys being sold on your first month on Amazon. But something important to remember is revenue is not profit. So let's break down some of these numbers. So how much did it cost you to produce those 142 units that you sold on Amazon?
Yeah, so that ended up costing roughly between shipping and actual cost of the product, about $228.
There's also a 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. Whether you're doing FBA or FBM, they charge you 15% of whatever your sale price is. And how much did you pay in those fees?
So that ended up being about $200 for those.
On top of that 15% fee, there's another fee, which is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. This is the fee for you to send your product to the Amazon warehouse, and when you get a sale on Amazon's website, they pick, pack, and ship the order out to the customer for you, and you got to pay for that. And I think it's money well spent because basically you don't have to go to the post office, you don't have to pay for postage. All that's included in that fee. How much did you spend on that fee?
So that ended up being about roughly $268.
Again, this is what makes Amazon Amazon. This is what makes it able to be a passive income business.
Right.
It's why you can run your business from wherever you want in the world. You can work on it when you want to work on it because Amazon's taking care of the fulfillment. So you did have to pay a few $100 for that fee. Probably, in my opinion, worth it. I don't know.
I think it's worth it. Also, something that people don't really talk about on YouTube is you kind of have to pay for that because
you got no choice.
If you want to be Prime eligible, which is where you're going to get all of your sales from, But at the end of the day, it is worth it.
Yeah, and it does. You're right, because I've tried doing products that were fulfilled by merchant,
Right.
And then I go to FBA and my sales quadruple, like 5x. So you kind of need to pay that fee, and that is an annoying part about Amazon. Is there are a lot of costs, are a lot of fees. What other fees did you have to pay for?
Yeah, so the last and final fee was PPC. So I was running advertising in that first month, and I spent around $450.
So in total, for your first month, once we take the revenue and subtract all the different costs, what was the final profit?
I ended up profiting $80.
Which is
Let's
awesome.
go.
Yeah, a lot of people are sad about only making $80 in their first month. But most businesses, they don't even make a profit in their first year.
That's
so
true.
The fact that you're making money right out of the gate is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it was also just encouraging, because you don't know if people are even going to want your product. You can run all the tests you want. There's different things you can do, which you have a lot of videos on that. But to see that people wanted it was the most encouraging thing. And like you said, it was profitable.
Yeah. So let's go into month number 2, because in month number 2, things started going even a little bit better. What was the revenue for month number 2?
Month number 2, I ended up doing roughly $1,800 in revenue.
Okay, so a little bit more money. And after we subtract out all the different costs, what was the profit for month number 2?
So profit for month number 2 was $465.
So that's a big jump.
Yeah.
Why such a big jump in profit?
A lot of it, I think, was, it started to gain ranking, of course. So a lot of it, I believe, is because, I had that first month under my belt and I got a decent amount of reviews. Yeah. So with those sales come reviews. And, people are buying a product online. So like we talked about with just the photos to go off of, you also go off of reviews. I mean, you guys know this. If you go on Amazon and you look at something, you're not going to buy a product if it doesn't have any reviews. It's tough because that's all you're going off of if you don't have it in your hands. So, I think that played a huge role in me selling, a significant amount more.
Another thing I'll mention is you spent a lot less money on PPC in month number 2. And the thing about PPC is it's good to spend a lot of money because you're going to learn a lot of things, but eventually you want to kind of dial that back, and that's how you get a lot of profit.
Yeah, so I ended up spending only about $245 this month in PPC, which is about half is the first month. And the reason for that is you can start to niche down and figure out what works for you. Yeah. And I was starting to see, what campaigns and what, words were working. And that, ended up cutting, my spending for advertising in half. So that's all money in my pocket. Though.
Yeah, because at the beginning, you're throwing a lot of spaghetti against the wall. You're trying to see what works. But once you figure out what's working, you can turn off the campaigns that are a waste of money and just focus on the ones that are working. And that brings us to month number 3. Let's talk about the revenue for month 3.
So month number 3 ended up being about $2,450 in revenue.
Let's go. It keeps increasing. That's awesome.
It starts to snowball, and you see that with Amazon. So after all the fees, like you said, revenue isn't profit. I still ended up profiting about $950 from that.
So that starts to be real money. You can see first month $80, second month around $500, now $1,000. I mean, my question when I talk to people is always like, what would an extra $1,000 profit in your pocket every month, like how would that change your life? And for you, how did an extra $1,000 change your life?
It pays my rent. I mean, just to have that, to know that mentally, hey, my rent is paid for, and I don't really have to do, maybe every 3-4 months I have to do work, send in more inventory, but that's it,
It's relatively passive income. Now, I will be clear that it did take you a lot of hard work in the beginning stages, but now running your business, is it a lot of work for you or not so much?
So the bottom line is the work is front loaded. Yeah. If you're willing to put in a good amount of work, and I don't think you've talked about this, I don't really feel like it's work because it's something you're passionate about. It's something that you have a fire in your belly to do, and if you're somebody that's ever wanted to have ownership in something that you're doing in life. A lot of us work for somebody, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I know there's a lot of people that want to have ownership in what they're doing. When you own that, it doesn't feel like work. So all of that is front loaded, and once you get that out of the way, there's a little bit of maintenance. Like I said, you have to check your inventory levels. You're going to have to, order more units, all of that stuff, but you only do that once every 2 to 3 to maybe 4 months, and that's it. Amazon takes care of the rest.
And before we go into month number 4 and actually talk about the website that Steven's selling on that was basically able to double his profit, I want to agree with Steven here. I think a lot of people are doing private labeling. They're selling things that they don't care about, that they're not passionate about. Right. And for me personally, I don't like to work with those kind of people because I don't think it's a good way to make money online. Steven's actually in my course, The Passion Product Formula. I'll put a link down below if you're interested. But let's go into month number 4. How much revenue did you do in month number 4?
So month number 4, I ended up doing about $2,800.
And then how much profit after all the different expenses?
So the profit ended up being roughly around $1,400 in profit.
What happened around month 4? Because it just keeps going up and up. Like, what led to that increase?
Well, a lot of it I think has to do with, you're accumulating reviews, but the big one is spending less on PPC, and then also it was December. So the fact that it was, the holidays, you have Cyber Monday, you have Black Friday, you have all of those deals going on. There's a lot more traffic on Amazon. I was able to obviously make the most amount of sales I had ever at that point on Amazon in the month of December, which was month 4 for me.
And I'll also link down below his product. If you know someone that shoots a lot of videos, or if you shoot a lot of videos, make sure to buy it and leave a good review for him.
Please.
But let's go into month number 5. And again, very soon we're gonna be talking about this website that was able to double Steven's profit. So let's break down month number 5.
Yeah, so month number 5, it dipped a little bit and I ended up doing about $2,400 in sales.
And then after all the product costs, Amazon fees, everything, what was your final profit?
It was $1,200 in profit.
And again, $1,200 per month is enough money to go on a really nice vacation or pay your rent or be able to do a lot of really cool things. And how about month number 6? What revenue and profit did you do in month 6?
Yeah, so month 6, it started to dip a little bit. So I ended up doing about $1,900 in sales and then profited roughly $950 in profit that last month.
Why did it dip?
I've thought about this. I think one of the big reasons is, December is such a peak month. There's the holidays, like we said, there's Black Friday, there's Cyber Monday, all of that stuff. So I think this was just sales starting to level out to a degree.
So this was around February time and probably not a lot of people are buying this product.
Correct.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And was that scary for you at all? Because you had this product that was doing $2,700 in sales. Now it's at $1,900. Were you nervous that it was going to drop off even more?
Those thoughts do creep into your mind, but at the same time, it's always with, once you launch and once you're established, the sales are very consistent. So it still was within range where I wasn't like freaking out or anything. Obviously, it's a little disappointing, but it wasn't a huge deal.
Plus, we'll talk about in month number 8, you were able to find a way to basically double your profit. So let's quickly go into month 7 and then we'll talk about month 8 and what you did to be able to double your profit. So month 7, break it down. Revenue, profit, all that.
So there was actually one other thing that happened in month 6 that we should talk about. So I was working very, very hard to get my product into retail stores. So even though there was the pandemic going on, places were starting to open up a little bit. So I wanted to take a crack at retail. So I landed a really, really big chain called Fry's Electronics. And my product was being sold in 28 stores nationwide. I was super, super excited. And unfortunately, about a month and a half into me selling with Fry's, because of the pandemic, they had to close shop and they closed all of their stores nationwide. So that was obviously very disappointing, but there's a silver lining to that. And the silver lining was, if I'm able to get into a store like that, sky's the limit. And so what eventually ended up happening was the next month, I struck a deal with Sammy's Camera. So anybody that's in the production world that works with cameras, cinematography, all that stuff, that Sammy's Camera is the top website for this type of stuff. And so I struck a deal with Sammy's Camera, and they've essentially been able to double the amount of sales that I've done. So they have ordered about an equal amount, roughly 200 to 250 units per month. So from that deal alone, I was able to double the amount in sales that I was doing each month.
So break it down for us. You charge about $10 per unit for this product, is that right?
Yes.
And how much does Sammy's pay for this product?
So Sammy's pay about $5 per unit because they've got to make money on their end as well. So you split that about 50-50. That's pretty standard for retail.
But on the flip side, you don't have to pay all the different Amazon FBA fees. So a lot of that, once you subtract product costs, it's pretty much pure profit.
Yeah, so the only costs are the product cost, and then there's a tiny bit for shipping when I ship to their warehouses, but that's it. There's no pick and pack fee, there's no Amazon FBA fee, none of that stuff. They take care of all of it. So at the end of the day, I end up making a little over $4 per unit from Sammy's.
And I know you said last month they ordered around 230 units, and who knows, they could be ordering even more soon.
We'll see. Each month it's kind of increased and increased. While we're filming this, that's where we're at. So sky's the limit.
So last month you made about a little over $1,000 from Amazon and another little over $1,000 from Sammy's. And this is a key lesson. You don't have to just sell your product on Amazon. If you're actually creating a unique product, a passion product, you can sell it on Amazon, but also on your own website, which I know you do as well. You can sell it on different other websites related to your niche, or you can sell it in retail. And that's something really amazing that Steven has been able to do, is he's been able to not only sell his product on Amazon, but sell Fry's, Sammy's Camera, his own website. But there is one big mistake that Steven made. We want to make sure you avoid it. Cost him thousands of dollars. What's that mistake?
Yeah, so one of the reasons I was able to get into a store like a Sammy's Camera and also Adorama, which I sell on, is I had so many reviews and I was such a success on Amazon, but I waited about 6 months to launch on Amazon because I was afraid people wouldn't want it because of the pandemic. So had I launched sooner, I may have gotten into Sammy's sooner. That could have been maybe an extra $1,000 every month, for those 6 months. You don't know unless you try. So by delaying and waiting, it ended up costing me a good chunk of change.
And this is one of the biggest mistakes that all beginners make with entrepreneurship in general. They have analysis paralysis, they wait too long, and the truth is, the sooner you launch your product, the sooner you're gonna either 1, make mistakes and learn from them, or 2, make a bunch of profit.
James is a good friend of mine. In this next video, we're gonna talk about his Amazon success story.
When you decided to sell this product on Amazon, what was the first cost associated with selling it?
Okay, well, the first thing I needed to do was create the business, create the LLC, which standard price is going to be an annual cost of $800 per year in the state of California, and $149 for my filing fee. So total in that is $949.
Now keep in mind, most states, it costs a lot less money to start a business. And for a lot of different businesses, you can just do it as a DBA, which is gonna cost around $100.
So the next fee is gonna be the Amazon seller account fee per month, which is $39.99 for the professional plan.
So what about software? Did you spend any money on product research software or any tools like that?
The first software that I ever purchased was a lifetime subscription to Jungle Scout, which is my favorite Chrome extension, for $129.
And what about barcodes? That's another thing that a lot of people forget about, is you have to spend money for the barcode, the UPC codes. How much did you spend on that?
So when I first launched this product, it was in 2016, and they actually didn't require GS1 barcodes at the time. So I purchased a pack of 100 barcodes for $80.
Okay, and then once you got the product and you knew what your product was, you had to get samples done. How much did it cost for your samples?
Okay, all the samples were really cheap. The most expensive part of it was the shipping from China to my warehouse. So all told, about $300.
And then your first production run, how much did that cost you?
So for my first production run, I ordered about 3 months worth, and it cost me $3,250.
And that's just for producing the products in China. How much did it cost you for the shipping from China over to the US?
Yeah, the freight forwarding, all the shipping, the duties, all of that included, it was another $1,400.
And as far as a trademark, did you decide to get a trademark or did you?
I did get a trademark. I ended up doing the filing by myself, which cost me $225 through the USPTO.
And so once you have the product, once it's all ready to go, you have to actually put a listing on Amazon. And another fee that a lot of times people have is photos. Did you pay for the photos for your Amazon listing?
For this particular product, I happen to be pretty proficient in taking photos, so I did all of the product photography myself.
So in total, it cost James around $6,500 in startup costs to start selling this product on Amazon. And I know for a lot of people that sounds like a lot of money, but it's, as you're gonna see later in this video, it's been well worth it for him. Think about this as an investment. You could spend that money on an old beat up used car, but let me tell you something. Putting this money into an Amazon business is gonna get you a lot further in life than an old beat up used car ever would. And it also doesn't always cost $6,500. I had one student, Mina, who started his business for around $1,500. Another student, Karla, who started her business for $1,500. So how much it costs for you to start selling on Amazon really depends on the category. But let's talk about what your product is. And you wanna share what your product is and how you came up with the idea for it?
So this particular product is projector bordered tape. And it might sound a little bit weird to you guys who aren't familiar. So the way I came up with the product is I happen to be interested in home theater and projectors. So I was doing a DIY project where I painted a projector screen on a wall. It was 120 inches. And I realized that I needed to create a border around it to create the highest contrast. So I ended up sourcing my own materials, doing a very DIY version of what ended up becoming this product. I found the right felt material that created the highest contrast. It had the right adhesive backing on it so it wouldn't fall off of the wall. And it ended up being this product. And lo and behold, there is a small community of people who really enjoy this DIY projector screen stuff.
And so this is not James' first product ever on Amazon. He's sold a lot of different products and he's actually been selling on Amazon for over 10 years. He's an 8-figure Amazon seller and we did a tutorial on his channel where we go in depth about how to sell on Amazon, which I'll link down below. But what I like about this product is it came about organically. He saw a need in the marketplace and he created a product to solve a problem. Now let's start breaking down year by year how this product did. So in your first year of selling this product on Amazon, how much did you sell? How much in revenue did you do?
So I did $39,000 roughly in revenue first year.
And it's important to remember that revenue is not profit. And the first cost that we'll talk about is the cost to manufacture the product. How much did it cost you to manufacture the product?
So all told, for the first year, I spent $8,298 on product costs.
And then the next fee that a lot of people don't think about is there is a 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you spend on the Amazon selling fee?
The Amazon selling fees ended up being $5,934.
There's also the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. This is the fee for when you send your product into the Amazon warehouse and you get an order, they pick it from their warehouse and they ship it out to the customer. In your first year selling this product on Amazon, how much did you spend in Amazon FBA pick and pack fees?
All the pick and pack fees ended up being $5,859.
There's also just other Amazon fees, things like receiving fees and storage fees and different things like that. How much did you spend in all the other Amazon fees?
So all the other fees ended up being $263.
Another thing that a lot of people don't consider is Amazon PPC. And how much did you spend in your first year for this product in Amazon PPC?
First year, I spent $2,400 on PPC.
And finally, there's always just other fees with business, things like the LLC fee, things like gas to go ship your products into FedEx, different things like that. How much did you spend in other fees for this product?
So in other fees, I spent about $862.
So in total, when you calculate his revenue, all the costs, it was around $16,000 in profit his first year of selling this product. Now keep in mind, this is just one of the products that James sells, and I saw the back end of just one of his Amazon accounts, and he has almost 100 different products. So what I want you to do is hit that like button, because if this video gets 1,000 likes, James promised to come back on and do another case study of a different product that he's been selling on Amazon. Now, one important thing to keep in mind as well is that he actually started selling this product back in November of 2016. So even though in his first year of selling this product, he did around $16,000 in profit, over the next few years, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, those sales continued to increase. So before we get into year two, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, part of the reason for the growth is that I realized that there was a void in the market for different sizes and lengths. And I talk about variations all the time. So instead of spending the time to develop completely unrelated products, see if there's room for growth within your particular vertical. So in this case, I came out with a 2-inch 30-foot, 2-inch 60-foot, 3-inch 30-foot and 60-foot, 4-inch 30-foot and 60-foot.
So let's talk about year number two. In your second year, you did around $60,000 in revenue. And I assume that extra revenue is because you released extra variations?
Absolutely.
And then after all the Amazon cost, the product cost, all the different fees, in total you did around $24,000 in profit, which is a big jump from the last year, which is really impressive.
Yeah, in addition to the variations that I came out with, my PPC ads started converting better because I was also getting a lot of organic rankings. And this particular category happens to not be super competitive, so I had a pretty easy time getting up there in rankings.
So that leads us into year number three, where your product in total did almost $100,000 in revenue, which is about 3 times what it did in its first year. And then after the product cost, all the different Amazon FBA fees, the total profit was around $40,000. What happened? How come you were able to increase the revenue? How come you were able to increase the profit in year three?
So in year three, I continued to work on my pay-per-click ads. I started to refine them more. I started to find new opportunities. Amazon also released new ad products. So I started exploring headline search ads. I started incorporating video into my listings. I started doing a lot more keyword research. And my organic rankings were also continuing to improve.
And that brings us to year 4 of selling this product on Amazon. And in year 4, you did so far around $107,000 in sales. And after you subtract the product costs, all the different Amazon fees, all the other selling fees, PPC, all of that, in total you did around $44,000 in profit.
So between years 3 and 4, not much really changed. I do want to emphasize that sometimes products just take a while to mature. And industries can become more popular. I noticed a lot more people were talking about DIY projector screens in forums and on YouTube.
Now, before we get into the biggest mistake that James made, and this one mistake cost him over $50,000. So what is the biggest mistake? And it's the most common mistake I see people making.
Yeah, this is a common one that a lot of new sellers make, is that they under anticipate the amount of product that they actually need.
They run out of inventory.
They run out of inventory, yes. I know money can be tight, so people are a little hesitant and worried about whether or not they're going to overextend themselves with their order, but it's better to have a little too much than not enough. So timing with inventory purchasing is also sort of an art and a science. And I made the mistake of running out of inventory and not keeping track of how much I had in stock, or realizing that there was a recent spike in sales for this particular product. So on 2 occasions, I ran out of product. One occasion, it took me 2 months to get inventory back in stock. There's also other variables out there, like whether or not your manufacturer has run out of the raw materials to make your product. And that did happen to me on the other occasion. And I had to wait another month on top of the existing lead time to get my product. So I lost out on several months worth of sales over 2 years. And that ended up costing me about $50,000 in revenue.
And this is the most common mistake I see all new Amazon sellers making, is they run out of inventory and then it's hard to regain their selling rank.
So this is also another reason why you want to make sure you don't run out of inventories, because I suffered in terms of my rankings significantly when I ran out of inventory. When I was out of stock for 2 months, my competitors started getting that edge over me. And when I came back into the market with inventory, it took me another month to regain those top positions in the search results. So this is why it's extra important to make sure that you don't run out of inventory. It's always better to have too much inventory. You can always discount it. You can sell it for cost. You can move it through PPC. There are ways to liquidate your inventory if you need to.
Now from here, we have a bunch more videos, and I won't do an intro for every single one, but I recommend watching all of these videos to really learn about the successes and failures of selling on Amazon.
What was the first cost that you incurred when trying to start your Amazon business?
Sure. So the first cost that I had was for Jungle Scout, and I got a 3-month subscription, which costed around $180.
The next fee that you had to pay is design, and that's something a lot of people don't put enough effort into. How much did it cost you to design your product?
Sure. So for my packaging design and my logo design, it came out to a total of $80.
Which is pretty cheap. Where did you get your design from?
So I went on Fiverr and I found a designer that was making packages that looked really nice to me, and I decided to go with him.
The next fee that a lot of people forget to talk about is the $39.99 a month Amazon FBA professional selling fee. How long before you actually launched your product did you start paying this fee?
So I actually started about 2 months early. I wanted to get a Seller Central account just so I could get familiarized with the platform and not run into any issues with just me being unfamiliar with it.
So that is another fee that you want to make sure you budget in. Another fee that not a lot of people talk about is samples. And before you actually get your product manufactured, before you pay for all the inventory, you want to make sure you get a sample. How much did it cost you to get your samples?
So my samples were pretty expensive. I wasn't expecting to spend this much, but I spent around $230 upfront for samples.
How many samples did you get?
So I went to 3 different suppliers, but I just wanted to make sure that I was choosing the right product upfront.
This is really smart because he didn't just go with one manufacturer and get the samples and say, okay, that's good enough. He tried it out. So that $230 may have saved you a lot of headaches down the road.
Right, and I was hoping that if I were putting in this work up front, maybe I could save headaches down the road with happier customers, products that didn't break, fewer returns, and just a better working relationship with that supplier.
Again, another fee that not a lot of people talk about is all the legal fees, all the getting a DBA, all that kind of stuff. How much did that cost you? And let's talk about that process.
So I went with the DBA approach, which is like a sole proprietorship, mainly out of convenience. And this costed around $80 to get set up.
And then again, another fee, I keep saying that, but is barcodes. And these are the barcodes. You need to get UPC barcodes. How much did you pay for your barcodes?
So I ended up going with UPC barcodes, which is the cheaper route.
Okay.
So I didn't get GS1, but I bought my UPC labels from an online barcode marketplace. And something to look out for here is that the first barcodes that I actually received ended up not working in Amazon.
So this is a good way to potentially save money. Now it depends. Sometimes I recommend just going with GS1, and GS1 UPC barcodes could be $250. Those are the legit barcodes, but there are resellers where you can save some money. So if you're trying to do this for a little bit cheaper, you may want to try out a reseller. Now the biggest and most expensive cost when starting an Amazon FBA business is the inventory. It's the production. How much did you spend on production?
So my first production run was 1,000 units and it costed over $11,000.
And that's a lot. That's not normal. I mean, it's great, but most people for their first production run are spending somewhere around $3,000 to $5,000 max. But I think that's great that he had a higher end product, and that's something to keep in mind is all products are gonna cost different to manufacture. And once you get your product manufactured, you still have to ship it. You still have to get it over, if you get it made in China, you have to get it shipped over to the US.
even if you get it made in the US, you still have to get it shipped to the Amazon warehouse. How much did it cost you to get those products shipped?
Shipping costs were included in the price quotes that I got from my supplier.
But the next fee, even once you get your products manufactured, is you're still gonna have to pay to get photos done for your product listing. Now, this is optional. You can always take the photos yourself, but I do not recommend that. I recommend either paying for professional 3D rendering, computer renders, or paying a professional photographer to get pictures of your product because it's gonna help you sell more units. How much did you spend in photos?
In total, I paid around $275 for my photos, but this is because I really wanted to pick and choose props that really help to tell a story in each photo.
So you not only had a photographer, but you also paid for all the extra little things in your photos, which is really smart. You don't want just a photo of the product, you wanna show the benefits of the product. You wanna show how you can use the product. And this is one of those places that I think it's worth spending more money to get quality. And then the final fee for starting up, and this is a completely optional one, is you got a trademark. How much did it cost you to get your trademark?
Right, so my trademark costed about $330 in total. And upfront, I really knew that I wanted one of those Amazon listings with really nice infographics, photos, and even videos. And I knew that in order to get that, I needed to trademark my logo fast.
Yeah, and that's called brand registry. And the only way to get into brand registry right now is if you have a trademark. But in all honesty, getting a trademark is completely optional. And if you want to save money, this is one of those places you could save money. So in total, it cost Michael around $12,000 to start his Amazon FBA business. And I know that sounds like a lot, but keep in mind, that's the cost of a used car. And one thing about a business, especially an Amazon FBA business, is it can get you a lot further in life than a old beat up car is. But now we're gonna share month by month Michael's actual numbers, the real results of this test to see how his product did. But in Michael's first month of selling his product on Amazon, he did over $7,000 in revenue, which is amazing. But keep in mind, revenue is not profit. He ended up having a lot of expenses. The first expense was the cost of the product. How much did it cost you for the units that you sold during that first month?
So in month one, the total cost of the products was around $2,600.
The first fee for selling on the Amazon platform is the flat 15% fee. If you sell any product on Amazon, they take 50% of your revenue. So how much did you have to pay in that Amazon selling fee in your first month?
So in the first month, my selling fee was over $1,000.
Yikes. And on top of that, there's the Amazon FBA fee. This is the fee for you to send your products into the Amazon warehouse, and every time that you get a sale on the Amazon website, they pick it, pack it, and ship it out. How much did you spend in that fee?
That was about $1,400.
Yeah, and these are all completely normal. And I do want to point out something, that the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee and the selling fee are 100% worth it. Amazon offers an amazing service because they give you so many customers. It's so easy. I mean, look, Michael in his first month did $7,000 in revenue, and Amazon made that possible and made it relatively easy. But there are still more fees. What was the next fee that you had to pay in this first month?
When selling on Amazon, there's something called the storage fee, and that ended up being somewhere around $200 in the first month.
And this is because you're sending in a lot of products into Amazon's warehouse, and they don't want you just sending in all your furniture and everything and just storing it there indefinitely. So they do charge a small fee, but it's something like a few cents per cubic foot. Nothing too crazy. And as he mentioned, in the first month, it was only $200. Compared to his revenue, that's not that much. Let's talk about other fees. What were some of the other fees that you incurred during this first month?
Sure. So there was Jungle Scout, there was the Amazon Seller Central fee, there's fees like designing my product packaging and my logos, and all of that ended up being fairly expensive at the end of the day. In my first month, that ended up totaling about $1,300.
And another thing that not a lot of people talk about, but Michael's being super honest about, is PPC. And PPC is a way for you to advertise your product on the Amazon platform. It's absolutely amazing. It allows you to get to the top of the search results basically without having to do a lot of effort. How much did you spend in PPC for the first month?
So for my first month, this was a little aggressive. I spent over $3,000 on PPC.
So in total, when we added up all the numbers in your first month, what was your total profit?
So in my first month, my total profit was negative $2,460.
And I know this sucks, but this is normal. Most businesses, you gotta test things out. You gotta figure out what kind of Amazon advertising works, what kind of spend works. You gotta test different things. But we're not done yet. Things get better from here. And one thing I wanna note is that Michael said that he didn't wanna share his product just yet. I think things start to get a little bit better in the second month. Month 2, what was the total revenue?
So total revenue in month 2 was around $6,250.
So it was actually a little bit lower than the first month. But let's talk about some of the different fees. What was the product cost? How much did it cost for the products that you sold?
Sure. So because it was a fewer amount of units, the product cost ended up being a little cheaper this month. In total, that was around $2,100.
Then you have the Amazon selling fee, which how much did that cost you?
That ended up being $900.
And then on top of that, there's the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, which was around...
That was another $1,100.
And then let's talk about other fees and PPC. What were the rest of your expenses?
In my second month, I wasn't selling as many units, but I was tapering down my PPC spend pretty significantly. So in the second month, I spent only $1,600 in PPC.
And then you had another $131 in other fees for a total profit of how much in your second month?
So in month 2, I made a total of $350.
Which is a big improvement from month 1. And that's part of business is you test things out, you make mistakes, you learn from them, and then you make better PPC campaigns, you make better business decisions. Now this is where things start to get really exciting. Month 3, what was the total revenue that you did?
In month 3, I did over $12,000 in revenue.
Now, the first fee that we got to talk about is the product cost. Again, how much did it cost for you to manufacture those products that you sold in the third month?
That was about $3,900.
And then from there, we have the different Amazon fees. How much did you spend on each of the different Amazon fees?
So the Amazon FBA fee was about $2,100. The seller fee was about $1,700. And then I had other fees here and there, which totaled about $230.
And finally, what was your Amazon PPC cost in month 3?
My PPC cost was lower than ever at $866.
And drum roll please, what was the final profit at the end of month 3?
At the end of month 3, I made $3,400.
And this is what I'm talking about here, is a lot of people, they start their business, they're like, oh, I lost money in the first month, oh, I broke even on the second month. Play the long game. The most successful sellers, most successful entrepreneurs aren't thinking, what is my first month gonna be like? They're thinking, what is my 36th month gonna be like? So that's one really important thing. But now we're gonna get into the biggest mistake that Michael made during this 3-month test. And please pay attention. This is a super common mistake. I've made this mistake. Michael's made this mistake. Almost every seller I know at some point has made this mistake, and it could end up costing him $12,000. So if you wanna save a lot of money, please pay attention. Let's talk about the biggest mistake you made during these first 3 months.
The biggest mistake that I made was not keeping track of my inventory. So by the end of my 3rd month, I was selling really well. My rank was increasing, and at the end of the day, I realized that I was gonna run out of stock in less than a month.
And running out of inventory is a really bad thing on Amazon, because not only when you run out of inventory to basically for a full month, you don't get sales. And keep in mind, month 3, he did $12,000 in sales. So if he runs out of inventory, which it looks like in month 4, you're running out of inventory, that's a full month worth of sales that are gone. But on top of that, Amazon really does not like when you run out of inventory. In fact, if you run out of inventory for long enough, they may blacklist you. The big thing and the most important lesson to learn from all of this is what Michael did is really awesome. He created a business. He created a machine that can make him passive income. In his last month, he did $3,500 in profit. If he can keep making $3,500 month after month in profit, that's enough money for him to quit his job and get his freedom back. Let's get started with how much did it cost you to start selling on Amazon? And when you were looking to start your business, what was the first cost that you incurred to start your tea company?
Yeah, so the first cost was really the legal side of the business. So that was around $800. So I used LegalZoom, which you had advised.
Yeah.
And
by the way, Karla was one of the first students, like one of the first people I ever taught. So this was back in the day, and I mentioned to her that I'd use LegalZoom, and then she went and she used LegalZoom as well. And I want to point out that sometimes it's worth spending a little bit of extra money, not always, but sometimes to save some time. So let's talk, what was some of the next fees that you had?
Yeah, so the next fees were like the logo.
Yeah.
So I used 99 Designs, which was also a tip from you. So they had the contest, which was pretty helpful. So there were designers from literally all over the world who were competing to, create the best logo. So that was around $300.
And this is another one of those things, I think it's worth spending a little bit more to have a high quality brand, to have a good logo. And 99 Designs, I'll put a link down below, it's a great way to do it. And what about packaging design? How much did you spend on your packaging design?
Yeah, so that was another contest, and that was $300 too for the initial label.
Gotcha.
And then it was $100 after,
for
each
different
next
products.
Product. Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll talk about it later. She's released one product and then since released more products. So let's talk about manufacturing. How much did it cost you? A lot of people
get samples? How much did it cost you to get samples from your manufacturer?
Yeah, so samples were free.
Okay.
Because I had built that relationship with them. So they're very helpful. I think a lot of suppliers, manufacturers will be willing, depending on the industry and the product, be willing to give them for free. So.
And was it hard for you to find a manufacturer?
I would say doing the research was pretty difficult, but finding a list, you can find that online. So that part wasn't hard, but having to narrow down was a little difficult, but my suppliers are great, so it's worked out.
And here's a really big tip. I'm not saying it's easy to find a manufacturer, but it's easier than most people think. And one thing that Karla did really well is she started calling the manufacturer, started emailing them, and that's how you're going to figure out who's a good manufacturer to work with. But as far as finding the manufacturers, mostly searching on Google and some different lists online.
Right. Yeah.
Not too complicated. Let's talk about barcodes, because that's another thing a lot of people get tripped up on.
Right.
You need a UPC barcode if you're going to be selling on Amazon. How much did you spend on your barcodes?
Yeah, so that was around $50 to start out. So yeah, I didn't use GS1, is that what they're called?
Yep, GS1 is the official way, which I recommend for most people to do, because that's technically what you're supposed to do, but there are third-party resellers that, and it works out a good percentage of the time, but I don't want to get yelled at if I give advice.
Fair. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's talk about what were some other startup costs leading up to launching on Amazon?
Yeah, so photography was one of them. So that was around $500. I do think photography is really important because that's, you're showing your product off, and I think sometimes paying a little bit more is worth it.
And this is another thing I totally agree with on Karla is keep in mind when someone's buying something online, they can't hold it in their hand. They don't know what it's going to be like to own it. What you need to do, you need to replicate that feeling that they're going to get of holding it in their hand, of they're going to get from actually owning the product, and spending a little bit of money on photography is worth it. I'll be honest, $500 is more than I've personally spent. And was that for not just the main image, but all the side images as well?
Yeah, it was for a ton of images. So.
Who'd you go to get your photography?
I used Upwork, actually. Okay. Yeah, so it's very easy. Again, you have to narrow down the search, but you just reach out to people, you take a look at their portfolio, and there are a lot of talented people.
And so then you just ship them the product, basically?
Yeah.
So what about as far as trademark? That's another thing. Did you do that before you launched on Amazon, or did you do that after?
I believe it was about a month after I launched on Amazon, but I felt that it was important because the name was a little unique. So it was I'd rather just trademark it. It was expensive because I did it through LegalZoom, but it was very convenient. So. Yeah.
And this is one of those things for me personally. You don't need to go through. I didn't go through LegalZoom. I went through USPTO. I think it was around $275. So you can save money. But if you want to make sure that everything's easy, going through LegalZoom might help you out. And this is also an optional fee. You don't have to do that. Obviously, you launched before you had your trademark, but it does open you up to having enhanced brand registry and enhanced brand content. So there are some really good benefits to that.
Right.
Let's talk about production. So we've all these startup costs, and you haven't even produced a single unit yet. How much did you spend on your first production run?
Yeah, so that was $1,000, which is pretty low for a first run. Yeah. So again, this goes back to suppliers. Just find someone who has low MOQs or no MOQs, minimum order quantities. So yeah, it was $1,000.
And I think you're going to see throughout this, I think a lot of what Karla did was absolutely genius. She didn't buy $10,000 worth of product. She bought $1,000 worth of product to test out the market and to make sure that people like the flavor, to make sure that there actually is a customer base. So in total, all the different costs, how much did you spend to start your Amazon business up?
I would say close to $5,000. Yeah.
That's not too bad. And this is what I always like to tell people. For the price of a junky used car, you can start a business on Amazon. For the price of a used car, you can get further. Your Amazon business, in my opinion, will take you further in life than a used car ever will. Now we're going to share all her numbers from her first year of selling on Amazon, the revenue, profit, all that kind of stuff. In your first year of selling on Amazon, you did $44,000 in revenue, which is amazing.
Thank you.
But revenue is not profit. Let's break down how much did it cost you for all the products that you sold in that first year?
Yeah, so that was around $13,000 for the product.
And then as far as the next fee that a lot of people forget about is the selling fee, the 15% fee. Just to sell on the Amazon platform, they charge 15% of whatever your revenue. How much was that for you?
So that was around $6,000.
Another fee that Amazon charges that I think is totally worth it
is the FBA pick and pack fee. And this is the fee when you send your product into the Amazon warehouse and you get a sale, Amazon picks it from their warehouse and ships it out to the customer, which, how much did you spend on that?
For the FBA?
Yeah.
That was around $8,000.
And keep in mind the 15% selling fee and the FBA fee, I know it sounds like a lot of money, and Karla and I have talked about this, but I think that it's worth it because it makes it so your business, your Amazon business, is relatively automated. Like you didn't have to go to the post office.
Exactly.
And what about other Amazon fees? Because there's things like receiving fees, there's storage. Yeah, the returns, How much did you spend on those other fees?
I believe that was around $800.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad. A lot of people come to me and they ask me, oh, how much is storage going to be? And it's a pretty small percentage of your revenue.
Right.
The last fee I believe that you had, the last cost you had was Amazon PPC. How much did you spend on Amazon PPC and was it worth it? Like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so for the first year it was $1,200.
Okay.
I would say I was mostly trying it out.
Yeah.
So it was worth it.
And as far you spent that $1,200, did you get enough sales to did you get enough sales to cover the cost?
Yeah,
of the PPC?
I would say it was like net. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's actually really good. You got to keep in mind, this is your first time ever doing PPC.
Right. Yeah.
So to break even and spending $1,200 and break even is absolutely. I think Amazon PPC is one of the best marketing tools, especially for physical products that there is right now. So, and Karla actually launched this product in 2018, September 2018.
Yeah.
Let's go. So you had a second year too. Let's break down your second year sales. In your second year, you did around $80,000 revenue.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
How much were all your additional costs for year number 2?
Yeah, so it was around $27,000 for the product.
Okay.
And then it was, I believe, around $8,000 for the selling fee.
Okay.
And then around $16,000 for the FBA fee.
Gotcha. And we obviously Amazon PPC. Did you spend any money on Amazon PPC year 2?
Yeah. So year 2, I had twice the amount of products, so that was around $3,800 for PPC.
And how did you do on PPC year 2? Was it a little bit better?
I would say better.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's like to break even on something like this, and you get better. Like you learn from the data. And I know when I first was doing PPC, I tried out a lot of different keywords. Some of them give you a 10x return on ad spend, and some you lose all your money. And so you turn off the ones that lose money, and you double down on the ones that are making money.
Right.
So in year 2, what was the total profit that you did?
It was around $23,000.
Which is really awesome. I mean, you got to keep in mind for a $4,000, $5,000 initial investment, you basically have a business. I mean, you have a business, you have a side income that's really amazing. For your first year, you had a full-time job while you were making this extra $13,000, right?
Right, correct.
And then year 2, were you doing your business full-time or you were doing something else?
I was doing a coding boot camp and running my business.
And another thing I want to point out is year 2, we talked about this beforehand. How many hours a week were you dedicated to your Amazon business?
Around 5.
5 hours a week. So a total throughout the year, for her second year, she probably spent about 250 hours on her Amazon business, which if you do the math, she's making $100 an hour on her Amazon business, doing something that she loves. And this is something we haven't talked about yet is, and we're gonna get to the biggest mistake that you made that cost you over $10,000 in just a minute here. But I wanna point this out is, let's talk about your product a little bit because it's a product that you're actually passionate about, which I think is so important. How did you come up with the idea?
Yeah, so pretty much the product is herbal blends that are helpful for autoimmune symptoms, and it's specifically for the autoimmune diet. So it's called the AIP diet, which is pretty well known, but there was no herbal product out there for this diet because there are a lot of ingredients that you can't have that will just worsen symptoms or cause more inflammation. So yeah, it wasn't out on the market, and I wanted it for myself really, and for family members and friends who have autoimmune conditions as well. And so I decided to start it.
And one startup cost we forgot to mention, you're not an expert herbalist, you're not an expert at any of this, but you're someone that's very passionate about it. How did you worked with an expert? How much did that cost you?
Yeah, so that was around $1,000, which was pretty useful and important because I needed someone, who was knowledgeable in the field and could create a product that was actually effective.
And I want to point this out. This is another golden nugget is you don't need to be an expert at your product. I helped my girlfriend Ariana create a set of wine flashcards, and she's not a sommelier. She didn't know a ton about wine when we first started, but she went on, she did the research, and then for that product, she hired a sommelier to double check and fact check everything. Same thing, I believe, with your product. You already had a general recipe, and you basically hired them, and they double checked it, and they made it a little bit
better
Yeah.
and everything.
Mhm.
So don't let there's a lot of self-limiting beliefs out there. Even if you're not an expert at whatever you're passionate about, you can still create a product and maybe just hire an expert for a little bit of money. So let's get into your 3 biggest mistakes. And I want to talk about the first mistake, which was your packaging. And we'll save the $10,000 mistake for last. So your packaging. Let's talk about updating the packaging.
Yeah, so I started out with the white pouch, which is like a label that you place on. It was great to start out, but it definitely doesn't have that like appeal that print on has. So I didn't switch the packaging until a couple months ago, actually. So yeah, I would have done it a lot sooner had I not been so scared to make the switch.
And I love this, but I actually think what Karla did was genius. And I think a lot of people at home can learn from this. And the idea is to create something basic, simple, a minimal viable product. So to take a white pouch and just slap a sticker on it is very easy to do. And then once she saw that she was getting some success, she went and she upgraded to better packaging. And obviously, in hindsight, she wishes she could have just gone back and done this from the beginning. But it's smart to start, dip your toe in the water and just check things out. So let's talk about your second mistake and talk about wholesale a little bit.
Yeah, so I would say the second mistake was not jumping into wholesale fast enough. I think Amazon is great to start out, but wholesale for CPG companies especially is really where the profit is.
And I agree with this. Amazon is the easiest way in the history of the universe to start a physical product business. They make things extremely easy. Wholesale is a little bit more complicated. So if you can get wholesale, if you can get into Whole Foods, that's really powerful. But if you can go to Whole Foods and say, hey, I'm already doing $80,000 a year on Amazon, it makes you look a lot more legit. And it also gives you some cash flow because doing wholesale can be relatively complicated and there's a lot of different cash flow issues. So again, I think obviously getting into wholesale earlier can be very helpful, but I still think for most people out there, starting with Amazon is the way to go. So let's talk about the third mistake and the biggest mistake you made, mistake that cost you $10,000. What was that?
Yeah, so I took forever to release my product line. I pretty much only had 3 products the first year, and the second year doubled that. My product line is 11 products. So there's no reason for the delay really, other than fear. So that was my biggest mistake.
And Karla and I kind of disagree about that. I think she doesn't give herself enough credit because she wishes, she would have launched a product month after month after month. But keep in mind, when you're first starting a business, start with one product and then dip your toes in the water, make sure that it's doing well and give yourself time. And I think that in an ideal world, yes, launch product month after month after month. But there is a lot of fear when you're first starting a business. I remember when I first launched Performance Nut Butter, within 2 months of launching our product on Amazon, I was doing $10,000 a month profit, $30,000 a month revenue. And honestly, looking back, I wish I would have launched a second product within the first few months, but my mindset, I wasn't there yet. And so there is a little bit of fear with launching a new product. And I think what Karla has done has been absolutely amazing.
I've made over $10 million selling my passion product on Amazon.
Dakota, tell us, what do you sell on Amazon and how'd you get started?
I sell emergency food storage supplies. My main audience is doomsday preppers, homesteaders, and people that just want to have an emergency storage of food at their house.
And how'd you know about this opportunity to sell on Amazon?
I worked at Amazon for 5 years, and in that time, I was working for Amazon advertising. I was seeing all these brands grow so quickly, and it gave me the idea that, hey, maybe I can do this for myself.
I imagine you were making good money at Amazon. Why not just stay with your Amazon job? Why quit and take that risk?
I didn't want to be stuck in a 9-to-5 job. I wanted to have freedom.
I'm gonna have you share with us step by step how you did it. How'd you find your product? How'd you find your manufacturer? How did you launch? And also tell us how much all these different things cost, because I know it can be expensive. So how'd you find your product?
So I was doing research, and I've always been an avid camper, hiker, a big cook, and I was starting to look at doing something in the camping category because I just couldn't think of so many brands. And when I go into REI, a lot of the brands seemed pretty boring. I'd heard other sellers using Jungle Scout while I was at Amazon, so I installed Jungle Scout, and I started doing some research on Jungle Scout, and by scrolling in that category, I quickly started to pick up on the volume of some of these preparedness supplies was much higher.
A lot of people are buying these preparedness supplies, but there's not really a lot of sellers. There's not really good products in that category. Is that correct?
Exactly. There wasn't one company that had a brand, I would call it. And I was like, that's when the light bulb went off of me being like, I could be that brand.
How much did you spend on Jungle Scout?
$200 in my first year.
So $200 in order to find a product on Amazon, that's not bad. And the next step after you find your product that a lot of people don't think about and you started talking about is designing the product, designing the brand, designing the logo. How much did that cost and how did you design your brand, your logo, your packaging, all of that?
What I actually made a little bit of a mistake was I went on Upwork and I tried to do it super cheap. And that probably was like $250 wasted. And then I decided to go on Instagram actually, and I typed in packaging design and packaging designer.
Yeah.
And a lot of creatives post their portfolios on Instagram. And I found a really great outdoor packaging designer. And that packaging designer basically connected with me, and it was about $2,000 total for 3 SKUs to get everything.
The next factor when starting an Amazon business is all the legal parts of starting your business, whether you do a DBA or an LLC. And for people at home, DBA stands for doing business as, and LLC is limited liability company. Did you do a DBA or an LLC when you started your business?
Yeah, so when I first started the business, we immediately got an LLC. It separates your personal assets from your business assets, which is really important.
How much did the LLC cost you?
It was about $500.
The next step when selling on Amazon is actually to get your product manufactured. And let's talk about how did you find a manufacturer for this product?
Yeah, so I did what a lot of people do. I went to Alibaba as my first stop.
And there's actually a really big mistake at this stage that we'll talk about later. I think a mistake that cost you around $100,000. But you found your manufacturer and you wanted to get a sample. How much did that first sample cost you?
Yeah, so that first sample actually cost me nothing.
And for people wondering, we still haven't even actually said what your product is. Are you willing to share what your product is?
Now I have 7 brands, but one of my largest brands is still Wallaby Goods, which is a long-term food storage solution. And our main SKU is Mylar bags. And essentially you take dry food, you put them inside the bag with an oxygen absorber, which we also sell, and you're able to seal it, and the food will last anywhere from 25 to 30 years. It has the oxygen absorbers inside of the product. It comes with the Mylar bags. It comes with labels, everything you need to get started.
So at this point, you're ready to do your first production run. How much did that cost?
I was aggressive. I have an agency. I had worked at Amazon. I really understood, that and felt that I had a niche in the market that wasn't currently being explored. So I invested $50,000 in my first production run across 3 SKUs.
You spent 50 grand on manufacturing. Were you scared whether or not they would actually produce the product? Because that's a lot of money and it's a lot of trust.
Yeah, totally. Like looking back, I was probably just really stupid for doing that, to be honest. I didn't have a sourcing agent at that time. I had never gone to this factory to see if they were legit. Yeah. I pretty much blind trusted them. Now, before anything's sent to me from China, we have third-party inspectors go and check the product.
Once you have your product manufactured, you have to get it shipped over into the United States, into the Amazon warehouse. Did you have it shipped to you first or straight into the Amazon warehouse?
Yeah, so at that volume that we ordered at initially, we filled an entire container of product, So when you see a giant freight container going down the highway or at the seaport, that's how much stuff we ordered.
So you ended up shipping it directly from China into the US Amazon FBA warehouse. And there's a couple more steps. One of them is creating your Amazon listing. How much did it cost for you to create your Amazon listing, the photos and all that? And talk us through that process.
Yeah, so I had my agency already, and basically it costs us nothing because we have the resources. That's what we do for our partners every single day.
One thing to remember when selling on Amazon is that Amazon is a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for products that they want to buy. And that's where you want to make sure you have the keywords, the search phrases in your title. Once people search in Amazon, they have a list of a bunch of products, and the only way they know which product they're going to click on is based on the main image. Or at least that's the main thing that they're looking at. So you want to make sure you have a main image that pops, that stands out, that conveys value and shows that you have a premium product. So how much money did you make in your first month selling on Amazon?
In the first couple of days, we were instantly selling a couple $100 in sales. And we're just running a little bit of PPC, but not a ton through the ads portal. But Amazon gives you what a lot of people call the honeymoon period when you launch a product. Yeah. So it basically pushes traffic to your page in order to see is this going to be a good product or is it going to be a dud product? Yeah. And if you fail on that honeymoon period, a lot of times you're not crushed. It's not the end of the world. But if you succeed in that honeymoon period, I've seen a lot of products catapult through rank very quickly. So we picked up algorithmically because we had something that was different than what was actively in the market, and that led us to a lot of success. So those hundreds of dollars a day in sales quickly went to thousands of dollars a day in sales. Within the same month, we did about $31,000 in sales our first month.
And something to keep in mind is sales or revenue numbers isn't profit. And we're going to break down all the different costs associated with selling on Amazon and share what Dakota's actual profit was in his first month. So one of the biggest fees when selling a product on Amazon is your product cost. You have to buy the products that you're selling on Amazon. In your first month, the total cost of the products you sold, I think it was around like $7,000. Another fee that we have when selling on Amazon is the 15% Amazon selling fee. How much money did you have to pay for that in the first month?
Yeah, so the selling fee was like just under $5,000, and Amazon takes a lot of fees. I think that's like the one thing that you always got to be aware of is what's the fee going to be. But Amazon warrants that fee, right? Because they give you access to 300 million plus Amazon Prime shoppers. And Amazon Prime shoppers love spending money on Amazon.
There's also the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And for people that don't know, FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. And this is where you send the products that you want to sell on Amazon's website into their warehouse. And when you get an order, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship it out to the customer. But you do have to pay a fee for that. And I mean, keep in mind, if you were selling products without Amazon FBA, you'd have to pay for postage and handling anyways. How much did you spend on this Amazon FBA fee?
Probably like around $6,000 total for that month. Another thing that's important to add in, is the size of your product, right? So oversized products are going to have more fees. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But PPC is also, a really important
How
fee.
much did you spend on PPC?
Yeah, so I typically am very aggressive with PPC, pay-per-click ads, and those are keyword-based ads. So if someone types in, Mylar bag, my product will come up like almost 100% of the time. I think it was about $6,200.
And something that's crazy is the next month, you actually ended up doing $90,000 in revenue. And we're going to break down those numbers and explain how he did that in just a second. But there are 3 really important things that Dakota did in his first month that set him up for success. And the first one is he started working on new products right away. What was your thinking behind that?
We launched the 3 SKUs, and then I had, I think about 4 or 5 other SKUs that I had in the pipeline, but I decided to say, hey, let's wait, which ended up being smart. Since I had kept those items in the queue, when I saw that success, those $1,000 days pretty quickly, I knew I had something, and it allowed me much more quickly to launch, those ancillary products.
The second thing that you did was starting to work with influencers. Talk about that and how much did that translate into sales?
Yeah, that's a great point. So when I started the agency and while I was at Amazon, I realized that brands that were using what I called omni-channel marketing were growing the fastest. People are on YouTube, they're on Instagram Reels, they're on TikTok, right? Checking their emails, doing all these various things. I need to have touch points in those areas where they're spending all this time to educate those customers.
And so how would you recommend people at home interact with and find influencers?
We just started reaching out to influencers within our niche of people that love to camp, people that love preparedness, people that knew a lot about the outdoors. And a lot of these people just post on Instagram because it's a passion for them.
Yeah.
They're not really thinking about it as a business, and they maybe one day when I get 100,000 followers, someone will reach out to me. But we said why don't we reach out to people that are really good at making content that have even 5,000 followers or 10,000 followers or 50, some market traction on the fact that they're making good content, and then see their engagement rate on the content that they're making. We'd reach out to them and just say hey, we love your content. We'd love to send you free product. This is a product that they theoretically are already interested, in purchasing. When we made really funny reels and got really strong engagement on those reels, Amazon sales started to accelerate really quickly because we were educating, again, through omni-channel marketing, people before they got to Amazon. And then when they got to Amazon, they weren't price conscious.
Right.
They wanted to buy from our brand, in the category.
And the third thing that you did that we'll talk about before we get into the month 2 numbers is you started a Shopify page right away from month 1. And since then, you've done over $12 million on this Shopify page. What was your thinking? Why start it right away? Why not wait? What inspired you to do it right away?
I realized that Amazon holds a lot of data, right? At the end of the day, they own their customers, and Bezos has built this amazing moat, around them owning basically everything. But I wanted to build the ownership of my customer base. Yeah. So now, we have about 300,000 emails, on our Shopify store, and it's doing really sizable revenue because we can also do offers on Shopify that we can't really implement on Amazon. We'll send out deals and coupons to our loyal customers. We have a point system, and we're also sending out a lot of newsletters and guides about how they can most effectively use our products. But what I really like about the emails is that when I launch a new product now, I instantly have reach to a lot of loyal customers that love our product.
And in your second month, you did over $90,000 in sales. And when we subtract out the product cost, the Amazon selling fee, the Amazon FBA cost, and all the other costs, there was one fee that increased this month, and that was Amazon PPC. And why was that?
Yeah, we wanted to spend a lot of money to get our rank up really quickly. And I knew that even though I might be spending at a 1-to-1 return, which is essentially a net loss, my rank, my reviews, everything would climb very quickly. And once I reached that plateau, I'd be able to pull back and be more profitable, but I would reap the reward even if there's a slight drop in sales to continue that velocity at some level.
It was marketing spend. You spend a bunch of money up front knowing that maybe it's not as profitable, but you're growing the brand, you're increasing your rank, you're doing everything to make it so down the line you'll have the biggest business possible.
Exactly.
And it worked. In month 3, you did over $135,000 revenue in just 1 month. And then again, once we subtract all the product costs, I think this month you actually technically lost a little bit of money. How did you feel about that?
I feel good and bad about it, right? I think it's good in that like we saw a huge growth in revenue.
Yeah.
And I felt very confident that our product was gelling with the market. But, profit was lower. I knew I had to get things back on track.
In month 4, your number was almost $200,000 in revenue. You did over $190,000 revenue in your 4th month ever selling this product on Amazon. And once we subtract out all the fees, you actually did make a profit this month of around $8,000. How are you feeling at this point?
So the new products were able to pick up the steam on the products that I had invested so much in advertising. And that's, again, the first month that we were profitable month 1, but then for 2 months we're unprofitable. And then we broke back into that profitability range, which I was really happy about.
And it worked out. Even though you had 2 months where you weren't profitable, by the end of the year, how much money in revenue did this business do?
So the end of the year, we did just over $1 million. So it's like 1.1 million, which we were really happy about.
And then after we subtract out the product costs, the Amazon fees, all the PPC, I know you spent a lot on PPC. What was the final profit after your first year?
It was about $85,000, which like a lot of people would be like, eh. But like for me, like that was killer, right?
Yeah.
Because like I knew at that point I would be able to pull a lot of levers to drive even more profit into the business and continue to scale.
And it paid off. To date, with this one business, you've done over $14 million in sales. Again, once we subtract out all the costs, how much profit have you done just with this one business on Amazon? We'll talk about the Shopify numbers in a second. How much profit?
It's been about $2.1 million in profit. We just did our books recently.
How much profit have you done with Shopify?
With Shopify, total profit's been about 2.6 million.
So with just this one Amazon business, you've done over $5 million on profit with Amazon and Shopify. But there was 3 really big mistakes that you made, and make sure to pay attention because Dakota made these mistakes so that you don't have to. And the first mistake cost you over $100,000. And this was the mistake we kept talking about, which was the packaging size. What was the issue there?
We allowed the factory to essentially make their own size of the packaging, and it should have been smaller. Yeah. And when it oversized, you get charged incremental fees. So it was just way too big, cost us so much money. It could have been a way smaller, and I could have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars if I had just had slightly smaller packaging.
The second mistake that Dakota made cost him another $100,000. And this is a question I get all the time is, how do you protect yourself legally if you're manufacturing your product over China? And I know you have a little bit of a horror story around this, but you learned some really good lessons. Tell us about this.
Yeah, long story short, I had the innovation of packaging the oxygen absorbers in sets of 10. Normally there's in sets of 100. I went to China, started kind of pitching the idea. I had to make a little illustration, and almost no one could do it. Like I talked to probably 50 factories. And then finally I found one that really understood. I started working with them. They sent me samples. It was great. Started selling. As I said, the velocity went quick. The factory obviously looks at Amazon too. They're going to want to see how the product they're making is selling. I'm sure saw that it was selling well and saw that I was reordering fairly quickly with a very aggressive initial PO, as we've discussed. Yeah. And then they started selling the exact same product on Amazon. And I was like, this is very strange. This packaging, this branding, everything is way too similar to mine. The time frame of it being similar to mine is very odd. They sold over $100,000 worth of that product, that they said they weren't going to ever sell. And I had to threaten legal action against that factory. Now I always protect myself before I start selling anything on Amazon.
How do you protect yourself? And how can people at home protect themselves?
You can do things that are very specific to protect yourself. So the number one thing I recommend is making your factory sign a Chinese NDA. You can hire a Chinese attorney. You can find a Chinese attorney on Upwork or via Google search. They're an attorney that's actually licensed in China. China has an extremely robust legal system, which is very interesting, and it's much cheaper to deal with legal matters in China than it is to deal with them in the US. Draft that NDA. That NDA prohibits the factory from disclosing either that they work with your brand or to give out the proprietary construction of your product. The next one you're going to want is an NNN agreement, like literally the letter N 3 times. And it basically prohibits the factory from making that exact configuration for any other company. And if they do at that point, they're rocked. If they get found out or you sue them in court, their entire bank account can get frozen off of this. They can get prohibited from getting lines of credit, which is very important for running the factory. They can get freezes on hiring any people. Like, they take that very seriously. But if you're this uneducated seller that has none of these understandings of like the legal system, all the proceedings, blah, blah, they're going to take advantage of you day one like I did. So always protect yourself.
And getting an NNN can be relatively affordable. Do you have any idea how much it would, like on the
super cheap? It's like, that's like maybe $100, $200.
And the third mistake, and probably the biggest mistake that Dakota made, and the biggest mistake I see pretty much everyone making, you probably are already making this mistake right now, is waiting to start his business. This one mistake probably cost him over $1 million. Talk about that and give some advice to people at home on how to avoid waiting.
Yeah, I think a big thing I've learned is you have to believe in yourself and believe in what you're capable of. Because if you don't believe in yourself, no one else is going to believe in you. And you have to be willing to take risks in order to reap rewards. I saw all these people at Amazon while I was working there, building brands, scaling brands, didn't have more intelligence or anything than I had, but we're scrappy. We're willing to get their feet wet, willing to learn and scale. So I knew that if I started, applied myself, got my scars and got stronger, I'd be able to, build a large brand.
It cost me $20,679 to start my Amazon FBA business. My trademark cost me $700. The design for the project cost me about $7,500 for the logo from a professional designer. Then we worked with an R&D lab to perfect the product's flavors. Then we actually had to manufacture the product, so we had a manufacturer send us samples of the product. Plus, our first production run was $7,500. I spent $540 on shipping costs. I had to pay about $140 for UPC codes. So in total, it cost $20,679 to start my Amazon FBA business. Here's exactly how I found my product and started my Amazon FBA business. Right out of college, I worked a corporate job at Goldman Sachs. I felt trapped in the office 24/7, had no freedom. I tried to keep up with my work by drinking multiple cups of coffee, but I was constantly anxious, and I knew something had to change. I knew that I needed a way to not only escape my corporate job, but I also needed to keep up my productivity without the anxious side effects of so much coffee. That's when I met Jonah, a chef who had created this mouth spray with a mild dose of caffeine. I started using it and it fixed my anxiety, but there was a lot of problems with the marketing, and I knew right then and there that if I could fix this product in marketing, this would be my ticket to freedom. But if we failed, I'd be trapped back in the office forever. So Jonah and I decided to partner up. So we started selling the product in stores, but we knew that to really make money, we had to start to sell the product also on Amazon. Now I'm going to share with you exactly how much it cost me to start my Amazon FBA business. And step by step, how I did. It cost me $10,000 for product and formulation design. For the first year or so, Jonah designed the first few iterations of the product formula and had a friend design the preliminary logo and design of the packaging. Some Amazon gurus will tell you all you need is $3,500 to start a product on Amazon, but the reality is it really depends on what product you're making. And even though a lot of these gurus are full of crap, I really trust the guy that I found, Travis. Travis is constantly launching new products, so when he shows numbers, they're real. And he does share some ways that you can actually start your business with $0 through things like crowdfunding. We decided to invest in our product before we announced it to the world, and our next fees were legal fees. I spent about $1,500 incorporating the company. We put the company into a C Corp and got trademarks for the brand. I've heard gurus say that you can start the business for less than 1,500, but that's usually if you get only an LLC. An LLC, or a limited liability company, gives you legal protection in the case that you ever get sued, because it keeps your business assets and your personal assets separate. Or you can get a DBA, which stands for doing business as, and it's the business name that you use to operate under for tax purposes. It's great for marketing and branding, but it doesn't offer any legal protection. If you want to do a C Corp, it'll cost you around $1,500. Then we hired a photographer for about $1,000 to do our original product photos and lifestyle photos. We found our photographer through our network of friends through my business partner, Jonah. Doing the logos, the packaging, and the photos cost us about $5,000 altogether. Then it cost us about $7,500 to do our first production run of about 15,000 units. And I'll tell you how we found our manufacturer in just a second. Some gurus are going to tell you can get your first production run done for $500. Of course, this is true for certain products, but some things are going to have a much higher MOQ, or minimum order quantity, which means your first production run will be more expensive. For our business, Jonah did a ton of research and networking to eventually connect with a contract manufacturer based here in the US. As we geared up to launch, they provided us with samples on the house with the agreement that we use them as our supplier. There are a bunch of ways to find your contract manufacturer, like Alibaba.com or Thomasnet.com. But here's something that most gurus won't tell you. You can also just use Google and type in the type of product that you want to make, followed by manufacturer, and you'll get a list of the manufacturers that are out there. It was a big investment, but I knew that Amazon was a major opportunity. Amazon is a $1.8 trillion company, and last year alone, they did $600 billion in sales. The best part is they let third-party sellers, people like you and me, sell on their platform. And 43% of third-party sellers make over $100,000 a year. So I could see that if we invested in ourselves and our business, we could be a part of that 43%. But before we were live on Amazon, there were a few additional costs. We spent $540 on ocean freight shipping. Typically, shipping via air is faster, but it's much more expensive. And if you ship via sea over ocean freight, it'll be a lot cheaper, but it'll take a much longer time. In the early days, we were shipping most everything via ocean freight because we had the time. But later on, you don't always have that luxury of time once your business is really moving. And then it cost us $100 for the UPC codes. UPC stands for Universal Product Code. It's the barcode that's on the back of any product that you scan at the checkout. If you need one, you can just go to gs1.org and buy one for $30. Then I paid $39.99 for the Amazon Seller Central account. The Amazon account fee is what you pay to list and sell your products on Amazon, and have access to Amazon Seller Central, where you can collect all your reports on all your expenses, profits, and sales. We were ready to launch, and I'm going to share how much we made in our first month in just a minute. But at this point, we had spent over $20,000 starting this new business, Pizzazz Caffeine Spray. We were basically ready to launch, and we hired an expensive Amazon agency to do a lot of the heavy lifting. They were managing our listing, our PPC campaigns, and our SEO optimization. Finally, we launched a product on Amazon in early 2024, but I was so stressed. I was worried whether we would make our $20,000 back. What these gurus won't tell you is how to get all those customers to buy your product. Luckily, in his videos, Travis reveals how premium branding can drive customers to your product. But I was scared. Was our branding good enough to get their attention? In just a minute, I'm going to tell you exactly how successful Pizzazz Caffeine Spray was, and reveal a huge mistake later in this video that cost us $6,000. But first, let me share with you my month 1 numbers. We made almost $4,000 in our first 30 days selling on Amazon, but that's revenue, not profits. We sold 274 units, and it cost us $55 to build these units. We paid almost $600 in Amazon selling fees, which is about 15% of our sales. That is what you pay just to sell on the Amazon platform, which is worth it because Amazon has all those 310 million customers, and no other marketplace has that opportunity of that many customers. The next fee is almost $900 for the Amazon FBA fee. That's the fee that you pay for Amazon to fulfill your orders. With FBA, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship your products to your customers for you. The last fee was $3,400 that was for PPC. That's pay per click. PPC is when you pay for your listing to be at the top of the page when people are searching for products like yours. And you pay a small fee whenever someone clicks on your listing. So in month 1, it felt like crap. We were paying an agency $1,500 a month to spend another $4,000 on ads. And so many gurus say it's an easy way to make profit. But the truth is, we spent over $5,500 altogether, and it only resulted in $3,800 in revenue. It was clear that this Amazon game wasn't that simple. Our initial sales came almost entirely through paid advertising, sponsored product listings. We were making a lot of mistakes, but we were eagerly trying to digest this data and looking at reactions from customers and learning how we could improve. In month 2, we had $1,400 in revenue. We spent $18 to make the units we sold, $210 for the Amazon selling fee, $293 for the Amazon FBA fee, and finally $859 on PPC. And after taking out all of our expenses, but we still lost over $1,500. It was still heartbreaking. I had family and friends that were telling me to quit selling on Amazon and just focus on selling into retail and our direct-to-consumer store. We learned a ton from our customer reviews though in our first month. Some people hated the taste. Some people complained that there wasn't enough caffeine in our caffeine spray. It was very clear that our PPC campaigns weren't working, so we pulled back our spend dramatically. That PPC, or pay per click, where you can pay to have your listing at the top of the search results. Sounds cool, right? Well, it certainly can be, but here's something that the gurus will never tell you. It only works if you educate yourself and know what you're doing. With PPC, you're paying a small fee every time somebody clicks on your listing. And if you don't know what you're doing, it's a great way to lose thousands and thousands of dollars, paying for clicks that don't convert to sales. Travis has lots of tips and tricks for learning how to harvest PPC in his Amazon FBA class. And there's a link in the description. We knew that our ads weren't working great, but we had seen clues in our data that allowed us to keep our spend low and drive a few more profitable sales over the next few months. As we learned more and more, our business improved. In the 3rd month, we made over $1,600 in revenue, spent about $23 to make the units we sold, $252 for the Amazon referral fee, $383 for the Amazon FBA fee, and I spent $900 on PPC. After taking out all the expenses, we wound up losing a little over $1,500. We got close to profit, still lost $1,500. It was better than last month, especially given that we made more revenue this month. By the end of month 3, we had learned some major takeaways that would drive the business on Amazon and beyond. I'll get into those lessons in a minute, but let me recap. At this point, I was faced with a major crossroads, whether to give in to all the negative emotions and complaints from friends and family and quit selling on Amazon, or to chase after my dream of making over 100K on Amazon. And later in this video, I'll show you exactly what decision I made. So in our first 3 months on Amazon, we made a little over $6,900 in revenue. But here's the real truth, and it's something that gurus never reveal. Revenue might look good on paper, but it's different when it comes to your bank account, because revenue is not profit. Because after taking out all of our expenses, advertising, and other fees, we had actually lost $6,000. This was pretty devastating. I came into the business to help my partner drive profitable growth, and our first months on Amazon were looking bleak, but there were some major lessons staring at me in the face, and I was super eager to address them. But I know I could have earned so much more if I had avoided these 3 mistakes, so pay attention. I'm going to share the 3 mistakes we made in just a minute. But one huge thing that the gurus don't tell you is sometimes you'll lose money at first. It's really hard to know how customers will react to your product, and there are a ton of variables that will affect the initial market reaction. Assume that your first time in market will be far from perfect, and try to minimize the losses while you're learning so that you can go bigger once you've figured it all out. As I was going through these growing pains, I met this guy Travis who has a YouTube channel about Amazon FBA, and I wish I had taken his course or learned from him before I had paid for that agency. It would have saved us a lot of money and time. And there's a link down below for a free 8-hour course. He also has a full course for Amazon FBA, and there's a link for that down below as well. But I wish I would have spent more time in the research and learning phase before we got started. My first big mistake was launching before we were ready, and this mistake cost me about $10,000. We launched with an early version of Pizzazz, and we learned a ton. But the flavor really needed development, which was clear in those early customer reviews. We had also been targeting the wrong customers. High-octane energy drink consumers who loved Red Bull or 5-Hour Energy, cold brew coffee, and it turned out those folks didn't want a microdose of caffeine. They were searching for energy products. Finally, when it comes to copywriting and creating images for our product page, our brand page, and our A+ content, we found that it wasn't worth paying an agency for mediocrity. We knew our brand better than anyone else and had taken the time to listen to our customers' feedback. So the second mistake was partnering up with an Amazon agency, and that mistake cost me over $6,000. We were promised the world by this Amazon agency, and again, made decisions before we were ready. The agency charged us a lot of money before the product was even ready and created ads that just weren't working. You need to test your product first before you launch or even partner up with a company. And my third mistake, and the biggest mistake, was that the brand needs to match the product and the customers. This mistake cost me over $10,000 in branding. Our branding and product packaging was all geared towards energy drink consumers, but the product itself only had 2.7 milligrams of caffeine per spray. It's a light pick-me-up that you can use throughout the day, not the massive hit of caffeine that some people need to get out of bed in the morning. We found that the ads that were converting the best were those that were targeting breath spray consumers. Pizzazz is minty fresh and an innovative newcomer among some really tired old brands in the world of breath sprays, mints, and gum. Amazon is a wonderful place to test this type of customer adoption and acquisition strategy, but just try not to spend too much on the initial launch before you know it all works. Once we learned our preliminary lessons from the first launch, we made a huge decision to rebrand the company. Luckily, Travis has a bunch of free videos on the importance of your packaging design, and I got a friend of mine who's a brand strategist and a designer to work with us on a huge friends and family discount on a very quick timeline to create a new brand identity, packaging, and logo. We spent another $7,500 on the rebrand, went through another production run with the new packaging, and we also worked with an R&D lab to tweak our product formulas so that they would taste better. All in, we put another $22,000 into the new Pizzazz, and it's paying off. Our first month with the new Pizzazz slinging on Amazon was July, and we made over $8,500 on Amazon in revenue, up from $1,600 in revenue in April. We spent $3,300 on PPC, and we cut our agency, so at the end of the month, we cleared about $500 in profit. The product looks great, tastes great, and is landing with the right customers. This was an entire relaunch of Pizzazz, and we're getting a much higher conversion rate. We had our first profitable month and a whole lot of 5-star reviews on Amazon. The new brand is resonating with retailers too. We're in over 500 Love's travel centers and on DoorDash nationwide. With hard work, listening to feedback, and having patience, we're on track to build a passive income business.
I made over $230,000 selling on Amazon in only 6 months. The first step on starting my Amazon FBA business is I paid Jungle Scout over $2,000 for the brand owner's NCI tool to find my product. The next step is I paid over $2,000 to Share a Studio to optimize my listing. I also had to pay over $1,500 for a legal team to set up my S-Corp. The next step is setting up a seller account. That cost me around $39.99. And then, through my business connections, I was lucky enough to find a manufacturer that can send me free samples. Once I received the samples, I approved them, and after that, I sent over $8,600 to manufacture my product, and shipping was included. Plus, there were other fees. So I had to spend a little bit over $14,000 to start my Amazon FBA business. And in just 6 months after that, I made over $238,000. selling on Amazon. My name is Rafael, and my story actually begins in law school. Thing is that I started doing music videos because I completely disliked law. So I quit law school, I transitioned to making music videos, commercials, and also marketing. After that, I realized that I was kind of good at it, so I went to film school to perfect my craft. Around the year 2017, I was working at Nickelodeon, and then my boss, the executive producer's best friend, Radu, came into the studio one day, and he was selling on Amazon. He actually needed help because he wasn't doing very well. He hired me to do it, and that's why I fell in love with Amazon. One, I was being more creative than ever, and two, I saw how much money you can make. And let's be honest, it's not about the money, but it's about the money. And I saw how people were buying more and more products off of Amazon, so I saw that as a business opportunity. And that's when I met my business partner, and we started a candy business. The first step I took when I started my Amazon FBA business was spend over $2,000 for a research tool. I use Jungle Scout. So Jungle Scout helps you find your product, manage your inventory, and manage your sales. The next step is to design a logo of the packaging. I spent around $2,000. This is something really important that I learned from watching Travis's videos. That's why I agreed to come on this channel and tell my story. The design and logo were partially created by Share Studio, and the rest were delivered by the manufacturer. This process with corrections and everything took about 2 weeks to a month. Third step was setting up my S Corp. It cost me around $600. Plus, I had to hire a legal team, and it ended up costing around $1,500. I want it to be made as best as possible. You can do it for a lot cheaper with LegalZoom. But what the S Corp allows you to do is you pass the income and you protect your personal assets from your business assets. Plus the corporate veil is going to protect you even more. For the first production runs, we ordered over 600 units. This cost us $8,640. We found the manufacturer because my business partner has been in the candy space for years, so it was easier for us to get a good manufacturer. However, not everybody has the same connections, so if you're looking for a manufacturer and you don't know where to start, try using Google. Just put the name of the product plus manufacturer. If not, you got ThomasNet or you even got Alibaba.com. At this point, I was very nervous. I was actually scared, and it's okay to be scared. I already spent so much money, what I consider a lot of money. But I saw Travis's videos, and he stated that 50% of e-commerce sales in the United States happen on Amazon. So that gave me the confidence that I knew that at some point, this business was gonna be successful. The next step was shipping. It was free for me, thankfully, because my manufacturer is in the US and we had a great deal. But if you're buying products from overseas, you can ship it by air, which is faster, a little bit more expensive, or by sea, which is gonna take longer, but it's gonna technically be cheaper. $500. That's how my initial bundle of photos cost me. At first, the manufacturer sent me some photos. It got me started, but it wasn't good enough at all, honestly. So I paid Spirit Creative Studios to optimize my listing, get a little bit better, but it wasn't good enough. So I hired Share Studio to fully optimize my whole listing, and that's when things really got interesting. $0. That's how much I spent on UPC codes. I got a great deal for the manufacturer, so it was great. $39.99. That's how much the Amazon Seller Central account cost me. You need this to be able to sell. Here you can track and get reports on spending, sales, inventory, reports, etc. Trademark. Honestly, we didn't spend anything on trademark. The manufacturer already had a licensing agreement and he had all the trademarks needed. So it was actually free. But if you want to get your trademark, just go to uspto.gov and apply there. All right, I'm ready to launch. I'm gonna share with you in just 1 minute how much money I made the first month. But so far, we spent over $14,000 to start this business. I know it's a lot of money, at least for me it was. And I was really scared, I'll be honest with you. But in month 1, I made over $10,000 in revenue. But remember, revenue is not profit, unfortunately. I spent over $5,000 producing the units sold in this month. The next cost was over $1,500 in Amazon fees. So Amazon charges you 15% every time you sell a unit. I know it sounds like a lot of money and it sounds like a very high fee, but remember, Amazon's the one that's bringing you the client. So that's actually a marketing cost. The next fee was $991. That's the Amazon pick and pack fee. Basically, Amazon's gonna charge you a fee every time they have to pack the product and send it to the customer. So honestly, that's a no-brainer. If you don't have to do anything, Amazon does everything for you. And honestly, this is what makes Amazon such a great opportunity because you don't have to have a warehouse. Amazon's doing everything for you. So why not pay this fee? But if you do not want to pay this fee and you want to do it yourself, that's where FBA comes in place. So that's fulfilled by merchant, meaning that you pick and pack and you send it to a customer and Amazon doesn't have to do anything. However, if you do decide to go with FBM instead of FBA, it's gonna end up costing around the same fee, but now you have more headaches in place instead of Amazon doing everything for you. After all those fees, you have to pay a little bit more. We had to pay over $7,000 on PPC, that's pay per click. meaning that every time somebody searches for your product, it's gonna appear on the top of the search results. But when they click on it, you have to pay a little bit of money to Amazon. So after adding all those fees plus the PPC, I actually ended up losing over $4,000 the first month. And I personally like to always win. But think of this as a little step forward. You are starting a business after all. I felt scared, I felt lonely, I felt actually vulnerable. But I did watch a lot of Travis's videos, so I knew this was normal. I made a huge mistake with the foundation of the candy business. It cost me over $50,000. Stay tuned so I can teach you how you don't make this mistake. Second month, we saw improvements almost immediately. Revenue was over $12,000. That's $2,000 more than last month. The cost of the unit sold for month 2 was a little bit over $6,000. Amazon fees were a little bit over $2,000. My Amazon FBA selling fee was a little bit over $1,000, and PPC was a little bit over $7,000. PPC is worth it. But after all the expenses, we lost over $5,000 in month 2. Good thing is we learned 2 things: how PPC can affect profits, and 2, depending on the seasonality of the product, you can actually capture more customers. For example, I'm the candy business, so for Halloween, starting school, or depending on the seasonality, you can actually capture more and more customers. And you know how I said that Amazon PPC is very important? It is. It drives traffic to your listing. Travis has an amazing tips and tricks on how to harness the PPC in his course, and the link is down below. The second big thing we did was actually optimizing our listing images, A+ content, and video with Spirit Creative. This led us to a great month 3 with increasing conversion rates. Month 3, we did over $21,000 in revenue, but the cost of production was a little bit over $11,000. And the Amazon selling fees were a little bit over $3,000. And the FBA fees were a little bit over $2,000. PPC again was over $7,000, which actually left us with a negative balance of $3,000. We made over $21,000 this month. That's double than last month. So guess what? We're getting closer and closer to making profit. After watching a lot of Travis's videos, I knew this was gonna be a long-term thing. This is a marathon, it's not a sprint unfortunately. But I could finally see tides turning little by little. The biggest thing is we optimized our image with Spirit Creative, but that really helped conversions big time. The biggest changes we saw in the 4th and the 5th month. All right, these are the first green months. So the first thing we did is we got help with PPC. We got help from Jungle Click PPC. It got a return on ad spend, meaning how much money we were investing and how much money we were getting back, from a 1.5 to a 5, depending on the week. This month, we made over $49,000 in revenue. Remember, revenue is not profit, but this month we made over $2,500 in profit, which is great. First time we're in the green. And remember, it's all about trusting the process. And it's not magic. We actually got to collect more data from customers, so we have a better understanding of what we needed to do. We had a plan. And remember, if you don't have a plan, you plan to fail. But the biggest month so far was the 5th month. We made over $66,000 in revenue. But guess what? We made over $6,000 in profit. That's amazing. All right, let's move on to the next month. The 6th month was the best one so far. We made over $77,000 in revenue. And guess what? Over $8,000 in profit. Business is booming, but it wasn't always like that. So we actually had to re-optimize our images and content even more. That's where Share Studio comes into play. With Share Studio, we optimize the images, the photos, into a more organic way so the customer connects better. And with the help of Jungle Click and also Share Studio, it made us get a conversion rate up to 9%. And the return on ad spend went from around 4 to 5% steadily. That's great. For every dollar you're investing, you're getting $5 back. That's the business you want to be in. None of this was luck. We followed Travis's advice, we had patience, we took some data-driven actions, and you can see how the conversion rate, the return on ad spend, and everything came together and made us more money, and we were actually profitable. So in our first 6 months, we made over $238,000 in revenue. Remember though, revenue is not profit, unfortunately. After taking all the expenses, fees, production costs, cost of PPC, etc., we were left over with $4,000 in profit. That's amazing. That's within the first 6 months. So you see it? Talk about so much revenue and so little profit. But remember, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. It's just gonna keep getting better. But listen, I could have earned so much more if I would have avoided these 3 mistakes. So listen up carefully so you don't make them. Mistake number 1, content. People, when they go on Amazon, they buy what they see. Yes, reviews and all these other things, but a lot of it is how you perceive value of the product. So not investing into good content from the get-go actually decreased my conversion rates, my return on ad spend, my PPC click-through rates, and all the positive things I could have gotten out from it. So the first thing I would have done is getting better content that transmits and tells the story to the potential buyer. Mistake number 2 cost me over $50,000. It was because I was using FBM instead of FBA. Why? Well, we ran out of inventory, we had to ship things faster, we got bad reviews, it took more time, more headache. Yes, FBA fees are a little bit higher, but it frees up your space, your time. You could do way more. The moment we switched to FBA, our sales went up, our ranking got better, and we freed up more time. Now we can invest more time on top of managing the business instead of working within the business. And the third one, the one that cost me the most amount of money, was not starting sooner. Why did it cost me $400,000? Well, it's because it would have gave us a head start against the competition. We would have gotten experience sooner. We would have been able to understand the game sooner. We would have made way more money sooner. But you know what? I was too afraid to start sooner. And it's okay. But if you haven't started yet, I would highly encourage you to take the first step now. It's better to do it today than tomorrow.
Now, even though that wasn't 100 people, I haven't yet interviewed 100 Amazon sellers. I have helped over 100 people to start selling on Amazon, and I'm looking to get more of their stories here on this channel. But more importantly, I'm hoping to turn you into a successful Amazon seller. And as I mentioned, I do have a complete Amazon training program linked down below for more information about that. However, I also have a free 8-hour Amazon FBA course. It's a YouTube video that you can get just by clicking right here. It's 100% free. Click on that video. I'll see you in the next video, and thanks for watching.